All right. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Hello, hello, hello. Here we go. Samantha Dragonati, links in the description. All right. Good morning. We are starting. We are here. Sorry, I was running a little late. Let me actually change that. Oh, no. It says I'm live, right? It says I've scheduled it, but it also says I'm live. Okay, I'm live. Okay. Good morning. Happy New Year's Eve. Very exciting stuff. A new year. And because it's a new year, we're going to take that into consideration today because I'm going to leave you for a bit, tomorrow. I'll leave you for a bit. And then, we'll have to ponder what we talk about today, I guess. I don't know. All right. So, my candles aren't on. It just changes, the vibe. The vibe just changes. Okay. Now. So, okay, let me think. I've got this figured out. Okay, I'm going to go through these with you. And then we're going to do this story. And then we're going to do this story. Okay. We're going to do this. Okay. Okay. Oh, all right, girls. Should we just jump into it? It's going to be a lot. You know what's funny? So the other day last week, somebody asked me on I think it was a member stream. They asked me about Not So Weird, Kyla. And I had said, I don't know what she's up to. Remember that every year that goes by, I'm further and further away from my, 2-year-long time in the Debate Bro bubble. That was during COVID and lockdown, So I think I stopped talking to Destiny in 2022. I stopped talking to Sneeko and Abba and all those people 2023. And then I think that's what it was. Maybe I'm wrong on the date. But either way, we're already in 2026. So we're really moving into the future. And I was just there for a second. All my time on YouTube, I only spent a second in that bubble. And then now I'm here. But Kyla came up on my feed because I watched Rationality Rules and he covered the Jubilee debate she was recently on with Piers Morgan. So we're going to watch him talk about it. But I went to Kyla's page to see what she was up to see, if she's changed. And still collabing with Sneeko, still, as far as I can see, collabing with Destiny and stuff. So it is what it is, I get it. She's on her, Save Boys thing. I get it. And so we're going to talk about it, but apparently she talks about masculinity with Piers Morgan and gets him in a gotcha, and it's a whole thing. So we'll watch it, but it's funny. The comment section is just oh my God, this is Kyla's Not So Erudite. But it's that liberal bubble that, again, I've spent so much of my life in too, where you're hanging out with people that are anti-Trump, but they're also they protect predators. It's really hard, especially with my own personal life and the way that it's going, and trying to take a stand against the predatory victim blaming bubble I come from. It is so hard. I was trying to think about, I told my partner this yesterday. It's so silly, but I was how do I explain to the world how I feel about my family? And it's kind of if you watch JJK, those music videos they make about Ghetto and Gojo. And it's the friendship that no one understands. And it's devastating because he has to kill him in the end. It's a whole thing. That's how it feels. It feels like you're asking Gojo and Ghetto not to feel connected, but they have to be enemies because of their values. That's how it feels. When kids cut off their parents, most of the time it is a devastating experience. So when you minimize this experience as putting boundaries between family or cutting them off, which are two different things, you take away the fact that, it's easy to cut off a friend you didn't care about or to cut off a person you barely knew. Bye. But it's different when it's we were. And now it's because, I just went down a rabbit hole yesterday of estranged parents being upset that their kids won't talk to them, specifically millennials. And all of the parents are proving exactly why your kids don't talk to you. This is exactly why we don't talk to you. And we love you. So we want to be in your life so deeply. You think kids don't want to be in their parents' life, generally speaking. But the parents, you could see I was girl, this is why your kids don't talk to you. It's very much I clothed you, I fed you, I did what I was supposed to do. And then they open their mouth about Trump or, gay people or trans people. And you're just You know, so it is interesting, but I will say it is very human to want to see the best in people and to want to assume that people will grow. And though I think that is true, it might not be your friend or your family that's going to do that. It might be somebody else's. And that's what you have to accept. When we believe in humanity's ability to grow, it doesn't mean all of our loved ones will. It just means that we hope somebody's loved ones will. And maybe partially our own, right? Okay. Oh my God, my allergies. I woke up today. I could not sleep last night. And I woke up today. I was like congested and like allergies all night. I was just like, I couldn't sleep at all. And so hoping my allergy pill hits me in the face today and helps me. Chad said, hey, Britt, just wanted to thank you for your work. I found it at the right time to help me be a better person. I love that. I love that. And like you did the work ultimately. It's not even me. Holy fuck, I'm gonna sneeze. And that's the point, right? That's the point. We are just here to be mirrors. Bless you, question mark. It's going to attack me. I just know it's going to attack me later. Now, okay, listen. Yesterday, we really went through a content creator named Connie. This was the video we went over yesterday. And we had a really great time deconstructing this video, going through the details, really trying to understand her perspective. And I thought we did a really good job. You know, we caught ourselves. We like understood. We got down. But, okay, there's still a disagreement happening. Not a big one. I think most people in my audience, I think they understand my work and where I'm coming from, but not everybody knows me very well or watched the whole segment. So, or they came in halfway through, might not have seen how we went through her video. But there was a comment that was left on my video. It's totally okay. We're going to go over it. And what I did is I pulled up different TikToks to show you other examples of why what you look like matters, but not in the way you think. What you look like matters, but not in the way your conservative mother made you think. And this is the contradiction that we have to live with. I think you are more than your body, more than your skin color, more than your gender. And we live in a world that is very, very much judging you for how you look. And so, yes, it might be safe enough for you to rebel against the status quo and to exist as you are. But if we didn't know we were being judged by the way we look, we wouldn't have to tell our kids and sit them down and explain to them like how to deal with law enforcement or how to deal with teachers. We wouldn't have to explain to our kids like gender dynamics or anything else. So when we see people on the internet, especially minority v. minority, talking about and blaming each other for, you know, your internalized anti-Blackness or your this, your white supremacy, this, all of it could be valid, but make sure we're all coming from the right place, right? So just to refresh our memory, we're going to watch the video again now that we've slept on it. Go over the comments. I'm going to show you some TikToks I want to show you. Okay, so let's start with the original video. This is the original video.
Black woman telling me that I got a DM from a black woman telling me that I have really yellow teeth. Being a woman, I know you're not surprised. This is just what's going to happen. We've lived in this patriarchal system long enough to know exactly what parts of us need fixing. No one is walking around oblivious of the body parts that don't fit in the traditional white beauty standards. Yes, my teeth are not the whitest part of my body, and it doesn't mean that my teeth, like your skin, is what needs whitening.
Pause. Let's just, the last time I let it play a bunch of times, let's stop it and talk about it. First, I agree with the statement that it first was inappropriate for this woman to reach out to Connie. She wrote, "Hi, Connie. I really like your page and your videos. I do want to offer some advice. Please don't take it negatively. You may want to whiten your teeth. They look really yellow in your videos. Doesn't take away from the content, but they are pretty noticeable." Yes, it was inappropriate for her to DM Connie, period. Yes, she is a black woman, apparently. We have no evidence of this, but I guess Connie does. And yes, though all of us are trained under white supremacy and have to deconstruct it, I think there is something a little frustrating to compare black skin to yellow teeth. But I can understand Connie's underlining messaging, which is yellow teeth is a natural predisposition of the relationship our teeth have to the elements they face. So like whitening your teeth is sort of propaganda. Not even sort of, it like kind of is, right? So I can understand that perspective, but also since yellow teeth have such an association with sickness or unhealthiness, whether it's true or not, though sometimes it can be, comparing it to black skin can be very triggering, especially since Connie is coming from a sort of like a aggressive standpoint, maybe defensive standpoint, instead of a, hey, thank you so much for this message. I hear you. Let me explain why I keep my teeth yellow. Instead of being it like a excited opportunity to teach, it became an opportunity to tell a Black woman, like, you have internalized anti-Blackness, which is like, it can be, so now we have a twofold of pain being given to one another, right? Okay, so let's keep going with that.
Been selling us whitening for centuries. Skin whitening, hair straightening, and yes, teeth whitening. All of it says the same thing. You need to be whiter to be worthy. This is important to talk about because this is about how white beauty standards get so deeply internalized that we start policing each other. This is about how anti-Blackness teaches us that our natural features, the color of our teeth, our hair, our nose, our bodies need to be fixed, whitened, straightened, managed to be acceptable. This Black woman knows what it's like to have her body policed. To be told that you are almost acceptable, almost professional, almost beautiful, if you just fix this one thing. And still, she sent this message because this...
So now she's doing this thing where she's saying, she's, yes, assuming this Black woman has been told she wasn't good enough, which sure, being Black isn't a monolithic experience, and sure, under white supremacy, we can assume this is happening, right? And she's also assuming this woman has gone through the same journey she has of XYZ. I don't even know what word to use there, right? There's a lot of assuming happening versus in my brain, if I got this message, I would just be like, oh my God, thanks girl for the recommendation. Here's why I don't whiten my teeth. In the same way that people have sent me messages about my forehead wrinkles. Thank you for being concerned. You know, they're not that big of a deal to me, but also I am interested in some solutions that I'm open to, you know, like, should we be afraid of aging? No. But should older people never get to dye their hair or get Botox? It's like, why are you getting Botox? Why are you straightening your hair? Why are you doing these things? Again, it feels like Connie is saying you should never do these things. And if you do, you hate your Blackness. And that feels really wrong. Like that cannot possibly be her message. But yet, the way she chose to articulate it does sound like that's what she's saying.
Is what white supremacy does. It gets inside and teaches us to do its work for it, to police each other, to pass along the message that our bodies are projects that need perfecting before we can be seen. This is the same logic that purity culture has always used. It's the same voice that told the bleeding woman that she was unclean, the same voice that tells women that their bodies are almost acceptable, almost holy, but first they need to be cleansed. The message is always that your body is what stands between you and holiness. And it makes me wonder, what kind of world did she grow up in where they learned that love comes with these conditions, where I really like you automatically comes with here's what's wrong with you. She's doing to me what was done to her. Somewhere along the...
Pause. A lot of assumption. She's doing to me what was done to her. You don't know her life. And maybe that's true. But this is why I said I think Connie is getting defensive. And this is why, like, okay, you know, punk movements were a reaction to. Feminism is a reaction to. That's why I say the end goal cannot be punk, cannot be feminism. We have to keep deconstructing, right? Because all of us are just reacting too. So if Connie is just keeping her teeth yellow because it's a form of rebellion, if she's not, she has red in her hair. She put red in her hair. So you're obviously okay changing some form of your natural state. So why can't you whiten your teeth? You can put red in your hair, but you can't whiten your teeth? Do you know what I'm saying? It's like, which one is it, girl? But then this reminds me of conservatives that say, I'm all natural. I don't need makeup. I don't need makeup like a feminist needs makeup. You know? So then I'm like, what are we talking about? Right? So then I'm like, okay, what is she meaning to say? Why did this rub me the wrong way? Right? Why is she saying it this way?
Someone told her that her body wasn't quite right.
And look, I understand what she's saying. Like, this lady wrote to her, hi, Connie, I like your videos and I do want to offer you some advice, but please don't take it negatively. This is how we're trained. I get that. We are trained to talk that way. And I do agree, you should not have messaged Connie. This woman should not have messaged Connie. And yet, I do think some of us are having these conversations with our friends and family, and it's okay. Okay, you know how many of my friends call me and they're like, oh my gosh, like I have to fix this. And I say, okay, let's talk about the word fixing, right? Let's talk about that, you know, let's talk about that idea and then still come to the conclusion that you're allowed to whiten your teeth or get a nose job or wear some Botox or get some Botox or dye your hair, right? Because I do agree with her that all of this could be connected to white supremacy, classism. So much of this is also a statement of I'm better than you. I can afford these. Like I see these moms on TikTok who are like overspending on like self-care, but is that self-care? Is spending $100,000 on a skincare routine, like, is that self-care? Like, I don't think so. But I also, like that's their business to deconstruct overconsumption. And also we can talk about it, but it's like, I would use their videos as proof, right? This comment isn't enough for me to assume this woman hates her blackness. So that's really the issue there. So again, I see Connie, I get her, but I don't understand why people are ignoring everything she said in between. Now, to be fair, overnight, she did get more comments on her page, and a lot of them are not happy with her. Okay?
Love and acceptance would come after the fix, not before. That love looks like correction. That care means pointing out flaws. That helping means making each other more palatable for the white gaze, for the male gaze, for the gaze of a world that was never built for us anyway.
Also, I think there's like something here where, again, what does natural teeth look like, and what does natural even mean in this statement? Like, I don't really I have some clarifying questions, right? Like, again, we don't need, and I'll show you before and after pictures, we don't need to be super, super white teeth, all fake teeth, all whatever. But also, there's just like this disconnect sort of like, again, I do think we should deconstruct fat phobia and beauty standards and aesthetic, which actually traditionally means beauty. Aesthetic is a word we've kind of morphed in modern world to mean like vibe. But the word aesthetic is an obsession with something that's like beautiful or a theme. It has like two definitions we use. And the theme is the one we really pay attention to, right? An artist who has an aesthetic that's recognizable. And that's sort of what we mean when we say aesthetic. But like, I don't think beauty as important as like, grooming as important as deconstructing what grooming can look like, right? So we know even grooming has a tie to white supremacy, right? We know Black individuals have fought day in and day out to have their natural hair in professional settings, in the military. So people bring into question their grooming. But obviously we also know that there is a way to groom in a way that is accessible and isn't like, to insinuate that Black communities don't know how to groom is in and of itself like anti-Blackness. And then to add on top of that, the inability to say that all people struggle to groom is sort of a denial of like individual struggle. So it's kind of like, you know what I'm saying? Like, all this woman was saying, which sure was inappropriate initially, is, hey, I don't know if you know this. Of course, Connie knows her teeth are yellow. But does Connie know that like people can whiten their teeth and it's okay? Or no, does she think like no one should ever do this ever? Because she put red dye in her hair. What's that about? You know what I mean? Like, what's the difference? I don't know that there's a difference. I don't believe there's a difference. Any body modification is not all raised under white supremacy and patriarchy. Everything we do to our bodies, unless deconstructed, comes from marketing, things we observe, seeing it on our girlfriends and wanting it for ourselves. Like, you have to do so much work to even know why you're doing something. You know what I mean? So it's like, why are you allowed to dye your hair red, but also, okay?
Internalized all of that so deeply that now she thinks she is being helpful. Don't take it negatively, because in her world, it isn't negative. It is just truth-telling.
Now, I want to say, because I'm going to talk about grooming in a second. I see you, chat. I see you. You say grooming is a capitalist concern to sell us grooming products. No offense. Brush your damn teeth. I'm not kissing you unless you do. That's grooming. Grooming is making sure you like keep your body hygienic. Grooming is also making sure you wipe your ass. Like, am I confused on what grooming is? Like, grooming is also making sure you don't bring shit into my fucking house. Groom yourself. Clean your shoes, bro. Like, for me, grooming is about like consideration. You know what I mean? Grooming isn't always a testament or a judgment of your character. But this is why I say deconstruct capitalism, deconstruct patriarchy, and recognize that you still want to clean. You know what I mean? Like, you still want to clean. You still want to like look aesthetic. You still want to, and I'll get into this in a second, because I do agree beauty, grooming, health are all different. Hygiene, grooming, all that stuff is different, right? Yeah, apes groom, and I don't think they have capitalism. Well, that's the thing. Animals, we are animals. Animals groom. We also know some animals don't groom. We know the difference between an animal that looks like it's had a hard time, right? We feel worse for the dog who has matted fur than the human. You know what I'm saying? It's like you're saying that like when I see you and I want to give you, like, I want you to feel pretty. I want you to feel good. I want you to feel clean. I want you to feel presentable. Like, I'm never allowed to feel that way. You know, and I'm saying you can feel that way. Okay. But yes, these are 3 different categories. I agree.
Doesn't see it as violence because it was never named as violence that was done to her. When you tell somebody that their body needs fixing, you are recreating the temple steps that kept women out. You are playing the priest, deciding whose body is holy enough to approach the altar. So yes, we've got work to do because we don't have to keep living like this. We can choose differently. I am not available to be your project and you are not available to be mine. I am not here to be palatable and neither are you. We are already whole. Already holy. If you enjoyed this, I invite you to join my Patreon community where we are deconstructing and reconstructing women in the Bible. I also teach a class called Faith Deconstruction 101, Leaving the Church Without Losing Yourself.
So now I'm wondering if she's also coming from a Christian perspective or a deconstructed one. So here, just for those people who missed yesterday's stream, and I'm going to clip this one because I think this one's going to be more palatable and like thought out. Because yesterday we just really brainstormed together this whole conversation. She says, why beauty standards teach us to police each other's bodies and call it care? Skin whitening, hair straightening, teeth whitening, all preach the same lie. Be whiter to be worthy. This is anti-blackness internalized. This is purity culture theology. Jesus did not require bodies to be fixed before they were holy. What does this matter? See how I get to be suspicious now of where she's coming from, right? The kingdom is now in these bodies as they are. You are not a project. I'm not a project. We are already whole. So it almost sounds like she's good, but that is suspicious to me. And we should be suspicious of evoking Jesus's name. Evoking a patriarchal religion, a man's name. What are we doing here? And she used this to call out this black woman as if she doesn't, we don't know this woman. You don't know her life. Okay. So, okay. Now somebody wrote on my channel and I get it. So thank you for watching. I'm going to go over this comment. Okay. It says, here you've lost me. Healthy, teeth are yellow. We strip our teeth to make them white. Whitening teeth isn't healthy. I don't see any plaque, just yellow. Her lightning may come into play. P.S. I already went over that a billion times yesterday. The yellow does not mean unhealthy teeth automatically. So that's the other part is like sometimes with my stream and with streams in general, we're discussing, we're having a conversation. I made sure to cover all of my bases, but still people watch and they're like, I disagree with you or you've lost me. But I already said that. So now I'm like, did you not hear me? Did you not get through the segment? Did you misunderstand me? Because I said that multiple times yesterday, right? Which is okay. But since we're here to learn, do philosophical work, we need to ask ourselves, why when I heard this content, did I not hear this thing? And then am I misspeaking? Maybe me, Brittany, as the speaker, am misspeaking, right? But that's why I try to cover all of my bases. I try to say, because again, if you get to the point where, and there are people who believe this, guys, there's no shoe people who don't wear shoes. There's people who don't wear deodorant. There's people who don't shower. Like there's whole groups of people that believe in all kinds of things. There's people who don't believe in brushing their hair. There's people who don't believe in using shampoos and conditioners. I'm saying, which one are you? Because again, for me, these are all connected. There's extremes and there's like extremes in both directions. But like, you know what I mean? Are we going to get to I don't know what bubble she's in. So when she says like, you know, I don't whiten my teeth. Okay, girl, you don't have to. And this girl shouldn't have messaged you, but also how far are you taking it? Right? Okay. Chatter says, I also think she comes from an Asian perspective and I've seen how a majority of our other cultures promote skin lightening, lightening everything, hair, eyes, hair, genitalia. It's not healthy. For sure. Did everyone ignore the fact that she went after a black woman? That's the issue. I get that she's Asian and I understand she might be coming from a culture that has like deeply stigmatized her, but isn't that why I said it sounds like she's being defensive? This isn't a game of who suffers more, but it sounds like you took your issues with your own bubble and made it about this woman who just like, yes, inappropriately messaged you, but Jesus Christ, it wasn't that big of a deal. Like it was enough to say something, but not enough to say what you said. Okay. Then the comment goes on to say, girls have been waking up at 4 a.m. to flatten all of their hair before the bus comes for decades now. So glad you don't feel any shame about having curly hair. But as a stylist, I've seen so many people who are ashamed of it to an extent. Commenting on teeth is just a red flag. Okay, listen, or just a stop sign. Listen, maybe you don't know my story, but I did have to deconstruct the need to straighten my hair. I had literal tantrums when I was in middle school because my mother wouldn't let me Brazilian like straighten my hair. I was like, please let me chemically straighten my hair. I hate my hair. I hate my hair. I went through all of those stages, girlies. You are not special. You think I just woke up one day growing up in the 2000s and I didn't think about straightening this hair? Like, that's the problem. You keep assuming our struggles. I've only worn my hair natural for like a decade. I'm 36. Yes, I had a straightener. Yes, I used to cry about my hair. I used to wish I had straight hair. I used to wish it could be permanently straight all the time. I'm saying I deconstructed enough to realize I love my natural hair, right? I'm glad I did that. But that does not mean that I'm not allowed tomorrow to straighten my hair. It doesn't mean that women who straighten their hair haven't deconstructed. You don't know people's deconstruction journey. And I'm saying you shouldn't assume that they haven't deconstructed. You should get to know them more, ask more questions, double check, make sure. Because again, we don't know, especially not if a comment. That's all that, this is why this is such a problem for me, right? Like, and that's why I'm annoyed, right? Discord said, oh yeah, you've told these stories. You said your sister was surprised you don't have a straightener. Yeah, because my sister has wavy hair. She doesn't have curly hair like me. She has like wavy, beautiful waves, but she tends to straighten her hair. Okay, cool. That's her journey. If she wants to wear wavy one day, great. If she wants to wear straight one day, great. I stopped straightening my hair personally, but that was personal. That was my decision. But what if tomorrow I decide to straighten my hair? All of a sudden, am I playing into white supremacy? God, I hope not, because I think I already went through that stage. I already had to battle that. I'm saying we shouldn't assume, especially not of another minority woman who's probably already struggling in different ways. And then you know what I'm saying? Okay, now, see how I'm just saying like, if Connie thinks she is in the right, it's just interesting that that was her response. So I understand this commenter. And I said to this commenter, like, hey, I think we agree. I covered these points in the segment. I'm curious if you're able to finish it. And then somebody else responded and said, I agree with this. To the other commenter, the aesthetic of yellow teeth has little to do with health. Guys, I agree with you. I agree with you. I agree. That's what I'm saying. What is the issue? I already agree with you. I brought it up in my initial commentary. What is happening here? Is this a comprehension issue? Are we defensive? Are we not listening? That's what I'm saying. Okay. And then this person said a beauty standard, which Connie clearly doesn't care about. Oh, Connie cares a lot about. No. Connie cares a lot about her yellow teeth. It's a part of her identity. Okay. Connie has every right to highlight this pitfall in POC circles, given the current climate of beauty standards. It felt more critical than defensive to me. Nothing about her video makes me think she's yelling her teeth in rebellion against the patriarchy. How can she say that whitening your teeth is giving into white supremacy and not it be about white supremacy and patriarchy? This is like the women that say I'm decentering men, but everything they do is in reaction to a man. That's what it feels like. And I know that feeling, by the way, because I've done it myself. It's a great form of activism. One of my favorite forms of activism is to counter culture, the establishment, hence the punk scene, hence body modifications, hence tattoos. You know what I'm saying? This will also change. The new rebellion will look different in the future. If everybody started getting tattoos, the rebellious act wouldn't be tattoos anymore. It'd be something different, which has kind of already happened. You're acting like you keeping your teeth yellow is not a direct response. You haven't even freed yourselves from the ideas of not reacting to patriarchy or white supremacy. The question is, and this is why I think introspection, extrospection is everything. Can you get to the point where what you're doing is genuinely what you want to do and not from the pressure of the people around you and not from the standard of the expectation you have around you? This is a very personal journey. It's very emotional and it's very hard. Okay? So again, I don't think people are really being as critical as they think they are. I do not think you are thinking as deeply as you think you are, because again, it sounds good, but it doesn't feel finished to me. Okay? And is she ever allowed to change her mind too? Like, this is why, you remember that girl we covered who had a flat chest and she made her content kind of being the flat chested girl, and then she got a boob job and everyone hated her? Relax. Okay? She was at a journey of her life where she was trying to love her body. So she made this content and then she changed her mind. God forbid a woman change her mind. What if Connie changes her mind one day and bleaches her teeth? Who fucking cares? Let her change her mind. Let it be for the right reason, but let her change her mind. You know what I mean? Because so many of us cope. So many people cope and really think like, oh yeah, I've done it. I've deconstructed the beauty standard. I don't want to do it. But in the back of their mind, they're losing sleep over it. Girl, if you're going to keep losing sleep over it, which is literally going to shorten your life, get the plastic surgery. Okay? Like, if getting a nose job is going to let you sleep better and bring your life to, girl, get that nose job. That's what I'm saying. Are you literally losing sleep? Now, let me tell you this. If you are not introspective, if you are not extrospective, you will get that nose job and you will still be losing sleep. So make sure that you have really done enough meditation, enough philosophical work, that you really understand why you're losing sleep. And this is why often we say like money, okay, money is not it. Like you can't just have money. It's not the end all be all. You also have to do the philosophical work, because once you get that nose job and you're not fixed, you're like, what the hell? It was never about the nose job. Unless it was. Okay? Now, again, you can have yellow teeth and it be fine. You can have yellow teeth and it be less cute, okay? And less fine, like less aesthetically pleasing. Signaling things, even if it doesn't. Even if you have a clean mouth and you brush your teeth and you floss and you have no problems, but your teeth look like they have problems, whether you like it or not, it might impact the way people see you. You know what I think of yellow teeth? Too yellow of teeth. Not normal yellow teeth, but like too yellow. It's kind of like coming to work with a wrinkled shirt. Okay? There's nothing immoral about a wrinkled shirt, but I might think something about you if you came on a date or to work in a wrinkled fucking shirt. Like, was this sitting on the floor? Was it in your hamper? Did you not even think about being professional? Why are you showing up in a wrinkled shirt? Now, you might say to yourself, well, Brittany, do you think like this matters if it's not unethical or immoral? I think it's the same thing as understanding that like having an organized home is better for your mental health. That's what I think of. Having an organized home is literally better for your mental health. Having a too organized of a home is bad for your mental health. Losing sleep over how unorganized your house is, bad for your mental health. Losing sleep because your house is so unorganized, bad for your mental health. We want the middle. We want to say to ourselves like, yeah, I noticed that like my mental health declines when my space is too cluttered. Unclutter your space. I notice my mental health declines if, my shirt is wrinkled. Okay, iron that shirt, girl. Buy clothes that don't wrinkle. It's like we're not even giving people a chance to say, I want to change something. Let people change and grow, because another side of this is stagnation. Another side of this is self-hatred. You think it's liberation, but it's not. Liberation has to come without the judgment to condemn, but it still has to have discernment. If my girlfriends come to me and say, I genuinely don't feel good with how my face looks, I'll say, okay, let's do the work. And if you genuinely don't like the way you look, let's change it, because we can. Just like we would with gender affirming care, because that's what that is, just like we would with anything else. We have to make sure that we understand that people want to feel good about themselves. It's so important you feel good. And grooming, who goes to the barber? Who gets their hair done? I'll tell you this right now, girls. I know my hair looks fabulous, and it does, but it would look so much better if I could go to a hairstylist I trust. It has been like 3-4 years since I've trusted someone to touch my hair, and it gets to me. It pegs me down a bit, where I'm like, damn, I feel like I really want someone to help me with my hair. And I'm saying to you, you can't take that away from me, because you don't get to decide what makes me feel good. You don't get to sit in my comments and be like, oh no, Brittany, your hair's so pretty. You're so pretty. Stop. You're doing the same thing in reverse that you don't even understand you're doing. You're not hearing me. You're not allowing me to feel seen. Have you ever seen those grooming videos where somebody hasn't had the spoons or the time they're a tired mother? There's a whole episode of Sex and the City about this, where Miranda hasn't had time to go get her hair done. So Samantha gives her a hairstylist appointment. And it's like, let mothers go get their hair done. Let fathers go to the barber. Let people get groomed. Let people feel good about themselves. So yes, I agree that this could be a tool of white supremacy. And I also think you need to let people feel good about themselves. It's really kind of like, I get it. I see you. I believe you're going through something. And also, now, another thing about how you look matters, because, and again, we don't want to judge a book by its cover, but we cannot be ignorant enough not to say that people dress a certain way to signal. So you know how we love Chelsea Fagan here? And you know how when I first started showing Chelsea Fagan, some of you were like, isn't she like she looks like a Republican? And I'm like, yeah, she does look like a Republican, you know? And I'm like always wondering, like, why does she choose to look this way? Now you might say that, oh, Brittany, that's like saying, what does somebody choose to have plugs? Or why does someone choose to have blue hair? Except I know why you choose to have blue hair if you're progressive. Why are you choosing to look like a Republican? You know what I'm saying? In this era right now. And again, she looks cute, but also she looks like a mom from the Midwest who voted for Trump. So also it's like, oh, that's interesting. What a decision to make. I'm not going for Chelsea's looks. Do you know that? Like, do you know that I am not commenting on Chelsea's looks right now? I'm commenting on her actions. Just like, you know how what you guys sound like? Not you guys, but you know what I mean. You know how people sound like when they say like, oh, you're talking about the way she looks? You sound like people who say politics. I can't believe you're not talking to your parents over politics. It's not politics, it's values. The way you look is connected, can be connected to values. Okay? Chad said disagree. Brittany, she looks like a Clinton Democrat to me. Worse. What's worse? I don't know what's worse. Yeah, see? Okay? So I think aesthetic and look and how you keep yourself is very similar to this, right? I do think it signals like a relationship you're having with your values. Okay? And I'm not saying always, I'm saying sometimes. And that's what I'm trying to say. Okay? And then again, like, I don't really believe in ugly people or pretty people, though I do believe there's an obvious, like, because we're animals on a planet and, you know, we have a biological experience, I do see the difference between why certain people are considered very beautiful, why certain people are not. But I, Brittany, don't really subscribe to this idea of like, oh, make sure you marry somebody who's attractive. I'm going to marry the person I'm attracted to. And the person I'm attracted to can, yes, change the way they look to make me less or more into them. But the default is always that I'm into them. Okay? I won't pretend that when I am dressed up or when my partner is dressed up, that we are not a little bit more horny for each other. Okay? I'm not going to pretend that that's not true. Because it is. I love a fresh haircut. And I'm like, okay. Like, you know, like I'm not even going to pretend like that. You know? Okay? It's just like, it hits different. That's not to say that I'm like, you know what it's not to say that I'm not going to find my partner attractive. There's always a default of loving my partner and finding them attractive. But on certain days, it like spikes up a little faster because I'm like, okay, somebody came looking fine as hell. You know, when someone came looking, you know? And that's what I'm saying. Like, same thing, even with like, take it out of romantic, take it into family or friends. When your girls show up and they really like, they, you know, and you're like, oh my God, you look beautiful. You are pulling it off today. Like, you really look good. And your friend's like, oh my God, thank you. I've been really trying. This is all connected to me. And yes, I still agree with this idea that we shouldn't judge people how they look in terms of ethics and morals unless they're signaling specific. And yet we still have to, okay? And remember, I'm not your conservative mother. So whatever trauma you have from your conservative parents, absolutely valid because I grew up with it too and had to deconstruct, right? But this isn't that. This is the other side. What happens when you're on the other side of that trauma, on the other side of that healing? Okay? What happens when you're on the other side of that reality? Now, just to bring it home, let's go through this guy's TikTok. He's got 2 TikToks, and I want to show you why what you look like, what you sound like, how you decide to show up matters. And it puts you in a different category. Now, the problem is who's faking what they look like? Who's using signaling to fake their aesthetic, like fuckboys who look like liberal or progressive, but they're not, right? Okay, here, look at this.
While now, and I've been on Hinge for a while now, and I've had a few dates because of it, but I'm very, very rarely getting any matches, and I'm wondering if there's something on my profile that's off-putting, or I'm not sure. And I mean this genuinely. This isn't a setup for a joke. So take a look at my profile and tell me what you think about it. I don't need any advice from dudes who think they know how a profile is good. Don't need that. But anyone who is like a woman or femme presenting or non-binary and is on Hinge, let me know like what it is you think is good about this profile and what I should change or get rid of. Okay, starting off with the low-key flex, that's me playing the piano. I think it's fun, lets people know I'm a musician, which is great, and that I've like performed live. Full disclosure, not that skinny anymore. I'm not, and I don't want to pretend, I don't want to
I appreciate that. I appreciate that he's saying, hey, this is a cool picture of me, but I don't look like that anymore. Okay.
Lead people or whatever. Pick the best one. Boobs, butts, but prison abolition.
Okay, so pick the best one. It's like a quiz. Boobs, butts, prison abolition.
I think that's funny, and it'll sort of attract the more like left-leaning people, which is what I'm looking for.
Okay. I think we can all agree that this is a no-go. like that. I don't think no.
The key to my heart is...
The key to my heart is hidden at the deepest depths of the Atlantic Ocean, buried in a pile of shipwreck rubble and guarded by the souls of the damned. Abandon hope, all ye who search for treasure here, for nothing awaits you but the wind and waves. Also ice cream. I fucking love ice cream. Just like a solid mint chocolate.
Funny, I think, and like the production shows that I like cared about it, and like that I'm, actually putting effort into the profile.
Okay, so, I already know this boy. I've met this boy. I know this boy. I'm related to this boy. I already know who this guy is in the story. Okay. I already know before he finishes his profile. I know his look. I know the way he's presenting himself. I know the conversation, his skill. I know his hobbies, girl. Okay. Because again, as much as you think you're unique, you're not. Okay. Now, Chad says not to say this man looks so bad, but I assume you're showing his TikTok for a reason. I am showing it for a reason. Because again, this whole conversation about whitening your teeth or grooming or straightening your hair, outside, and I think we're raised in systems, but I think you as a consciousness exists outside of them. I think you're allowed to. It's like, again, you do not want to be the boy that thinks women only wear makeup for men, because that's what you're saying. If you say I cannot straighten my hair or bleach my teeth, you are saying I cannot wear makeup. And I'm saying, stop talking to me and stop calling it deconstruction and stop calling it feminism. I mean, it's a form of deconstruction for sure. She's deconstructed from the church, but it's not full enough for me yet. Because again, the other side of it is, okay, this is like the women who are like, if men didn't exist, women wouldn't wear bikinis. If patriarchy didn't exist and rape wasn't such a high statistic, women would be wearing nothing. Okay? So like, I don't know where you're getting off with this whole, like, you sound conservative to me. You sound conservative, but you're using words that sound like left.
I go crazy for people who get genuinely excited about their hobbies. Life's too short for worrying about being judged. Love what you love. That just is genuinely true.
Okay, when I did my Hinge profile, this was a long time ago. It did work out for me, but that's okay. I would have seen this profile and be like, I know nothing about you. So far, I know zero about you. And what I do know about you, not looking good. Because I know a lot about you already, but I know not enough about you. But everything I've learned so far, red flags.
I'm a big fan of like people who nerd out and geek out on things.
Also, imagine on top of this, his teeth are really, really yellow. Go ahead. Imagine on top of this, his teeth are really, really yellow.
"35, 5'9". I don't know how to say like 5'9". I'm actually 5'9". I'm not 5'9" in the way the guys say they're 6 feet tall, I'm in North Hollywood. I don't have children, don't want children. I drink sometimes. I don't smoke. I'll do edible.
And by the way, just so you know, as much as you might be thinking, oh my God, guys, I would marry a person with very yellow teeth. I would marry a fat person. I'd marry a disfigured person. I'd marry a disabled person. I'd marry any kind of person because their body is not what I care about. I'm not marrying you for your body. I'm not marrying you for your body. So just so you know, Brittany would not marry you for your body. I don't care what your gender is. I don't care what your relationship with your body is, as long as it's healthy. I am not concerned with any of those things. And yet, I do think the way you show up matters. Okay? I do think the way you show up matters. And yet, all of those reasons would not be the reason I would not marry you. Because all of those things, okay, are things we can talk about. We can talk about those things. They wouldn't be deal breakers. They'd be conversations.
Or smoke weed sometimes, no pills. I'm a composer where I went to school. I'm atheist agnostic. Liberal because it doesn't let you choose like ultra lefty socialist,
Long-term relationship open to short. Always on the lookout for a life partner, but never bringing any expectation in. Let's have fun and see. Does that make me sound too fuckboyish?
Yes. Him saying long-term relationship open to short, always on the lookout for a life partner, but never bringing any expectation. Let's just have fun and see. Definitely giving fuckboy.
Is that maybe why, like, really what I am looking for is the one, like the relationship. But you don't want to say you're looking for someone to marry right away. Here's me at Super Nintendo World with Toad. Look at it right there. It's cute. Fun fact, I know who's in that costume, and it's someone famous. That's true. I'm not going to tell you here. My weekends look like this. Me.
Of course they do. Of course they do, which is cute. He should have led with his hobbies. He should have led with his interests.
Playing some board games with some friends. Games with friends. It was a group thing. We don't always wear the same shirt.
I assume he's neurodivergent as well. He's giving neurodivergent.
Another little joke. Maybe I'm too jokey. Maybe it's too many jokes.
Good self-awareness. You are too jokey, but your jokes also don't work because they feel like a cope. You're trying too hard. Right? Like he doesn't seem like he has bad intentions, but this kind of category of guy, and please, I'm going to be so blunt when I say this category of man is either the most repressed, sex repressed predator man, or he's the nicest, sweetest guy who still needs to go to therapy. And the bet is too dangerous to make that bet. Signal better. Signal better. Signal better.
You should leave a comment if you're into funny chill.
Like, I'm not even gonna play. Like, this category of man is either sliding into the DMs of high schoolers, or he literally spends his weekends working at soup kitchens. Signal better.
Artsy dad bod dorks. That's me.
And this isn't unique to him as a person. It's people who it's a very specific aesthetic. It's a very specific pattern I see in people. Discord said, yes, I clocked him the same. Exactly. It's even, guys, I hate to say this. I know this sounds crazy to you because you're so used to conservatives using this to be bigoted towards people. It's not about the bigotry. It's about understanding that, like, when people are born into a world in which, especially as men, they are not seen as like the alpha or the accepted man, they go in two directions: self-hating, women chasing, teen chasing, or liberated, deconstructed. And if he hasn't deconstructed, even though he says he's a liberal, he's going to have the insecurity problem. Because even though women have insecurities, we usually rely on our girlfriends. When boys have insecurities, they take it inwards and then they lash it out at women because the patriarchy trains us in these different ways. So again, okay, this is why for me, I'm like, my bro.
That's just me. There you go, my best blue steel. This is one of the very few pictures I think I look really nice in, and it's a little bit sexy, so that's good.
It's like a funny, sexy photo, right?
Last time I cried happy tears was when I was finally released from Jumanji after 30 years.
Again, millennial coded. He's so millennial, it's ridiculous. Like my bro, my brother in Nintendo Christ. Learn some Gen Z slang. Learn something. He's so millennial coded. It's crazy.
Another solid joke, I think. Here's just a picture of like me and some friends, which, just show people I have friends, I guess. Show people that there are other people in my life and we enjoy hanging out together. Favorite memory of mine.
I think that's good. Showing that he has friends, showing that he has community. I think that's really good.
I hosted a brunch for friends and went all out. Cloth napkins folded into shapes, gigantic spread, music, table runner, centerpiece. I love hosting. Very true. I love entertaining in every sense of the word. So yeah, let me know what you
Okay, love that.
think, what I should change.
And I loved, like, in the beginning, he was asking for like women's opinions, not like men's opinions. I like that he said a lot of like, he's open to it. I think all of that is a good sign. But the way he signals, and I can't wait for you guys to see the comments and the reactions to this, is really important, right? Chaz says, shouldn't he be targeting millennials though, since he's an older millennial? Well, if he's progressive like the way he says, then he also should know what young people are doing. Because a lot of the newer ideas are coming from young people. And it means, like, if he's stuck in millennial progressivism, it means he's a liberal. You know what I'm saying? So that's the red flag there. And you'll see the comments agree with me. Now, Discord said, I was wondering why this conversation kind of bothered me yesterday, though I agree with what you said. I think access to good dental care in the US is already hard. There's no real unified standard of care for dental care in the US. From dentist to dentist, it's hard to feel reassured that you're getting the right information to feel confident. In other healthcare related subjects, all I see is autism and willpower to figure out enough information to be able to properly advocate for myself. All I need is autism and willpower. Because if I research hard enough, I can find good information. Well, dental care things, Vary so much it's hard to find out which data is the best, for sure, right? I just want to say this, right? Like, I know the comment goes on, but I just want to say this. I strongly believe, okay, this reminds me, there was this very famous chef. I have to learn her name because her story kind of like popped a bubble for me, where she had a debate with Anthony Bourdain, and she wanted there to be quality food in school systems, and she believed every American deserved organic quality food. And Anthony Bourdain, who people love in a way that makes me suspicious. They love this man, and I don't know him well enough, and I'm gonna research it. But every time I see the way people fangirl over this man, and then I see the way he says things, I go, are you sure this is the man you guys like? Okay, maybe I'm seeing the wrong clips from him. Okay, I've only seen one episode of his show, but okay, he said to this woman, well, people can't afford organic groceries. And her point was like, yes, I'm not saying they shouldn't, I'm saying they should be able to afford them. She's saying people should get fair wages. Her kitchen was one of the most infamous kitchens. She was a chef where she owned restaurants. She paid her chefs full wages. She had 2 chefs in a kitchen, and everyone told her she wasn't going to be able to be like successful doing it, but she made it happen. She lived what she preached, as far as I know. Maybe I'm wrong, but from the documentary, the little video I saw of her, she preached what she practiced what she preached. She said people shouldn't settle for shitty food because the world is shitty. We should advocate for everybody, no matter their economic status, to have good food, right? And yes, Discord, I see you. I see you. I see you. I see you. Okay? And so that's what I think of when I think of all of these things. It reminds me of when I kept thinking my rebellion against capitalism was settling for shitty. Your rebellion against capitalism is not settling for shitty. Your rebellion against capitalism is saying we deserve quality. And sometimes I do feel like people think, oh, I'm fighting the patriarchy in the system by settling for a shittier house and a shittier relationship and shittier clothes and shittier teeth and shittier healthcare. No. You deserve better. You deserve quality. You deserve a house that is safe, a neighborhood that's safe, a world that's safe. Okay? And that's my frustration, I think, with the way that it feels. Like, you deserve to live in a world where you get to wear makeup and not say it's because of a fucking man. You deserve to like want to do amazing photo shoots in which you are naked and not it be for a man. You know, yes, maybe you're doing it at the time in your life for a man until you deconstruct, but you deserve to live in a world where you can just make art and deconstruct and get to that point and not be a cope anymore. Okay? And that's the issue. Okay? Black communities, this Black woman who wrote Connie deserves to live in a world where she gets to groom in any way she sees fit and not be called out on anti-Blackness because you don't know her. Like, hello? And so again, we should question our overconsumption. We should question our anti-Blackness and our internalized racism and internalized misogyny. And yet, after you do all that work, I still think you can get to the point where you want to straighten your hair or get Botox or XYZ. And that's what I think, like, I'm talking about when I see this man. You signal things to each other whether you like it or not. Okay? Like, and I'm not saying people are always great with the discernment or wisdom about knowing what's bigotry or prejudice and what's actually helping people. So as an example, my mother was always trying to help us to be more like her. Not helpful, mom. Like trying to be more modest. My friends and I all look different. So the way we help each other is I'll say like, hey, am I pulling this off? They're like, what are you trying to pull off? Because I can't ask them if I look good because it's not their style. They'll say no. So instead I'll say, am I pulling off what I'm trying to pull off? They're like, which is different. So I'm not saying you should look how Britney looks. I'm saying, what are you trying to pull off? What I think about you doesn't matter. But are you pulling off what you mean to, you know, are you giving the vibe? One of my brothers recently went through a growing out his unibrow stage. And I was like, how are we doing with the unibrow? He's like, I'm just trying it because I think like it's my natural state of being and I should be this. And I was like, uh-huh. And recently, yesterday, I messaged him and I was like, I have to talk to you as your older sister. I love you. But it's giving You know, it's giving a little unkept. It's giving a little bit like, you know, it's not working. And he was like, oh my God. He messaged me back in video and he's like, oh my God, I literally just plucked it. And I was like, see, I'm glad you went through that. I'm glad he experimented. I'm glad he figured it out. But he's like, yeah, I didn't grow in the way I wanted. I tried for 3 months. It didn't grow in the way I wanted. That's the point. There is a safe space for us to be like, I know what you're trying to pull off. It's not working. Get rid of it. You're signaling unkept. You're signaling, honestly, a little like it's a bad aesthetic. Get rid of it. You know what I mean? And that's what I'm saying. Like, yes, like I remember when I would get a haircut done, I would do my undercut as a way to like signal queerness and stuff. Super valid. But I'm not less queer because I grow out my undercut. You know what I mean? I'm saying, did you deconstruct homophobia? Or are you just literally defining yourself by equal sign tattoos and rainbow hair when that's not even who you are? Because I love rainbow hair and no judgment on an equal sign tattoo. But that wouldn't, like, I almost got an equal sign tattoo and I'm so glad I didn't because, like, it doesn't mean anything to me. Being queer is so much more important to me than getting the tattoo. But had I gotten the tattoo, okay, whatever. Oh, I knew so many gay people in my life who got the tattoo. It's such a millennial. It's like a Harry Potter tattoo. Is that really you? Or did you just do it because you're a fucking millennial and everyone got Harry Potter tattoos and Disney tattoos? See, I got the Disney tattoo. I'm this millennial. I was this millennial. I would never get this now. I would never get this now. But I did. And it was for my sister. Like, she has a matching tattoo. It's cute. But honestly, I think she's going to get rid of it. I think she started to remove it, actually. Yeah, I think she already started to remove hers. She's like, I'm over it. And she's like, it's just not like who I am right now. And I was like, get rid of it, girl. That's what I'm saying. What you look like signals. What you have about you signals. That's why when we see people with Nazi tattoos, we're like, hey, bro, you're kind of giving Nazi. You know what I mean? You're kind of giving Nazi. That's the point. And when you have yellow teeth, it can signal nothing. Literally. Lots of people have yellow teeth and it doesn't signal anything because it doesn't stand out. Some people with yellow teeth can signal like what people will presume is like bad smelling breath or unhealthy hygiene. Or we could also consider that some people have like predispositions or genetic predispositions. They have nothing they can do can make them better. And then we're like, okay, who am I to judge? Right? But there is a point where judgment is discernment. Judgment can be discernment. Because again, this is exactly the trap that gets young people into relationships with toxic people because we keep saying, oh, well, what does this matter? He doesn't wash his hands after the bathroom, but like, what does that matter? Oh, he like doesn't know how to wipe his ass, but like, what does that matter? It's like, oh, he doesn't know how to do this. What is this? It's like, wait, hold on, pause. Maybe it can matter. Maybe it does matter that you like don't keep your hair in check. Maybe the signal for some of us, like, if I have a friend and they are not getting their hair done, I'm like, hey, bro, you okay? You look depressed. And they're like, actually, I'm going through it. You're like, I could tell you weren't like, you know, getting your fade done. We also neglect when we don't think about what people look like. We're also not giving our friends opportunities to ask how we're doing. It's a balance, guys. You need to use wisdom and discernment before you open your mouth about what your friends look like. Yes. But don't forget to ask, hey, are you okay? I noticed you've been dressing in PJs for the last like 3 months. You good? I love you. Are you okay? Okay? Have the wisdom and discernment. Because I don't know how I'm supposed to help my community if I don't notice what they look like. And it will help my community to not assume something evil of them because they look a certain way, unless they're signaling Nazism. Okay? Second video from this guy. He took the advice from the internet. Oh, before I do that, let's look at the comments though. Hold on. So he asked for red flags, right? Okay, so people said, old photos, red flag. Sexual jokes right out the gate, red flag. Long-term relationship, open to short, seems like red flags. Okay, despite being leftist, the first poll you make would make me swipe left. I'm exhausted with sexualization. Sexual jokes, and you're not genuine. You're trying too hard to be funny, and it does not come off as funny. Even when you say what you're looking for, let's have fun and see. I'm not looking for anything serious. Okay, so like they really went in on him, which I thought was really good. Okay, he took the advice. Look at his profile now, and then I'll read my comments after, okay?
Took the feedback y'all gave me about my Hinge profile and updated it. I think this more accurately reflects.
Oh, hold on. Discord said, reminder, Brittany, that unkept are racist dog whistles. That's true. Sorry if I said that. You're right. You look disorganized. You look different than normal. You look different than normal. I'm used to you being this way, but I noticed a change. Are you good? Is that better? You're right. Thank you, Discord. Appreciate that.
Me, who I am. And just because my anxiety is telling me that people think this, I promise I am not a fuckboy who's just like trying to figure out ways around and lie to people. I genuinely am looking for love. I really do want a long-term relationship. Okay, starting off, a lot of people suggested putting this picture first. I used to have it first. I don't know why.
Good picture, a little bit more recent. He's smiling. His aesthetic is clear. Like what he looks like is clear. His beard is really groomed. See, right now in this TikTok now, he's got a neck beard going on. Look, with absolute peace and love, never seen a neck beard that works. I'm sorry. I know, but I've just never seen one that works. It's not working. Okay. So again, I don't know what you're trying to pull off, but if you're trying to pull off, I never shower and I live in my mom's basement, keep the neck beard. Okay, because that's what the association of the neck beard is right now. If culture changes in the future, we can have that conversation. If you want to be the person who changes it, you can do that. But a neck beard is just not it, girls. Okay, so that's why even in the recent TikTok, he looks a little less together than the guy in the photo, which is still him.
Changed it, but I agree. It's a nice looking picture. Let's break the ice by doing an activity like mini golfing or bowling, sharing some food.
Okay, I like this. Let's break the ice. Doing an activity like mini golfing or bowling, sharing some food in a movie, or breaking ice and protesting evil. Okay, so like, okay, now I would say the reason I wouldn't swipe on this profile is because like it's too basic, right? Like golf and mini bowling. Like, do you even like mini golfing? Because I don't. I love bowling though. Let's see a movie and food. Okay, kind of basic, but let's go because I love a basic life. So then there's a conversation about, okay, does this tell me enough about your personality? Are we in the lifestyle? Are we similar in terms of lifestyle? Right? That's important. Now, chat said, in my deconstruction journey, I was always taught that noticing other people's looks was a part of patriarchy. That is true when you're first deconstructing. Again, let's bring out the paint, okay? Hold on. Let's bring out the paint. When we come from conservatism, judging people on how they look, no go. Don't do that, okay? Don't judge people how they look. Then you start to see people as people, like human. Okay, that's not how you spell human. Human. Okay, great. Then when you get to a certain level of progressivism, you go back to discerning how people look. Because again, this was only bad because it led to bigotry and prejudice. This is helpful because it helps you categorize people and how even people want to be treated, right? Example, I was at the dungeon once and I was with a female dom. She was fully dom. Everything about her was dom. She was literally signaling, I'm a dom. And this man comes up to me, taps me on the shoulder in middle of a scene. If you know, you know. This is very faux pas. And I looked at him and he taps me and I was watching the scene. But I was in the scene perimeter. If you know, you know, you can't do this. He taps me on the shoulder and I look at him, I'm like, what? And he's like, is she available to play with? And I was like, well, she's a top and a dom. So if you're willing to bottom, aren't you a dom? He goes, yeah, I am a dom. I was like, okay, well, she's a dom. She's not going to play with you. And he was like, well, she's very pretty though. And I was like, she's signaling dom. Is she wearing a collar? Does she look like she's a submissive? She's literally a dom. Why would she want to bottom for you? It's like, bro, read the room. And that's the thing. At the end of the day, read the room. Okay? And again, I think this all plays a role. You have to know how to treat people because the way people want to be treated outside of conservatism is signaled in their aesthetic sometimes. And or, because there's 8 billion people on earth, it's not a universal black and white response. So it might look different in different bubbles. Okay? And that's the problem. Is like, a lot of the time, the way we dress, and maybe it's a queer thing too, in queer communities, how we dress and what we look like is about signaling how you interact with us. So if you don't know, okay, this also goes for aunties and uncles, elders and communities, like how you look can signal how people talk to you. And I'm not saying how you look should inherently warrant disrespect. I'm saying how you look can give people cues on how they should speak to you. Oh, you look like the teacher. You look like the professor. Oh, you look like this thing. You look like you're in charge. I'm not saying it's always correct. 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 You see why I have to do that so many times? Because that I get comments from people. I shouldn't have to repeat myself, but I'm doing it so your defense mechanism that's blocking you from hearing me has time to calm down so you can hear me say it the third and fourth time. Okay? I'm saying we use social cues, we use signaling, we use aesthetic, we use grooming to tell people how to treat us. And you have to make sure the way you were brought up doesn't allow you to judge people wrongly. You don't want to be wrong in how you're casting discernment, therefore judgment. Okay? You want to be correct with the information you're observing. And that's the difference. You don't want to look at someone with tattoos and assume they're automatically a bad person, right? Okay, but you also don't want to look at somebody with a collared shirt and assume they're a good person. You have to discern. But we can't act like the way we look doesn't also subtly signal what's going on. I mean, fuckboy is fuckboy for a reason. People look like a fuckboy for a reason. You know what I mean? So again, I do agree that first we learn to not judge people by how they look, and then we learn to judge people with discernment on how they look. It's one's without wisdom, one is with wisdom. And let's be honest, if I every time, I think that's the problem is like, I do think if you come from the bubble I come from, you get really hurt at some point in your life because you go, I don't want to judge anybody the way my conservative parents do. And then all of a sudden you're in an abusive relationship because all the red flags you saw, you didn't want to judge them about it, including hygiene, including grooming. And all I'm saying is use discernment, use wisdom. Okay, back to this guy.
Seeing a movie or breaking ice and protesting evil. I feel like that's a better way of getting across what's important to me and what I'm looking for in a partner without the sort of creepiness of the other way. I'm going to keep the voice prompt. I think it's silly.
So he stands by his voice prompt?
And silly is important to me. It just is. I go crazy for this. I'm keeping that too. Most people agreed that was generally good. Changed it to life partner because that really is what I'm looking for. It was my anxiety. I was worried people were like gonna see that and think it was like too serious, coming on too quickly. But people assured me it's not. Gonna keep the Toad photo because I love Toad. I forgot this picture existed, and I like this picture. I think I look pretty good in it. I think
Yeah, it's a cute picture.
Whatever. I'm glad to have that, and I hope it helps.
Yeah.
What I'm looking for, some people suggested I was a little too just me focused. Someone kind and compassionate, aware of social issues. Human rights are very important to me, and curiosity. Doesn't matter if we don't know something, as long as we wonder why.
Better descriptor, better paragraph, better.
All of that is very true. Those are the things that are super important to me. I don't want a partner who's never like curious about the world or like wants to learn new things or wants to go new places. That's just not for me. Keeping this picture, people generally agreed this one was
Now, are you guys do you guys see where I'm going with this? Do you see how his initial profile was what he thought people wanted him to be instead of who he was, but then the parts of him that were who he was, he kept? Do you see what I'm trying to say to you? How do you know what's for you and what's for other people until you give yourself a chance to really ask yourself, is this for me or is this for other people? Is this how I want to look or is this for other people? See how he improved? See how we all feel a little bit better about this? We're like, oh, okay, see, if this was the guy who showed up initially, we would be less, like, maybe we still wouldn't pick you. But see how we're less like this? We're like, oh, okay, we know who you are.
And
yes, Chad, it shows humility that he took the feedback. 100. And by the way, I don't know about you, but I am obsessed when people come to TikTok and say, guys, people think I'm 50, but I'm 35. Help me with my makeup. And they look so much better after. And I just think that's the greatest thing we could ever do for our community is make people feel, because girls, when you come to TikTok and you say, hey, I'm not 50, and though I'm not afraid to be 50, I don't want to feel like I look 50 at 35. Can you help me? Yeah, girl. Let's help you, because you should want the inside to match the outside. Yes, that's my favorite TikTok interaction with people. Can you help me feel more like myself? Yes. Let's do it, team. I love that shit.
Prompt. The thing you should know about me, deep down, I'm a schmaltzy, cheesy romantic, whether it's relationships or art or anything else. Love is the be-all, end-all of everything. That is true. I believe that 100%. It feels weird to say because, like, even saying it is, like, kind of cheesy. And it also feels like I worry that people will think I'm just saying it because that's what I think people will want to hear. But it is genuinely true. A special talent of mine. I can't believe I used to have a picture like this too, and I don't know why I changed it. Baking. I made this wedding cake.
He made this wedding cake! And look, I'm not saying you have to swipe on this guy or that he's perfect, but holy fuck! He made this wedding cake? What? Let me move the picture down so you can see better. Holy shit, what?
Cake for my brother. I bake a ton of things. I love baking cakes and pastries and all
Girl, you should have led with that.
sorts of stuff like that. And then for my last picture, I figured I put my sweet little baby, my little cat, because,
And
you know,
you gotta talk about your pets, because some people don't like pets.
in case someone's allergic to cats or whatever.
See?
Also,
Smart.
I don't know. It says something that I have a cat, I guess. So yeah, that's my new profile.
Love
Hopefully it gets
it.
across a little bit more of who I am.
And look, he might still not be your type, and look, he might not be whatever, but the point is he tried. He's a nerd. Look at his background. He likes music and Nintendo and board games. I know exactly that kind of girl that would be happy with him. But also, or boy, did he say he's into girls? I don't know who he's into. But the point is that he listened, he improved, and he showed us more of himself, and we liked more of what we saw than the version of him he was giving us that we didn't like. And yeah, the parts of him that were still authentic to him are not my cup of tea, but somebody's gonna love it. Somebody's gonna love that little voice note he left.
As a person, thank you to everyone for all your feedback. It was immediately I was like, but then obviously what I realized a friend said to me, and it's true, is that you guys were critiquing someone that I wasn't. You were critiquing the person that I was putting forth, which was not who I am. So thank you again. And hopefully, this will lead to something. Okay, so I took...
Okay, now, right? So that's what I'm saying. So for Connie to act like this is just who I want to be, I want to have yellow teeth. No, it is not. You admitted that you're doing it as a fuck you to white supremacy, right? So you're not even doing it for you. I want to hear you say, this is just how I am. And then for her to say Jesus, Jesus didn't require bodies to be fixed, but he healed the cripple. Like, Jesus didn't require bodies to be fixed, but he did require you to show up. And so that looks different. So I don't believe Connie when she says she's not adhering to a beauty standard, because I think when you do the opposite of the beauty standard, you're adhering to that standard now. You're making a new standard. Now you feel good judging a black woman for the way she chooses to look because your standard now gets to judge her. That's what you did. In this video, maybe she could have made a different video. Maybe she could have said it differently. But in my mind, that's what she did. She now made a different standard we all have to live up to, instead of freeing us from the standard to begin with, in my opinion. That's what I got from it as a viewer, okay? That's just it. Now, chat says, mostly people judging poorly based on white supremacist Eurocentric ideals. To think you as someone not living in a body that far outside the standard are as wise as you think on the subject seems ... Do you want to finish that thought? Did you have is that it? Say it. Just say it with your chest, girl. Say it with your chest. You know what I mean? Say it. Say you don't think, say whatever you think you're saying, but say it. You know what I mean? This is an open dialogue, opportunity. If you think I'm wrong, tell me why I'm wrong and tell me how your version liberates people from the judgment of what they look like. You know what I'm saying? You're saying I'm unwise. Well, I certainly wouldn't say I'm a wise person, right? But I would also say, if I watch Connie's video and it makes me feel bad about myself and bad about my choices, not literally, I don't feel bad about my choices because of Connie's video, but if somebody watching it goes, hey, wait a second, this hurts my feelings. Like, when do I get to do it for me? Then I don't think she did the greatest thing either, right? And chat says comparing yellow teeth to black people is insane. And that's the other part of it. Like, even if she has a good intention with this video, it was badly executed. If black people are in her comments, which they are now, and they're saying, excuse me, why are you comparing your teeth to my skin? and she has a reason for that, then she better explain it better. Because it's not hitting. Now, it did hit with some people, right? So again, when we have these conversations, we are having them from our lived, bubbled experience, yes? You said others are having very different experiences and things you are saying would give more shame than liberation, and no, this is not me. Yes, I agree with you. But I'm saying it depends on where you are in your journey. All content is for the journey. Okay, everyone hears things differently. There's 8 billion people on the planet. And I'm saying if you're on this part of the journey, this content's going to make more sense for you. But if you're on this part of the journey, it might not make as much sense for you. If I see Connie at a certain part of her journey, her content starts to make sense. But if she claims she's on a part of her journey that she is, it doesn't make sense now, right? I'm saying I agree with you that some of my content might not hit the same way. But I'm telling you right now, because of the people that I talk to, the people that I work with, the people that I love, myself included, it's content we all need to hear at different stages of our life. You know how many people have told me, Brittany, I started watching your content and it really activated me and I did not like it. And I came back 6 months later and I realized, holy shit, you were right. Or now I get it. I'm saying if you don't like the content, it's okay to leave. You need to watch content that makes you feel liberated, that feels good about yourself. But I'm not interested in stagnation and I want to keep going. And there is a stagnation here. I see it, I feel it, I smell it. There is a stagnation here. There is something here that says to me, you're still telling me what to do with my body. You are still telling me. Note, I'm not making a prescription and Connie is. I am not telling you what to do with your body. Note that I am the one not making the prescription, but Connie is, and yet do you not see a problem with her prescription? Do you not see a problem with her telling you what to do with your body? That's my issue. I am not telling you what to do with your body. You are fine the way you are. You do you. But if you are attempting to do something and you want help, there's people who can help you. You know, this reminds me, my brother and I were just talking about this. This reminds me of Queer Eye. When people join Queer Eye and the guys help them look better, it's the people want the help. They're desperate for the help. They're begging somebody, please help me. Help me with my teeth. Help me with my hair. Help me with my clothes. And I'm saying that's the point. So so I understand you want to look at me and I don't know, are you just calling me pretty? Thank you. Are you like, Brittany's too pretty to like feel insecure as if I didn't grow up my whole life being misgendered and told I look like a man and told I wasn't pretty enough? And I get you, right? I get you. I have white skin, so I benefit from white supremacy, right? I'm not discriminated against, but aren't you white in your thumbnail? So once again, the victim of this story is a Black woman. So once again, as long as you're siding with Connie, you are siding against the Black woman. So isn't that the point I'm trying to make? We are all too white to look at this Black woman through this comment and say, you have anti-Blackness. Why does everyone keep ignoring that part? Because I think that's kind of the part that activated everybody. It was like, wait a second. What are you doing? This video wasn't just about Connie's experience. It was about her attacking this woman while claiming this woman was attacking her. Well, all this woman was doing was, yes, maybe inappropriately commenting on Connie's looks. That's what I'm saying. I know in which ways I benefit from white supremacy, right? Chess said it's only when you talk about people's looks, frankly, and judging them. Do what you will, and as we all should, Connie is messed up. Okay, so you do agree Connie's messed up. I don't know why talking about people's looks is upsetting for you, but that's okay. It's a very personal conversation. But to be honest with you, it feels similar to when people talk about people's kids or parenting. At the end of the day, it's a very sensitive subject, and I know that. That doesn't mean we're not going to talk about it. We have to talk about it. It's really important. It really impacts everything we do in life. It really impacts our trajectories. It impacts everything that we experience. It impacts our dating life, our choices, who accepts us, who our found family is, how we make friends. Everything about how you look matters, just not in the way the world has convinced you. How you look does matter. Okay? How educated you are does matter, just not in the way the world has made you feel or has made you think. We can't on one side of our face say like conservatives, they're so uneducated, they're so ignorant, and then stay ignorant ourselves. See how education now matters? We can't in one way say these men are disgusting, they don't groom, they're unhygienic, they're so gross, and then the other side of our mouth be like, we don't have to groom either. It's like, guys, you are allowed to feel dignified in your body. You are allowed to look at the system and say, you're not helping. Liberate people out of this thing. Don't default. Don't settle for like what the world has given you. Say everyone deserves to feel elevated, to feel beautiful, to feel good about themselves. You know, it reminds me a little bit of like, I know some girls, like, okay, it reminds me of sometimes I would have like, I didn't identify as a very girly girl growing up. And I still don't, by the way. I don't identify as a very girly girl. But I am a girl and I like being a girl. And I'm a boy and I like being a boy, right? But when I would throw parties that were like more girl and more like hygienic or feminine or spa days, a lot of the girls in my life were like, I don't want to go to that. And I'm like, why? They're like, I don't really think it's cool. I'm like, okay, don't come. But then later, they'd be like, honestly, bro, I kind of wanted to come to that, but I didn't want to like buy into that whole like girls like makeup thing. And I was like, oh, I feel you. But next time, just know like it's a safe space to say you like makeup. I won't tell anybody, I promise. You know what I mean? I'm not going to tell anybody you like makeup, you know? I want to free you from that like guilt you feel from anyone who's judging you. Connie's TikTok was judgment. And I'm saying I am not making a prescription, but I am saying you're also allowed to feel good about yourself. It just feels like when we say, don't comment on how people look, we're also saying that we can't think about how we look. Does that kind of make sense? Yes, we should not comment on how people look generally. I agree. And also, I'm too autistic for that not to also sound like I shouldn't judge people for their haircuts or their tattoos, which you know for a fact signals white supremacy. You know that. You know it. And if you don't know it yet, what are we doing? Are you saying I can't judge a person for getting a J.K. Rowling tattoo? Are you saying that like, you know, like I remember I was dating a guy and we asked about tattoos and piercings and he was like, oh yeah, if you get those things, like I'm not going to like it. Valid. My partner and I talk about this all the time. If my partner wants to do a certain thing, a body modification to their body, I will tell them straight up, I love you. If you body mod in this particular way, it might give me the ick. Example, split tongues. I used to like split tongues, but as I got older, they started to give me this like an ick, and I don't like them for myself. Okay, not that my partner's gonna get a split tongue. I'm just using an example of something that's like accessible. It doesn't mean that I am saying you're a bad person for having a split tongue. I don't give a fuck if you have a split tongue. You know, I don't give a fuck. But also, you know, like what does that? It's like, can we not be honest and say like, I love you, but that might make me feel weird. I'll try to think about it or deconstruct it, but it might make me feel weird. Is that okay? Right? You said that's so different. Tattoo is content. It's a picture. It's speech. Body composition isn't speech. So you're saying you should just accept the way you were born, period, and any modification to your body is wrong? Because I think tattoos are body modificators. Because your skin did not come out like that. That's not your natural skin color. So you changed it. You got a tattoo done. What if you black out your whole arm? Maybe that's the problem. Her dyeing her hair red is body modification to me. You know, in certain religious bubbles, you can't even dye your hair because it's body modification. I'm saying you should be able to body mod. And she's saying you shouldn't. Well, her body is modded. Right? So that's what I'm confused about. Are you saying people are never allowed to get piercings or tattoos or, you know what I mean? That's where I think we're all confused about this. Like, that's what people are judging when they judge your looks. They're not just judging the way you came out of the womb. They're also judging the way you decorate. And I'm saying some of the judgment's important and some of it isn't. Right? I remember one time I had my headscarf on and somebody came to my comment section and she's like, you look so stupid as a white woman wearing a headscarf. Like, what the fuck are you doing? And then somebody was like, Brittany's a Syrian. And I was like, okay, first of all, it doesn't even matter if I'm a Syrian. You know, y'all can wear headscarves. And also, most of the Muslims I know would actually love it if everybody wore headscarves. And also, that's a religious reason to wear a headscarf. Catholics also wear headscarves. Jews wear headscarves. People wear headscarves. Celebrities wear headscarves. Like, I don't even own the headscarf. I'm saying, why are you coming to my section and telling me I look stupid wearing a headscarf, except to give an opinion, but they were trying to do it as a way to call me out as being a white woman. And I'm saying, okay, right? Just that the color of her teeth isn't a body modification, though. This is just how her body looks, according to Connie. Maybe that is what's causing the miscommunication. Okay, yeah. So Connie's teeth aren't body modded, and she feels like she shouldn't have to change them, which is valid. I agree. Pause. Second, if Connie really believed that, then I don't think the premise of her argumentation, unless it came from some conservative notion, would then be to attack people who body modded. How is it progressive to go for people for body modding? How is it deconstructing gender and expectations of beauty standards to mock people, blame people for body modding? Okay, there's a difference between my personal ick around it and my ethical ick. I don't care if my sibling came to me and was like, hey, I want a split tongue, I'd be like, dope, bro, get it. Because like, it's what they want. I'm not dating them. Go for it. Right? And plus, like, it's like that kind of stuff. Now, I get it. Everyone's on a different journey, right? Like some people feel like, oh, I'm not going to date a girl if she gets plastic surgery, or I wouldn't date a guy if he got plastic surgery. I'm okay dating a person who gets plastic surgery. Can we talk about the plastic surgery? Can we talk about what you're going to look like? Can we talk about why you're getting it? Yeah, obviously. Right? Chess said, no, it's not wrong. It's just nobody's business. If you put a picture on it, that's a form of speech. It's not so black and white. People are judged for the body composition, not the decoration. Okay, but why were you judging me? What did I say that made you think I'm wrong or that I'm not wise enough in this context? Like, what am I not getting? I feel like I'm really getting it. And I just want to know what I'm not getting that you think I'm not getting. You're seeing something, right? What are you seeing that I'm not seeing in the way that I'm talking about it? You know? That's what I'm trying to figure out, right? Chad said, can we define body composition? Either I missed the part where we talked about that specific term, or I might be using a different verbiage. I think body composition, for some, when I think of it, I think of like how you're born. But then like you're like how you look. I don't know. Chad says, I think they're saying talking about other people's bodies is a line we shouldn't cross generally. I agree with that. Didn't I say when I covered this yesterday that I never would have gone for Connie's teeth or even talked about her teeth until she talked about her teeth and went for a black woman? Because now we have to talk about it. You made it content. I would never have thought in my life to DM Connie or to even make a video about it. And even in the past, when I've commented on certain people's looks, I've taken some of those videos down because I'm like, okay. Because again, are you asking me my personal opinion about how you look? Are you asking me how you look and if you're pulling it off? Right? Chet said, Connie said not to police others based on colonial standards because those standards are anti-black. I don't see as an attack. But she didn't just say that, did she? She didn't just say that. She assumed this woman was traumatized. She said this woman is hurt, which it might be, definitely, right? But it didn't come from a place of compassion. She lectured this woman. She's not being compassionate or like kind. She's being lectury, which means now she's putting people on the defensive like, hey, what are you doing? Like now we have to call into question her perspective, but it's so funny, right? Like, so, okay, here's the question to the person who said, I don't even look that outside the standard. Do you think Connie looks more outside the standard than I do because Connie is like visibly Asian? And I'm like, I don't know what is she? East Asian? I'm West Asian. Is she East Asian? I don't even know what Asian she is. You know what I'm saying? That might be true. And that might be a standard, right? But that does not also mean there's like, we're being informed. And I'm saying Connie is being informed by her bubble and by her trauma, given the way she went for this woman. And everyone's like, I don't think she's defensive. Is this not what that looks like? Is she not coming from a place? See, people even said, oh, Brittany, it's because she's Asian. And she's had these beauty standards thrown out here. Oh, okay. So do you know what I'm saying? So this black woman can't express something. Connie, again, I'm not saying Connie's malicious. I'm saying I disagree with her premise that all hair straightening or all teeth whitening or anything like that is always about giving into white supremacy. Okay? Chet said, I read that as her giving examples as to why she was disappointed that a black woman commented on that because of typical experiences. So to be clear, do you guys agree that yellow teeth that are that visibly yellow, okay, not just like basic yellow teeth, but like her specific shade of yellow is similar to black skin in general. Do you agree with that argumentation? Okay? So again, that was her argument, and I'm saying I disagree. I'm saying these are not analogous. Okay? Maybe if you deconstruct into the macro some variation of just talking about naturally born versus not, but the way the way she said it, the way she's like having the conversation did not land. Now, that might be her intention to say the way you were naturally born is valid, period, and you shouldn't have to change it. But then I would ask her, if that's true, then why are you changing the way you were naturally born with the way that you present? Right? That's all I'm asking. I don't know where her line is. And the reason I see a red flag is she also references Christianity, and she's referencing Jesus, and she's referencing patriarchy. Why are you talking about what Jesus would want when you're talking about patriarchy? Okay? It just feels very interesting that all her calls to action are using patriarchy dog whistles, and like nobody, like, and people are still arguing about it. Again, we are not trying to come for the way people look. Like, not literally, like, not literally. Like, again, if somebody came to me and said, like, oh, Connie's, like, ugly, I'd be like, shut the fuck up. If somebody came to me and went, oh, she's gross, I'd be like, shut the fuck up. Because that's not what we're talking about here. We're not calling her ugly. We're not saying she's gross. And if somebody said that about Connie, I'd be like, you shut the fuck up. And that's the difference. Nobody is saying that. Not on this channel. I'm saying, oh, interesting that this is your aesthetic, none of my business. But since you brought it up, because I didn't bring it up, but since you brought it up, can I ask you a question? What's up with that? Oh, I don't believe in whitening my teeth. This is my natural yellow, and I'm good with it. Oh, cool, bro. Thanks for letting me know. Dope. Dope. Thank you so much. You know? But it wasn't that. That wasn't the conversation. And again, okay, Chelsea deciding to look like this, me deciding to look like this, me painting my nails. What a statement. This goes back to the Jordan Peterson thing. Rouge on the cheeks. It symbolizes horniness, which indicates to men in the workplace that you want to fuck. Okay, Jordan Peterson. You know what I mean? Like, okay, Jordan Peterson. Like, that's what you sound like to me right now. Are you Jordan Peterson me right now? Well, I actually, you know, women who wear makeup are giving into white supremacy and patriarchy, and I just feel like natural women are the best. Why would you wear lipstick? Why would you wear red? Red, the color of the demon. You know, that's what it sounds like. And I'm saying, yes, that could be true until you deconstruct, and then at that point, mind your business. You know what I mean? At one point, yes, maybe you're wearing lipstick because you think men will like it. And then maybe you're wearing it because you think it's dope. Okay? Chad says, I'm still trying to figure out what natural yellow teeth means when new teeth are white until stained. Some people have a genetic predisposition that makes their teeth more yellow. Remember, there's a lot of people on the planet. A lot of people have very yellow teeth. Some people have I don't know the proper term, but like issues with their teeth where they have spots. I have family members who have spots on their teeth. They're not going to get rid of it. Bleaching is never going to change it. The only way they can change it is putting caps on, and they don't want to. Valid, right? I have family members with yellow stained teeth that like whitening will not fix. I would never tell them you should get that done. But if they came to me and said, hey, I'm pretty insecure about this, should I get it done? I'd be like, sure, girl, get it done. Fuck it. If you really want to get it done, get it done. As long as you're doing it for a good reason. Okay? Like, that's what I give people options. Give people options. Okay? Also, I'm not saying coconut pulling actually helps whiten your teeth, but I feel like it makes a difference on mine. Also, my tooth health in general is better. You know? Okay, did we do it? Did we kind of understand this topic a little bit better? that it's never about like demonizing someone for what they look like, you know, but also understanding that people fall into categories. You know how conservatives are always like, all these fat blue-haired lesbians with nose piercings? I mean, it is a type of person, but not all lesbians look like that. And conservatives also have that. Bald guys with glasses in their profile pictures. We all look like someone. The point is that what you want to signal? Maybe you want to change your aesthetic. Maybe you're like, I was signaling high femme, but I actually want to signal this now. I was signaling like conservative. Now I want to signal this. Okay? And let's be real. Unless we're completely in our homes, completely away from the world, the moment we interact with the world, there is a relationship with how we look. And the question is, do you understand the relationship of how you look? And then does it make you feel fulfilled? Okay? That's why I say meditate in your home and imagine, what is the meaning of my life? What do I want to look like separate from everyone's opinions? Imagine you lived in a world where nobody could perceive you. What would you look like? For a lot of people, they admit to me every day, honestly, dude, I would just not even brush my teeth. And I'm like, okay, valid. Let's talk about that. Why wouldn't you brush your teeth? Why wouldn't you shower? They're like, honestly, like I would just wear PJs all day. Let's talk about that. I would not be that person, as an example, right? But that's why we have to have these conversations. If the world didn't exist, what would you really show up as? And hear me when I say this, do you understand that for a lot of people, that is not a great answer? You answering, I only brush my teeth because of other people, is not going to be a good answer for people. For some people. Okay? Same thing with like showering. Oh, dude, if I didn't have to see people, I'd never shower. See, for Brittany, could never be me. But also, let's talk about why that is. Right? These are very important questions. Like, these are very important questions. And I don't know. I love these conversations. I could have them for hours. I could have them for days. I mean, these are the conversations I am having with family and friends. These are the conversations I have offline, because all of my friends and I are very open about our body mod desires, about the way we look and show up, about being professional and at home, about how we show up at the club. I mean, a lot of my friends have professional jobs where they have to take things off social media and cannot have social media or they'll get fired from their job. But they go out on the weekends and they party and stuff, but like their work cannot know because it looks bad for the company. Okay? It looks bad for the job. So that's why I love this topic. It really impacts our real life. It's very serious. And can I just say, I know I've talked about this before and people didn't like it. Some people, didn't like it. But you cannot tell people we are surviving under capitalism and white supremacy and then like fault people for engaging in some sort of standard to blend at a certain time in their life. Some of us, for certain times of our life, have got to blend. And then if we're privileged enough to not blend, then you can be a little rebellious and like be allowed, presence in people's life and stand out. But not everyone has the ability or privilege to stand out. And yes, sometimes your lack of privilege is what forces you to stand out because you don't have the privilege to blend in, which chat brought up. Some people don't have the privilege to get their teeth fixed or to blend in, right? I get you. But that's why we all have to have this conversation about like, why do we exist in this world the way it is? And let's be honest about ourselves, because listen, to be honest with you, I don't really believe your animal brain does not have some inherent bias and prejudice that throws you for a loop when you see a person that you automatically judge quicker than you're willing to deconstruct, right? We all have to deconstruct, and you're not exempt from it, and neither am I. But I'm saying that's why I believe in introspection and extrospection. It's why I believe in constant deconstruction, no pause. Because like, you have a brain and it's working for you. And so before you even decided, you're like, that guy creeps me out. Shoot, why is this guy creeping me out? Wait, why am I afraid of this guy? Heck, we're living in a world where some people are mad that I tell women, you shouldn't have separate money from your husband unless you shouldn't get married to a man you need separate money from. And then we're talking about how looks don't matter. Guys, come on. Gender matters. You're talking about literally not marrying men, or not having a to-go bag, or not having a separate bank account from a man. Well, he didn't choose to be a man. And yet we know that because he's been raised under white supremacy and patriarchy, there's a threat to our life there. So of course the way you look is connected to that. That's why people judge how you look. And people judge how you look to be bigoted, like conservatives, right? Okay? XYZ. It's all things. All things are happening at once is what I'm trying to say. And I am trying to get us past the basics into something a little bit more nuanced, because your life is nuanced and I can't know where you are in your life, you know? So like you might take this topic in a certain way, but like you're still, someone's dealing with this right now and needs this conversation. They need this conversation. They need it. And I just hope that I gave you the tools through this conversation to be like, I'm going to use this. If it's not helpful to you, throw it out. Okay, if you don't need this tool, throw it away. But somebody right now needs this tool. Just like with Connie. Hey, shout out to Connie. People in her comment section was like, hey, I really needed this. And I'm sure they did. I believe them. I just disagree that this is where we want to stop. I think we want to get past this. I think we want to keep deconstructing past Connie's perspective. But I'm so glad people in her comments needed to hear this with where they were in the world. Right? Like the person who wrote on my YouTube channel, like, hey, what did she say? Hold on. I know girls have been waking up since 4 a.m. to flatten their hair before the bus came for decades now. So glad you don't feel shame having curly hair, as if I didn't feel shame before. As if I haven't gone through the journey of deconstructing my own shame because of my hair. Me, a kid my whole life who felt like better to look ugly than to attempt to try, because when I try, I look stupid. Me, a girl who strained her hair and then hit it like this and cut it, like held it like this at the bottom of my head like I was fucking Hamilton, okay? Literally a girl so ashamed of her hair that I literally wanted to kill myself because I didn't know where I belonged in the world. Stop assuming our lived experience. Stop assuming to the point where now you feel dehumanized. And again, girl, I've already worked on it. But like, see how you do it back? See how Connie assumed this commenter? See how like XYZ? Again, I'm just saying, like, it's okay if Connie didn't mean it. It's okay if she meant to say it a different way. I'm just saying, okay, here's when I'm watching this. Here's something I want to talk about in regards to it. Because I think it will change things, you know, for somebody. Okay? All right. Next topic. Ooh, Discord says, I have a friend who got judged for her professionalism because of misogynistic interpretation of her social media. Like, people aren't allowed to go out there in the weekend if it wasn't raunchy or drunk picture, just people going out. It wasn't even raunchy or drunk picture, just people going out. Exactly. You know? Chad said, Brady's curly hair is also cultural appropriation. Gag. I assume that's a joke, right? You're joking. That's funny. Okay, so now we actually are going to watch this Chelsea video because I thought it was so funny. Like, this is, again, I just noticed a swing of things, like a swing of things are happening as we close up the new year. And it is New Year's Eve. Happy New Year's Eve, everybody. As we close it up, just give ourselves opportunities to have different conversations. But wait. Before I go on, did I need to answer any comments or anything? Let me see. Let me see. Also, I will say, okay, so privilege is bad because everyone should have it. And since not everyone has it, it's used against people. But everybody should be in a position to be privileged. Healthcare should not be a privilege. Grooming should not be a privilege. Nice houses should not be a privilege. Good education should not be a privilege. So I do believe, regardless of how the world is melting down around me, I am not going to settle for a life that wasn't guaranteed to me because of my lack of privilege. I was going to make that privilege. And outside of, becoming a conservative, of course, that I do believe that it is okay for people to want a dignified life, to want something more, right? So I do want you to know that too. Like, if you look at your life, and this is why I think for me, my life has so significantly changed. I really did believe I really believed I was never going to have a nice house. I was never going to have nice, whatever. Like, even recently, we put skin products into the budget. Guys, I had to budget in my care products. It has to go in the budget. I can't afford it any more than anybody else unless it goes in the budget. I can't actually afford my hair stuff unless I put it in the budget. It's a choice. I don't buy this so I can buy this because I can't afford it, right? Things are expensive. We know all the care we put into our skin. We know it's expensive. We know the hair, the things we put into our hair, the things we do to our nail, like the things we just do to our skin, and my partner too. We invest in both of our skincare, regardless of gender. We both want skincare, hair care. We want to put a priority into hygiene. Hygiene, aesthetic, grooming has a budget. It has a budget. And our life is predicated on prioritizing that budget over other things. So if you want to do that, you can. If you don't want to do that, don't do that. Right? Not everybody cares about that stuff. Some people are like, fuck it. I don't need to do that. I'm going to go spend it on something else. Valid. So good, you know? I'm not making a prescription. I'm sharing what I do in case that's interesting to you. I'm not making the prescription. So let me get you into this video to give you an example of Chelsea giving you a prescription when I would say it in a different way. Okay, I would say it in a different way. Let's go through this video together. This is a stitch. Chelsea's going to stitch it.
And doesn't know what like the kids are getting for Christmas, but I don't have to worry about the mortgage.
This creator points out that your fully grown husband not knowing what his own children are receiving for Christmas because he's truly that disinterested and disconnected from their upbringing is extreme loser behavior. And we are frankly sick of hearing about your loser husbands on this app, all of which I agree with. I would also like to add that if you are a grown woman who is fully choosing to come online and publicly brag about the fact that you don't even know how your mortgage gets paid, like you are a dumbass and your ancestors are ashamed of you. It is one thing to not be financially responsible for paying the mortgage. It is quite another to brag about not even knowing how it gets paid. Like obviously this should go without saying, but like if God forbid something were to happen to the man who is responsible for your entire financial well-being, like the fact that you wouldn't even know what website to log on to or what passwords there are to get into that account is like fucking insane. And it's also as if you asked ChatGPT, like, what are the absolute perfect conditions for financial abuse? Also, like, women fought their fucking asses off to have control over their own finances. Like, we couldn't even have our own credit cards until the mid-1970s. If now you are totally willing to relinquish that to a man up to and including not even knowing how to pay your own bills if you one day had to, like, that's your prerogative. I certainly wouldn't recommend doing it with the kind of man who doesn't even know what his own kids are getting for Christmas, but like, that's your choice. Just please have the dignity to not come online and brag about it. That tweet about like, I don't support all women, some of you bitches are very dumb, like this is that. And I'm frankly sick of having to see it. And up to and including not even knowing how to pay your own bills if you one day had to, like that's your prerogative. I certainly wouldn't recommend doing it with the kind of man who doesn't even know what his own kids are getting for Christmas, but like that's your choice. Just please have the dignity to not come online and brag about it. That tweet about like, I don't support all women, some of you bitches are very dumb, like this is that. And I'm frankly sick of having to see it.
Okay. So, I get it. Like, again, I don't want people to be like, Brittany's obsessed with Chelsea. I just like, it's so weird to see in real time people go in a direction. You know what's funny? I was watching this gym bro religiously. I've been watching this gym bro. Like he has been my go-to behind the scenes like video. And I talked to my sister about it and she was like, bro, I swear to God, like, he seems like one of the nice ones, but I swear to God, he's going to disappoint us. They always do. And he did. He made a new video and I saw it and I unsubscribed. I said, God damn it, read the fucking room. Again, we are not obligated to like our content creators. If you see me and you're like, God damn it, Brittany, read the room, unsubscribe. I don't want to go into your 2026 ruining your life, guys. You are not obligated to these content creators. Like, you know what I mean? Like I saw this video and I just thought like, bro, why are you making this video? Why do people get like famous and more popular and not do more due diligence about what they're posting? Do you know what I'm saying? It's just so crazy to me. Like you would think the more subscribers you have, the more thoughtful you would be somehow. You know what I mean? Oh my God. Like, you know what I'm saying? Okay. So, I agree that it is important that you have some idea about how things work and who to contact if things go wrong. I also understand from a realistic perspective. So now I want to talk about realistic perspectives, actually being realistic about how actual people work. Because sometimes I know I probably do it to you too. We talk about this ideal and people go, well, how do I get there? How does that even work in a real kitchen, a real life, a real household, a real school, a real dynamic, a real relationship? Well, that's a great question. So what I do for my brain is I go for the goal and I deconstruct down, or kind of deconstruct down, I guess is the good word. But I go down and I see like, how did I get there? Like, if this is my goal, how do I get there? Okay. How do I get to that point? You know, what is this? Okay. And this goes down to everything I'm doing, you know? So I joked with my partner the other day. There was a joke we made that if he died, I wouldn't know how to pay rent, because the truth is I don't pay rent. I pay rent because I make the money, but I don't pay rent. It's in Croatian. We get the bill in Croatian. So I don't pay rent. And if he died, I wouldn't know what to do. I'd have to call my landlord and be like, hey, bro, how do I pay you? Or I'd call my mother-in-law and be like, can you translate this for me? Or like, can you help me? So literal life doesn't always work that way. And a big part of it is, I know Chelsea, and she's ADHD, and other people will be like, oh, you should just figure it out. Yes. And also, one thing that I'm doing for this era of my life is not burning myself out trying to do everything all at once, because every little thing I have to do takes away from something else I have to do, including going to the doctor, including like figuring out how to log into certain things, including we are trying to do the best we can together to do things one at a time, because we're in that era of our life, hoping for the era of our life where we can be a little bit more on top of things, in a sense that we're not going to get burned out doing all the things in a week. You know, like, we're not in our 20s anymore. Okay. We are not young anymore. We are definitely disabled. Like, we are not, you know, you could be disabled and working. So everybody slow down there. That's like, how are you disabled if you're working? You can work when you're disabled. It's just harder. Okay. But like, we're working, we're figuring it out. I'm doing stuff, he's doing stuff, but like, we are slowly giving ourselves like a chance. And so, yes, I don't think you should, as a woman, brag about not knowing how bills are paid, but I think you should also be realistic about the fact that like, it would help if I didn't have to worry about this thing. Can you do it? But if I need access to it, you know? So like, I remember one day, I saw a TikTok and I was laughing because the TikTok was like, hey, I asked my partner if I could see the bank statements and they wouldn't let me. And I was like, no, red flag. That's red flag, right? So like, if I walk into my room or my partner's office and I say, hey, show me your bank statements, they're not going to be like, why? They're going to be like, oh. I'm like, because it's my bank statements. If my partner came to me and was like, yo, can you bring up your account real fast? I'd be like, yeah, what's up? Right? The difference is getting online and kind of being ignorant versus just being realistic about how hard it is to do certain things, you know? And that's the problem. Okay. Like, when we're dealing with like this generalized advice, of course, some people it's not going to apply to all people, and that's okay. Hear what's good for you and throw out the rest. But when I hear this, I think she's probably talking about conservative women who are self-hating, who don't know what's up. We're probably victims to patriarchy in a bigger way than even we are. Like, it's weird, but conservative women are bigger victims to patriarchy than we are, right? Because they're actually getting into 16-year marriages that are trapping them with 5 kids. That's not my life. I got out of it young, right? These women I keep seeing on the internet that are like, oh yeah, like, this is my relationship with my husband. This is my relationship with my life. Like, I never had this because I got out, right? And plus, it was never going to be my life. I'm not submissive enough. Let's be so for real. I might play submissive when I want to be kinky, but I'm not actually submissive in my real life, okay? Now, look at this girl.
Saying leave him, divorce him, leave him, divorce him. Do y'all not?
Oh no, this one.
And for the people saying if I was in a Christian marriage.
Nope. Hold on. This one.
What did my husband of 16 years get me for Christmas? Great question. I would love to tell you. The ugliest socks you've ever seen, and that's it. He did wrap a piece of pottery, a mug that I bought from a friend last week. He wrapped that and put it under the tree. And then when I opened it, I said, oh, did you get me a mug from the lady at church? And he said, something like that. And I said, is this the mug I already bought? And he said, yeah.
So, of course, when Chelsea's thinking, she's probably thinking of these women. Like, can you please stop posting your shitty husbands on the internet? I'm fucking annoyed, okay? But also I see this woman and I felt bad for her. And I felt like she must be trapped in a particular way. So watch this TikTok.
Ever just get mad at your spouse and like stay married? Is that not a thing? Because some of the people in the comments are treating me like I'm practicing witchcraft or something because I said, I'm committed to this marriage until I die. They act like, well, then you have no right to ever complain about anything. That's not true. He is a decent man. He is trustworthy and dependable in a lot of ways. He's a crappy gift giver and it sucks. And I've been trying to express that to him for 16 years and it's frustrating that he still sucks at it and does not care. He says he cares and he feels bad and he apologizes, but then the same crap happens again. So I'm allowed to like feel all those things and still say my commitment to this man is permanent because my commitment to the Lord is permanent and my marriage is permanent. I'm allowed to say that. Also, how ridiculous would it be to throw away 16 years and 9 children and the life we built together over the fact that he doesn't respect buying me gifts? It hurts. It sucks. It says a lot about him. I agree with all of that. And yet I love him and he's a good man. And I'm not leaving. I'm allowed to have a complaint about my marriage, even if my marriage is 99% happy. So, amount of people.
Okay, so just listen. This woman is trapped, right? This is a trap. Look at this.
And leave him, divorce
Hold
him.
on. Wife, mother of 9, trying to survive this app, America First. She's a conservative. She's a Trumper. Conservative women are trapped. They are more trapped than we are. We are ironically more privileged in many ways. I am privileged enough to marry for love and to marry somebody that I didn't have to settle for. That's a privilege, bro. Not the way you think, because you're thinking with the Trump administration the way it is, she's more privileged because she's a conservative stay-at-home mom. You know what, girl? Make me queer and gender fluid any day over this. This is what I'm saying. Do you want to be a mom trapped with 9 kids in a bad marriage? Not me. At least I didn't bring a baby into the world. You know what I'm saying? Like, I feel privileged, you know? And also, she's lonely, bro. She's lonely.
What did my husband of 16 years get me for Christmas? Great question. I would love to tell you.
Oh, wait, wrong one. This one.
I would not be publicly disrespecting my husband. And for the people saying if I was in a Christian marriage, I would not be publicly disrespecting my husband, he doesn't think what he did is wrong. So he's not ashamed of it. So I'm not shaming him. I'm not disrespecting him. I'm trying to get my feelings validated 100% because I don't have anyone in my everyday life who will validate them except for my sister, who validates every feeling I have. So yeah, we're in a lonely season right now. There's more to that than I'm willing to share publicly, but I was humiliated and devastated on Christmas morning at the hands of my own husband. Again, he's a great guy. He is trustworthy. He's dependable. He works hard. He is a great dad. He has improved in a lot of ways over the years for me. He has tried to be better. This area is something that does not speak to him. Gifts mean nothing to him. So if I just don't give him anything, he doesn't care. This is my love language. And he has not tried to learn how to speak it. And that is painful. And I'm allowed to say that. All while all the other things about him are true.
Sure.
He's great where I'm not getting a divorce. But he really broke my heart this year on Christmas. And I want someone to tell me it's okay to have my feelings hurt. That's why I made the video.
It is 100% okay for you to have your feelings hurt. Because that's what's the problem. You, the internet, does not know how to validate conservative women because you want them to leave their husbands. And I'm like, validate first, period. Then we'll talk about anything else. She is valid. This is why we warn our loved ones to be careful about who you marry and to be careful about your life. And what I would say to her, what I would say to him is I would say, and this is very difficult. It takes a lot of work to deconstruct, right? And I do agree that she maybe shouldn't come to the internet, but let's be real. This is probably this is like a cry for help. So coming to the internet might be her only chance. Now, she did say in another video, she talked to her sister. I don't know if I showed you guys that one. And her sister validates her. But I also think we have to remember that this is real. You know, this is like really real for her. And I'm not saying like, I think there's a difference. Well, I think that's a problem is like, I do think all conservative women who are still conservative, this is very specific. Then women who are liberal, but, you know, falling for the lack of deconstruction in that sense, like deconstruction, everyone can deconstruct. Nobody deconstructs to a limit. Guys, when I say deconstruction, it's shorthand for a method of introspection, extrospection that also requires you to then take action. So we deconstruct, we introspect, we like are self-aware, we think about it, we ponder, we meditate. But like, you have to understand that her life, she can't just leave her husband. Okay, I get you. I'm not telling you to leave your husband. Let's figure it out. How important is gift giving? And if it's that important, then your husband should be able to meet this requirement. Let's talk about it. Okay? Let's talk about your husband really understanding what a requirement this is. And let's consider why it's so difficult for him to do it. Because even though I know for a lot of people, they're like, oh, it's so easy, get her a gift. It sounds easy, doesn't it? Get a good gift. As a non-gift giver myself, I don't know how to get people gifts unless I see something that genuinely is for them. I'm not a good gift giver at all. Like, so a part of me is like, hey, are you genuinely not a good gift giver? So are you willing to learn to be one? Or is she willing to accept that she didn't marry one? Because listen, when I was courting my partner, we talked about gift giving. I said, I don't want gift giving. He said, I don't want gift giving. And we're compatible. I don't want a gift giving marriage. It's too stressful and it makes me want to kill myself. That's the truth. It triggers my PDA. I don't want it. And that is a very difficult thing to understand, right? Like, my parents are not gift givers. His parents are not gift givers. Okay? And that is a really rare phenomenon. Like, it's really not rare. It's really like it's real. So her husband, I would ask him, are you genuinely not understanding how to give gifts? Does it make you, like, do you hate yourself thinking about how stupid you feel not being good at gift giving? Or are you genuinely maliciously targeting your wife and treating her like shit and getting her an awful gift? Because it's one or the other. And like, we got to talk about it. Because that was pretty malicious of you to rewrap a gift she already bought for herself. That was really fucked up. Why the fuck did you do that? If that was my brother, I'd be like, why did you do that? And why did you think that was a good idea? Tell me right now. Now, the dilemma is he probably doesn't have a Brittany in his life. He probably doesn't have a family that's like, hey, why the fuck did you do this? Because it is fucked up. It is fucked up, right? That's fucked up. But who and how are they even going to have the conversation if nobody in their life allows them to have it? They don't need to get divorced yet. They need to have conversations. Because if this is genuinely the only place that's an issue, this is solvable. This is solvable. Now, you're probably thinking this is not the only place they have problems. And I would probably agree with you. I highly doubt this is not the only place, right? But again, if they're on the same page, they're both conservative, they both believe in Jesus, they both love a big family, then like, not every conservative family needs to get divorced. Okay? So again, I feel like, yeah, small problems first. Exactly. Small problems first. Thank you, Discord. And then try to get to the root of the problem. Because there's definitely something going on here. She's lonely in her marriage. Why wouldn't she be? She's alone with 9 kids. And they're not connecting. They're probably not high compatibility partners. They were also probably like, who knows if he's happy? Who knows if anybody's happy? You know? Right? Chad said at least do the bare minimum of asking what she wants for Christmas. Exactly. At least do the bare minimum of saying, like, what can I get you? What are you interested in? What's something you've really been wanting? Is there anything that like I can get you? And then if she goes, oh, I don't want to tell you what I want you to guess. Red flag. No. I can't guess. I actually kind of need you to tell me. I cannot guess. I don't know. And they're like, well, if you really knew me, you'd get me a gift that's for me. I hate that stuff. It really is scary to me when people expect me to read their minds. It gives me like the weirdest sense of like, I don't want to play a guessing game with you. Just tell me what you want. And that comes from also like a traumatized bid for affection, in my opinion, like a toxic bid for affection, which is like, I had a friend who was like that, who was very like, if they love you, they'll chase you. And I was like, no, that's your trauma. That's your abandonment problems. And they were like, no, that's romance. I was like, that's your abandonment problems. No. So when I have friends who are like that in my life and they go, would you chase me if I said I didn't want to be your friend? I'd say no. And they're like, why not? And I'm like, if we're such good friends that you would test me like that, do not test me. Do not test my marriage. Do not test our friendship. Do not test me. I will not be tested. Because like love is not about testing people. It's not good and it's not kind. And that's what it feels like. It feels like a test. Are you testing my love right now, bro? And what are you doing that for? Go to therapy. I'm not going to chase you. Okay? Same with my siblings. Same with everybody in my life. If my siblings go, hey, dude, I need a break. I'd be like, okay, I love you. Come back when you're ready. But I'm not going to chase you. Because then again, you're those parents who are like, my kids won't talk to me even though I keep blowing up their phones. Stop blowing up people's phones. You know? Okay. Let me see. Hold on, I had another thought. Where did it go? What was the thought? Hold on. Did I have something else I wanted to show you in regards to this? Hold on. Let me go to my clips that maybe I didn't pull out. Hold on, huh? Oh my God, my skin has been peeling lately, bro. Oh yeah, we're gonna watch that one. Hold on, let me get that before I forget. What did I want to say in regards to this? There was something. What was it? Fuck, I don't remember. I had a thought and it went away. It's okay. It's okay. It went away though. Yeah, I think there's like a balance between like not being naive enough to assume the good in people to the point where it comes at your expense, and also understanding that in these conservative bubbles, if they don't even know what's going on with their brains, they don't believe in mental health, they're not going to therapy, half their kids are neurodivergent, they don't even know. You know what I mean? There's so much more at play in these bubbles. So when this woman says, hey, I'm lonely in my marriage, I say, yeah, that makes sense. I mean, we're in a loneliness epidemic, guys, and lots of people are married. And lots of people think you're supposed to be lonely in a marriage, that that's normal to fight with your partner or be lonely in your marriage. And I'm saying, you know, we should talk about that. Why is this normalized? Right? Tessa's Dysfunctional Bid for Affection is a great album name. Let's go. And I think this is a part of that, which is why I can have a lot of empathy for these conservative women. And I can still say, hey, like you're, you know, contributing to the bad, right? Chess says, does it tie into attachment styles? Sure. Like it ties into everything. That's the problem. That's why we deconstruct to figure it out. It ties into everything. Okay, here's a solution. I remember my partner and I talked about flowers at some point because I really like flowers. And I think he said, I don't remember how it came up, but it was like, should I buy you flowers? And I said, oh, I mean, if you bought me flowers, that'd be dope. But I think I would rather just like put a budget in for me to go down and get flowers. Because I love, you guys know how much I love flowers. And I was like, well, I think it'd just be better for us to put in a flower budget. But we talked about it for a while. Like, do I want him to buy me flowers? Is that what I want? And not really. Like, that seems less important to me than getting them. And also, I kind of want to pick them myself. You know what I mean? And I think there's something here, something in this line of like, are you even sitting down to ask yourself, why do you want your husband to buy you a gift? And some people might say, like, Brittany, that's really normal. What is normal? Why do you want your husband to buy you gifts? Okay? And it might be for a really good reason. Like, it might be very important. But we won't know until we ask why. So when we ask why, we shouldn't just assume we know the answer, which is maybe, sorry, going back to Connie, maybe I didn't like her response because it felt like, duh. And I'm like, but is that the answer? How'd you get there? Like, I you know how when people do their math, you have to see how they do their math? I want to know how she got there. That's what it is. Like, okay, I hear you. Can I see your math? Can I see it? Because I just don't get how you got there. And same thing with everybody else. Like, okay, how'd you get there though? And that's all it is, right? Chez says, Brittany seems like a quality time girly over a physical gift girly. Yeah, I am a quality time girly, but there's nothing wrong with being a physical gift girly, right? Right? Chez said it's just a love language. It can be toxic, sure, but it's not inherently something bad. Well, love languages, first of all, are a construct created from a man who wanted to control his wife, FYI. He wanted more sex out of his wife, and he created the concept of love languages. It's not even a real thing. It's just a word we use to say, this is how I feel seen now. So my partner and I use the word, love language, but know that love languages aren't like a real thing any more than anything else is. I mean, what is gender? What is race? What is anything? Is anything real? It's just a construct. It's very helpful. It can be very good, but it also we're allowed to change. Fun fact. What if in 10 years I become a gift girly? Is that okay? Let's talk, like, you know what I mean? It just feels like there's a lot of limiting beliefs here. Guys, your marriage gets to be whatever you want it to be, unless your marriage is dictated from an outside construct like you're Christian, which she is. Chess says, I change based on the day. Exactly. I was like, I don't know what my partner asked me something the other day, and I was like, stop asking me these questions. I'm sick of everybody asking me these questions. Who knows? Maybe I'll like it tomorrow. Maybe I won't. Oh, I was like comedy. Like, do you like comedy? And I was like, what? And he goes, because you don't like stand-ups and you don't like this. I was like, yes, I like comedy when it's funny. And like, I like it. Just don't ask me. Because like, I go through stages. It's like, why? It's like, do you like pasta? It's like, yeah. Well, I've never seen you eat pasta. Well, I just don't feel like it right now. But I like it. I think, when you tell somebody I really like blueberries, and then every time they see you, they get you blueberries. It's like, relax, bro. I'm not identified by blueberries. I think people want it to be like, oh, Brittany likes blueberries. I'll get her blueberries every time. I like blueberries when I like blueberries. I don't like blueberries when I don't like blueberries. I'm not defined by blueberry. It's like when you're a kid and they like, what's your favorite color? You have to have a favorite color. Oh, my favorite color is green. And then all of a sudden, every time someone buys you something, it's green. I had that in high school. My cousin's color was orange and mine was green. And then every day after that, we bought each other green or orange balloons, green and orange sweaters, all of these things. And then one day I was like, what? Or I don't wear pink. I don't wear pink. Brittany doesn't wear pink. She's defined by not wearing pink. And then I was like, what the fuck? See, that was patriarchy. I needed to internalize misogyny. I needed to deconstruct. I was like, pink is for girls and I am like better than women because like, women are weak and like blah, blah, blah. Even though that like I'm a woman, right? And then I was like, what the fuck is wrong with me? I'm wearing pink, bro. Which is why I support like very high femme girlies. Even though I'm not one, I still think it's like valid. Even though a lot of people are like, high femme girlies are there for patriarchy. Not all of them. And that's the point. Okay? Yeah. Okay, let's take a 2-second break. We're going to come back, watch another set of TikToks. Oh, this one's girls, get ready. And then we'll finish up with this video. Hopefully I don't get copyrighted. I don't think I will, but okay, I'll be right back. Boom. Samantha Dragonetti, links in the description. Okay, I'm back. All right. Did the music just naturally stop? Oh, I just came in on a new song. Okay, hi. Hello. Can you hear me? Asmit, welcome to memberships. Okay. Oh my God. Oh, okay. Now, here's something that I found interesting. We talk so much about dating. Hold on, let me bring it up. Let me make sure I got it right. Okay. We talk so much about dating, and it's always interesting how people like weed out or test or court or date the person they're going to be with. And look, I love Pop the Balloon, but I think it's like one of the worst ways to try to meet somebody. But I think it's very telling what happens on the Pop the Balloon shows. Look what happened on this one. So this TikTok I saw first. Okay.
I just saw a Pop the Balloon clip where a woman reached into her purse and pulled out a page of a Harry Potter book and asked each of the men that still had a balloon to read a paragraph for her out loud.
Okay. People were like, that didn't happen. And then she pulled up the receipt.
On the clip, and to the weirdo that keeps commenting that, oh, this didn't happen, she's making it up. Okay, then what is this?
Ask him another question, because I kind of got a little...
Can y'all read out loud?
What?
You be surprised.
Oh, no, I hold on, come through. Can you read out loud?
Absolutely.
All right.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, that's okay. All right, then, you want to see if you can read out loud?
It's a page from the Harry Potter book, The Sorcerer's Stone.
It looks like, hold on, I'm sorry, thank you.
You'll read a paragraph or 3 sentences.
Mr. and Mrs. Dursley of number 4, Privet Drive, could say private, P-R-I-V-E-T is how you're going to do that. We're proud to say that they were perfectly normal. Thank you very much. They were the last people you'd expect to be involved in anything strange or mysterious because they just didn't hold with such nonsense.
Okay. All right.
Okay, that's crazy. Yeah, but yeah, this one more back now. We gonna go to him. Hold on. You crazy. Just don't block him. Just don't block him, y'all. All right, man. So look, we about to see if you can really read out loud. That's what you want to do. All right? Yes. Give him the paper.
Any paragraph you want.
Okay. Mr. Dursley was the director of the firm called Grunnings, which made drills. He was a big, beefy man with a hardly any neck. Although he did have very large mustache, Mr. Dursley was a thin and blonde and had nearly twice the usual amount of neck. This is crazy. I'm reading it, and I'm hearing son on the side like, pause.
I finally found the...
Okay, so... First, when this first came up, I was like, oh my God, I would fail this test. Because you see the way I read comments on stream, right? But then what she's really looking for is like some basic standard. Because right now there is like, do you guys know this trend under patriarchy in which men have decided not reading books is a brag? Have you ever met a man that bragged that he doesn't read? Oh, I don't read books. Books are for girls. Even though like men like to brag that they're the most intellectual and all men like wrote books and men are all about reading. There's another bubble that brags about not reading. And I have a feeling she's probably had to interact with some bubble variation of that. I also notice in a lot of country people, they're like, I work on a farm. I don't need to read books. And I'm like, okay, sure. But like, with that said, I also think it's important for us to understand that like, being able to read something and being able to comprehend something are different. And that's when we talk about reading comprehension, that's what we're talking about. Reading comprehension is not the ability to read something out loud. It's to be able to, it's the ability to know what you just read, right? And so when we say that America's reading comprehension is between 6th and 7th grade-ish, and the president's speech has to be at that level, it means when he says something, they can only understand, they have to be able to understand what he said, right? And that's what it is. And so I think like when I think about these kinds of tests, I really think it's funny, but it's also an indication of where life is at. And it's not the greatest, in my opinion, test because it also engages in some form of ableism, right? Because, you know, I obviously as a person who, you know, reads online and you guys see how bad sometimes I read, it can feel a little bit like judgy in a way that like could hurt feelings and could be bad. But I think what I would look for is a person's ability to have the conversation and to say the things in ways that, you know, actually allow us to have discourse. So actually, with that said, something my partner and I consistently talk about, because I've dated enough people like this, is like, please do not be a contrarian. It's really exhausting. And though, yes, I too fall into a reactionary state of mind sometimes and want to be a contrarian, don't actually be one. Because it's really going to ruin our marriage in the same way that it ruined my other relationships, where like when we're having conversations, I really want to make sure you're talking as you and you're not debating me. So I know how to then make sure I feel reassured and like being understood and seen. And then on top of that, if we want to communicate that either of us want to engage in some sort of like contrarian consensual debate, then we'll say, okay, I'm going to play this character, right? Because there's just like a lot of that. So I saw this TikTok that I thought was like really important and interesting, especially as we head into the new year, to re-examine the way we make friends, make connections, and quote, test people, because I'm not the biggest fan of testing people. I think that's the wrong way to do it. Look, people pass tests all the time they're not qualified for. It's easy to get degrees. So testing people isn't good. It's not a good metric. Instead, you should be discerning through your own maybe wisdom, if the character of the person in front of you. Okay? Look at this. People I refuse to be friends with.
Welcome to part 1 of people I refuse to be friends with. Number 1, pretty easy, contrarians. Do I have to say more? I mean, who wants to be having a conversation with someone where they constantly have to be defending themselves, where they constantly feel like this conversation could turn into a fight any second because you want to continuously one-up the conversation. You want to continuously find a way to disagree. Contrarians, y'all have some weird stuff going on, and it's not going on in my friend group.
I think often a contrarian comes in a lot of different types of people. I think they're often people that are seeking dopamine. Funny enough, I think that's why a lot of ADHDers are debate bros, because it's like a dopamine feeding thing. Also, I think it's like, honestly, from trauma, a lot of it is like people making you feel stupid throughout your whole life. So in a way to feel smart, you just argue with fucking everything. Like, oh my God, it's so hot today. Hot? It's not hot, bro. It's literally so cold. Clouds are out. Okay, it feels hot to me. Does it? Like, it's like, bro, please, it's okay. You're exhausting me, I also think it can be from like just like a lack of self-development. Like they haven't developed into like a full consciousness that has like a real relationship with themselves, which is why it can get really exhausting. But be forewarned, there is a reason contrarians attract people initially. It's because they sound like they know what they're talking about or something like that, where it almost sounds like, ooh, things are getting spicy. They're really going for it. So don't let that deceive you,
Number 2, people who are dead set on misunderstanding you. And this can overlap with contrarians, but if you are trying to express yourself, explain yourself to somebody, and they're not getting it, and so you find another way to explain it and another way, like you've tried 15 different ways to explain a situation to this person, and they're still just like, huh, what? I don't get it. They don't want to get it.
Chad said, what do you mean by believe? Like literally, this is like the most like dehumanizing experience I've ever had, is with people who purposely try not to get you. And I'm like, what are you doing? Like, I am trying so hard. I'm using every spoon I have to try to understand you. It feels like, can you please do the same? And if not, like, don't talk to me. Because I do know these people. Very rarely do I meet them, to be fair, who every single thing you say, they just take it in the worst way, the most evil way, the most like gross way. Like, why would you think I was saying that? And it's like, it's something's going on with them. Maybe a superiority thing, or maybe they're like, I don't know, but it's on purpose. It's really on purpose,
Do not waste your time and your peace trying to get somebody to connect dots that they are refusing. They are purposely misunderstanding you. It will run you ragged.
It's like someone saying like, oh, I just, as a auntie or uncle, I can't wait to spend time with my nieces and nephews. And it's like, ew, why do you want to spend time with kids alone? And it's like, why would you say that? Or, let me think of another one. I really love going to Disneyland. Oh, are you saying like you agree that like Nazism is good because Disney was a Nazi? It's like, or it's like, oh man, I'm my tummy really hurts today. And it's like, are you saying that what I fed you earlier, like upset your stomach? And it's like, no, Or it's like, oh, I have a headache. And it's like, are you saying I give you a headache? And I'm like, or you've seen in my debates where I'm like, yeah, I think like people can exist together in a different, through differences. And I think there's a way to coexist. And they're like, are you saying I should coexist with like an evil person? And I'm like, no. Or it's like, it's people that are like, yeah, I put some distance between me and my parents. And it's like, oh, so you're saying I should cut off my parents? And I'm like, no. It's just like this. And then over and over again, over and over again. Like, did I say that? 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 And it's like, it's so hurtful and painful too. Cause you're like, I love you. And I'm feeling really bad right now. Or like, oh my God. Like, yeah, I have so many examples, but I'm not going to use them. Okay.
Number 3, people who make everything into a competition.
Ooh.
Like you could say, oh, I'm not feeling well today. I had to wake up really early. Oh, what time did you wake up? I had to wake up.
Sharing versus bragging. Sharing versus bragging. Like, oh my God, I woke up at 4 today. Oh my God, 4? Versus like, I woke up at 4 today. What time did you wake up? I grew up with that my whole life. Judging when people wake up. Judging what time people wake up. Versus saying, oh, like when you don't wake up early enough and you're not available to help me, it feels like you're not there for me. It's instead, I woke up at 7. What time did you wake up? Because I was the sleeper inner. So people would be like, I woke up at 7. What time did you wake up? I'm like, 10. And they're like, you woke up at 10? And I'm like, yeah. Did I need to be up earlier than that?
Like 7 a.m. Oh, 7 a.m. Well, I had to wake up at 5 a.m.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So what I'm hearing is that both of us had to wake up.
Oh, here's a new one. Here's a new one. You listen to TikTok the moment you get up from like sleep. Oh my God. You like listen to podcasts all day. Oh, you like are on your phone a lot. I don't need my phone. When I'm at work, all my coworkers are on their phones on their breaks, but me, I'm just observing the room. Okay, girl. Observe. It's a brag. It's like okay, cool.
Early today, and both of us deserve a nap. Like, instead of finding commonality, instead of being like, oh girl, like I know how you feel, I had to wake up early too, you decided to make it into a competition. Like, so I'm no longer allowed to feel tired because you woke up earlier than me. Get out of my face. Number 4, people who don't understand the difference between talking shit and recalling events that happened.
Ooh, this kind of goes back to the gossiping conversation. Oh, that was a Discord event. Sorry. On my Discord, we had a really good event around, we have a Discord 101 event where it's open conversation. And we brought up gossiping, healthy gossiping versus unhealthy gossiping, talking shit versus healthy gossiping. Gossiping is really important, like healthy gossiping, like sharing with your friends. Unhealthy is bad. Let's see what she says here.
And if this person bullied me and I go to my friend and I'm like, yeah, so-and-so bullied me, this is how it happened, they tripped me in the hallway, et cetera, that is not me talking mess about them. That is me literally telling my experience and telling you exactly what happened in the situation. I didn't talk about their hair. I didn't talk about the shoes they were wearing. I didn't talk about their height. I'm not talking mess about them. So when people are like, oh yeah, like so-and-so was telling you this story, just talking all this mad crap about this person, like, no, they weren't. They were literally just telling you their experiences, and that was it.
If what I say about you is just factually true, but it sounds like I'm talking shit, you know what I'm saying?
Don't understand why you're not supportive of your friend who's literally telling you that somebody else bullied them. Huh? Follow me for part 2, because...
Okay, love that. I'm going to go ahead and link the TikTok. I think it's stuff like that I think is so interesting. And I think what we're all having a realization of is like, guys, as you age from young to old, you should be picking up tools, learning new habits, learning to communicate, learning where you came from, learning how it shaped you, and learning to keep what was good and to throw out the rest. I think we also forget, like, you want to keep some of the things you were raised with. Not everything in the world is bad. There are lots of really good things you learned in your life that you want to keep. So while you're deconstructing, remember, don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. Deconstruct means to pull apart and examine, to learn the details of, to understand clearly. It is not meaning to destroy. So when we say dismantle the system, that sounds to a lot of people like, dismantle to me means take apart and redo it. We obviously did it wrong. It doesn't mean to destroy. Like, what's ironic enough is like the people who are like maintain the system destroy all the time. And I'm saying stop destroying, dismantle, deconstruct, take apart, rebuild. Okay? So, know where you're at in life and see how it impacts you in a way. Now, another video I want to show you in regards to this is this one here. I thought this was like really vulnerable and open. And I also think this is so important because I saw so much of my life represented in this, but in the opposite way. Like all of the lessons like my parents taught me that stayed with me, I realize are because they wanted to counter like this, but I'll explain it in detail. What's interesting again is like, even though my parents did so many things right, they did a lot wrong. A lot. Okay. And that's the stuff we want to talk about. But there are a lot that my parents did right. Okay. Look at this girl. I thought this was very vulnerable of her.
Hi. My mom lives in filth. Let me give you a tour. Behind me, you see the house that I grew up in. There was a fire about 2 years ago, and they did nothing about it. As you can see, it's disgusting. Here's a really gross shed that we tried to paint. Didn't go so well. Take a look. Good. Here's a random pile of junk. One of many. What you're about to see is more gross buildings. Run down. Useless. Four-wheeler that's been broken down for about 10 years. I used to play basketball here. As you can see, there's a basketball. As you can see here, yet another pile of useless junk. Another run-down, decrepit building. If you look to my left, you'll see another random pile of junk. And if you look to my right, you'll see a tarp. What's in it? Nobody knows. If you look behind me, you'll see a gross, creepy barn. I'm pretty sure it's haunted. Over here, we have an entire hauler of junk. This is where things go to die. And if you look behind me, this is arguably the most disgusting part. The decrepit machine shed. Filled with God knows what. And now, she lives in a garage. A garage they turned into a house. Every time I come here, it takes a toll on my mental health. I cannot believe I used to live like this.
Okay, I'll share the link in the chat because you guys asked. Okay, same thing. Now this is the same to me as talking about what people look like. It's almost exactly the same. I know that sounds weird, but I think the body is like an extension of your look. And look, I am Assyrian, and I think this is very important. In Assyrian culture, do you know the stereotype of Arabs and Muslims and like that region of the world being very clean? Or do you guys just know the racist version where you guys think like everyone's dirty? In my bubble, everyone is very clean. Meticulous beards, meticulous hair, meticulous land, meticulous house, like maybe too clean, you know what I mean? But it's beautiful. And so now I hear it. I hear it when my mom said, no, clean up the land. Don't let junk be around. Give it away. Put it on Facebook. Go throw it away. And yes, it costs money. It costs a lot of money to get dump trucks to come in, to get things off your property. So this also plays into body modification in your bodies. This plays into your house and what you look like. It plays into everything we are. And this is why we say people shouldn't be living this way. But they settle for this because they know they're at a disadvantage and it feels like they don't have the privilege to get out. And I'm saying this shouldn't be just, well, that's just what it is. No, like this is traumatizing. This impacts your children. It impacts your life. It impacts your parents' health. So this is why I say, like, yes, you might be like sticking it to the man by living on the land, but if the land you're on is giving you fucking trauma, what good is it? Okay. So what can we do to encourage people to feel entitled to having a dignified land? I dated a guy whose mother she was a tough person. She was a struggling girly. She was like a level 1 for context. And she was very lucky that one of the men she met along her life was LGBT queer icon who left her a house in the most beautiful place ever. Guys, I mean, he left her a house that itself was very like cute and definitely like old, but like very cute. But the land he left her, where he left it, I would tell you, but it's too many details. This is an incredible situation, like $1 million plus property, like $2-3 million maybe plus property. But she was so traumatized and so impacted by her life that she didn't know how to take care of it. Filled with junk, filled with wasps' nests. The land was overgrown. Her house was full of spiders. And when I would go there, I'd be like, do you want me to help you clean? And like, we would try to do stuff. But even the guy that I was dating was so traumatized from his own life and was like a piece of shit in his own way that like he couldn't do it, right? Like they all couldn't do it. This whole family was just like struggling, you know? And I look at them and I have a lot of empathy and I have a lot of like, are we going to do the work? Can we do the work? If I give you the resources, can you do the work? But see how resources aren't enough? I mean, this woman, I'm not even kidding you, was given so much money and so many like prized possessions that were worth so much. No money. No money. No money. She spent it. And, you know, I want her to have a life that gives her stability. So she's not put in a position where she doesn't have those things, right? But I couldn't do anything about that family. That person wasn't the person I was supposed to be with. Ultimately, that relationship ended. Ultimately, my time with that family ended. But I will never take for granted how lucky I am that I grew up in a medium traumatized home, because that medium traumatized home gave me the ability to value my grooming, to value my education, to value how clean my yard was. And it changes the trajectory of your life significantly. It doesn't mean I'm still not traumatized. It doesn't mean I don't have problems. It doesn't mean I wasn't a late bloomer, but I am so much more better off. And I'm saying at minimum, people should be medium traumatized. We shouldn't even exist in a world where we're traumatized in general, because like, but the reality is like so many people are born into homes that are so much worse off. Like, and I hear it. That's why I think what I'm trying to say to you is like, if you were healed, if you were safe, would your land look like this? If you were healed, if you were safe, would you treat your body this way without it signaling white supremacy or skinny or fat phobia or any bullshit? I'm asking you, is there a standard in which you get to exist that would be your ideal instead of what you're settling for? Okay? That's what I'm trying to make clear, because it really helped me also navigate my own life and to recognize like, oh, like this is my privilege. And if I don't do anything with it, what's the point? If I don't do anything, like the other day, I made the conscious decision. I sat my partner down and I said, I love you. I need to put certain hair products into the budget. I know it sounds like it's not necessary, and I know it sounds like I have enough, but I'm asking you, can we please make a budget for more hair products? Because I've neglected my hair and it's starting to get at me and I just want to put more effort into my hair. And he was like, yeah. And I was like, okay, but like, are you sure? And he was like, yeah. He's like, you have curly hair. I want you to take care of it. I want you to feel good. You're on camera. Your image is your like job. Like, yeah, I support you. And I was like, okay, but this is like, we're going to have to take this from somewhere. Right. And that is a conversation that still needs to be had. Right. It's not as something I take for granted. It's not something that like, you know, and he deserves it too. Like if he wants to take care of himself, if he wants to get grooming products, if he wants to do XYZ, like, this is why I say like these conversations are very intimate. They're very important and they're very serious. Like, hey, can I buy some stuff? Like, can we put this in the budget? And does this come at our bigger goals? And you deserve it too. Just because you were born AMAB doesn't mean you don't deserve skincare. You don't deserve hair treatment. You don't deserve whatever beard treatment, like whatever you want. You deserve it too. But we grew up in a world where people are told like, this isn't important. This isn't what you need. And then they start taking pride in it. I'm a man. I don't care if my skin sucks. I don't even need to brush my teeth. Like, that's for girls and gay guys. You know what I mean? Then it gets internalized as like, I don't even need to take care of myself because that's for losers. And I'm saying, I don't think it's bad to want to take care of your environment. You know what I mean? And that's what I want. That's what I want for everybody. And so I see this girl and I see her vulnerability, and she is saying like, this traumatized me. Because in another bubble, you'll hear like, well, at least you have land, at least you have property, but yet no love, physicality is going into that property. And then people in the comments of this girl's video was like, damn, and then you're going to have to take care of that property when your mom dies. Yeah. And then when her mom dies, she and her siblings, or maybe her herself, I don't know if she's a single kid, will have to come through and clean up all of the mess that her parents didn't do for her. And that's why I say, like, your parents are the adults, but they're also the reason, like, your parents dying shouldn't stress you out more than the fact that they're dying. Does that make sense? Like, something I really appreciate about my parents is like, them dying, I told them, I was like, you get your paperwork in order. I refuse. I'm not going to fight the siblings over property. I'm not fighting over any inheritance if there is any. I'm not doing this. Take care of it in paperwork. Do not burden us with this. And they did it. They were like, okay, everything's in a trust. Everything is set up. You guys won't have to fight about this later. I was like, thank you. And then how many parents are not doing that? How many people are not doing that? And that's what I say, like that. Yes, it's a form of privilege. And my parents started way late. They did. But they got there, and I will always be appreciative. I will always be appreciative. And that's what it is. You know what I mean? Like, I'm never trying to shame you for how difficult your life has been. I'm always, because I don't believe in shame. I don't think it works. I don't think punishment works. And I'm always trying to remind you that, like, you don't have to settle for this. If you're working so hard to avoid shame, so you don't admit to yourself you want more, that's not the answer. Without shaming you, you deserve to want more. You deserve to want better. You know? Okay. Any thoughts on that? That's the last thing in that regard I want to talk about. That's the last thing. And then I got another video to show you. Discord said it took me a long time in healing to understand I can have nice things to take care of and a nice living environment. Same. You want to talk about deconstructing? I can't, like, again, guys, I already fell for the buy a trailer and live in a camper van because you can bring your bills down to $1,000. But the sacrifice is like a cramped space, no privacy. You have to poop where you cook, and you have cold showers. That's not living. Living is not bringing down my living expenses and having to shit where I eat. That's not living. Sorry. Like, what do you think happens in the camper vans? You know what I mean? Like, the trailers, like, that's not it. That's not it. This isn't it. This isn't it. This isn't living. This isn't it. Like, no. You know? It's cool temporarily, but I used to think if I could just bring my bills down, instead of thinking if I could save for something quality, or I could make more money for something quality, instead of settling. You know what I mean? Which is such a trap. What a keeping up with the Joneses mentality, right? What an ironic opposite end of, like, buying the car you can't afford, living in the trailer that's going to impact your mental health. And I remember in my 20s, I would take the shittiest apartments, the shittiest anything, did not care, was super grateful. And look, that was important. That got me through a lot. Okay, it did. But also as I got older, and it's always what my dad says. My dad always said, like, it's okay to struggle in your 20s, but, like, we're in our 50s, 60s now. When is the struggle done? And the truth is, a lot of people are in their 50s and 60s and 70s and 80s, and they are still struggling like they should have been in their 20s. And I'm saying, without abandoning those people, we need to prevent it in younger generations as fast as possible, because they are growing up and not considering their retirement. We're not considering our old age. We're just afraid of it, but we're not actually doing the work to prepare for it. And I just say this as somebody who's starting to do the work. It's possible. It seems to be, like, doable. It's not about making, like, 6 figures, though that would be very helpful. Holy fuck. I would love to make 6 figures, like, every year. That'd be so fucking good, you know? But that's not what seems to be necessary. But what seems to be necessary is an actual goal that doesn't get derailed. You know what this feels like? It feels very similar to a changed value. You know how I say you have to embody the values? You can't just say you're anti-homophobia. You have to be anti-homo. Like, it has to be something that's a value of yours. Same thing with, like, investing in your life in a particular way. You know, like, It can't just be something that you think about doing. It has to be something that like is a part of like who you are. You know what I mean? Something like that. You know, Chad says growing up poor is not a great start of creating a successful life, though. We have to work so hard for survival when we don't have that much to get us where we want to be, for sure. And that is the struggle, right? That's why, you know, the question of whether or not parents should have kids when they're poor comes into the conversation. If being poor is a huge hindrance to your success, should poor people have kids? Not legally, but ethically. If your hindrance when you're born into a rich family is that you never see your parents, should you be having kids if you can't be in your kid's life? That's why we have these conversations. That's why we have them. That's why I'm not mad when your kid is a Nepo baby. I'm not mad your kid is privileged, bro. I'm just asking you to think about it. And then I'm asking people who are bringing new people into existence to consider that you think life is hard now, and then you sit here, people sit here, not you, Chatter, but people sit here and say life is so hard, it's the most difficult thing ever, I'm literally terrified for my life. You know what we should do? Make a baby. And I know like 40% of babies are not planned, but Jesus Christ, hello? I'm just saying, you know, life is harder with a baby. And then the people are just having them so casually. Everybody is just having them so casually. So casually. And I'm saying, but why? Why? Because we haven't deconstructed, we haven't gone to therapy, we haven't really thought. This isn't shaming poor people for having babies. You are not an evil person for having a baby when you're poor. Are you responsible enough to not have a baby when you can't provide? And that is something you have to teach yourself because you were probably born into an environment that didn't teach it to you. Right? I saw this TikTok the other day that was like, my child won't talk to me, and my child was mad at me because I never sat down to teach them how to budget. But like, you figure it out. If you have $500 and you spend $300, you have $200. And I was like, this is what I say to my parents. Like, you never sat us down and taught us how to do things. You got us bank accounts. You gave us a checkbook, but you let us have jobs and keep our money, but you didn't tell us what to do with the money. And the reason they won't admit it is because they were bad with money. Like everybody else was bad with money. You know, so they don't want to talk about it because the truth is they couldn't have sat us down to talk about money. They weren't good with money until we were grown. My parents did not figure out finances until we were grown. Like out of high school you know what I mean? They couldn't have taught us. So when I say I'm a late starter and everyone's like, oh my God, what's wrong with you? Hello? Most of us are late starters because of our environments. And the people that are ahead is also because of their environment. You are not special. You know, you coming out and being like, well, this was my life and I got this. Again, everybody has a circumstance that leads them to a circumstance. Okay? And I'm just saying, like, we have to be aware of that. And I think it's really hard because right now millennials really aren't talking to their parents. And it's not like they're not open to it. It's just like, you're not changing. But we want to talk to you. It's just like everything's a battle. Everything's a fight. Like everything is a fucking pulling teeth with you. Instead of saying like, oh, we could have done that better. And like, here's what I've learned, you know? Or they put a pressure on you. Like, it's so funny because like my siblings and I talk about this all the time. We're like, my dad will still brag to this day about a great deal he got on a car, even though, for one of the kids, even though like it's my siblings' worst nightmare. This car was like the worst financial decision, the worst thing for everything. It was the worst, but to this day, my dad's like, got a great deal on that car. My dad is such a dad stereotype. That's such a stereotype of a dad. To be like, oh, I got a great deal. A great deal, bro? You put your kid in crazy debt with bad credit for a car that wasn't, they could have gotten so many other options, you know? And that's what I'm saying. You don't want to be that person, right? If you don't want to be that person, then you got to do something different than your parents did with you. The only way to be different is to be different. And nothing will change if you don't change. Ugh, parents, am I right? You know? Oh my God. Chet said at least your dad didn't flee the country with 800,000, is that pounds? Euros? Of unpaid taxes for business? Damn, bro. Oh. Damn, bro. Damn, that's rough, honestly. Speaking of rough, oof, this TikTok I'm about to show you. And look, it is a Reddit story that you're reading out loud. I know people are not always happy when I review these, but this one is definitely real. And if it's not real, I definitely know real people who have written very similar messages. So let's go over it.
Cartoons, but my boyfriend convinced me to watch. I don't watch cartoons, but my boyfriend convinced me to watch some of his favorites. I wish I didn't, and now I can't see my boyfriend the same way.
Okay.
My 26 female boyfriend, 29 male, is really into anime. It's honestly his biggest hobby.
Uh-oh.
I don't watch cartoons, however, my boyfriend has been trying to get me to watch it with him. We've been together for almost 18 months, and we've lived together for 4 months. My boyfriend said it would mean a lot to him if I watched it with him, so I decided to give it a try. I wish I hadn't. I was gobsmacked.
I like how all of us are like, uh-oh. And like, we love anime here, but even we're like, uh-oh.
Can honestly say I wish I had never watched any of it. Even thinking about it now makes my skin crawl, and it took me a while to be able to write this post. There was lots of sexual assault, multiple instances of the male characters being in relationship with children, but...
Okay, pause. First of all, when chat says cartoons, they are cartoons. When people call them cartoons, they're demeaning them. I don't know if you know this. Adults don't watch cartoons. They think you're stupid for watching cartoons. So when she says he watches cartoons, she's making fun of him. That's why calling them cartoons is funny. So like, just in case you guys don't know that, like that's why people get defensive over the word cartoon.
It's okay because they aren't actually young girls. They are over 1,000 years old. Gross and unrealistic proportions on pretty much every female character, no matter their age. Almost none of them wear proper clothes. The way female characters are portrayed and treated is frankly gross. Ever since I watched I Can't See My Boyfriend the Same Way, this wasn't one episode or one single anime. All of the ones he watches are the same. My boyfriend says these are his favorite kind and he doesn't see any problems with it. He told me I'm overreacting and there is nothing wrong with any of it, whether it happens in anime or in real life. I'm so grossed out, I have no idea these were the kind of cartoons he likes. Every time I think of it, my skin crawls. This week, I'm away for a family wedding while my boyfriend had to stay back in Brisbane for his job, so I have some time to think. Ever since my boyfriend told me he doesn't see any problems with his cartoon portrayals, I can't think of him the same way. I don't think I continue the relationship knowing he feels this way. He says my opinions are outdated. I don't see how we could move past this. I don't watch cartoons.
Okay, now, comment section. Okay, comment section. Who's like, this coming from all women who watch and read stuff like Vampire Diaries and True Blood, you do you, dude. Or, to be fair, Twilight. But to be fair, I have a video coming out about this. I have a podcast coming out about this. As a general collective, women are getting annoyed with the 100-year-old vampires and 16-year-old girls in high school. And as an avid anime watcher myself, honestly, I'm this close to begging Oda to please write Sanji out of the story. I'm sick of him. I'm sick of Sanji. Okay? And look, I will tolerate a lot of fan service and I will tolerate things, but I am sick of it. I just started a new anime with my partner. It is so good, except it is so bad. I can't even tell you which one it is. I refuse to tell you. I'm not telling you. Because as I'm watching it, I'm like, this could have been such a good anime. It is so gross though. The fan service is nauseating. They're teenage high school girls. What are we doing? But the premise of the anime is so good. And I'm like, oh, I hate you. I hate this. I hate this. I hate this. Because it's such a good story. Why is this being depicted this way? But it's like, and then, okay. That's how, honestly, I think chat brought it up. A lot of people feel about like, what was that show called? You just said it in the chat. Game of Thrones. It's like, even for Game of Thrones, even for adult shows, even for TV shows, I'm getting kind of burnt out on some of the storylines here, guys. Okay? I'm getting kind of burnt out on some chat. Tell us. I'll tell the Discord because I know this is YouTube. I'm gonna get clipped. I'll tell the Discord. But like, you know what I mean? It's just like, it's so stupid. And I'm just like sitting here like, even regular shows, I'm burnt out. I'm just burnt out on the sexualization, the rape fantasies, the like incest. I'm burnt out. But I do think in a good story that's well written, it's not the point, it's a part of the plot. I just think a lot of these animes, I'll tell you this, I stopped reading certain authors because it started to feel like their porn fantasies were in the story instead of them writing a story that happened to have sex in them. Do you know what I'm saying? It feels that way with anime sometimes, where sometimes I'll watch anime and I'm like, okay, like, look, I think Sanji, actually, when I think about Oda and writing One Piece, because there is really so many trans characters. As I continue this show, I'm like, damn, the whole cast is trans. I realize that like Sanji is a misogynist and a transphobe. I don't know that Oda is, but Sanji definitely is. He's annoying. He's very transphobic and very misogynistic, but like there are so many trans characters in the show and other people respect them, but Sanji just like, it's Sanji, bro. It's him and I'm annoyed with him, but then somebody's got to be that character. Like that's his flaw. Like Sanji's flaw is his misogyny and transphobia. And so then I'm like, ooh, commentary on this, commentary. And then I'm like, okay, that's interesting versus us having to like Sanji. It's like, I don't think I like him very much, you know? But then at the same time, I do think some shows are like ridiculous. Like I do think it's a red flag if you watch certain animes, but I also think like we've all been there where we really, really liked an anime and then it pivoted to some sort of weird incest storyline. And you're like, why would you do this to me? Why would you do this to me? And it's like, what do you do then? Do you just kind of pretend it's not there so you can get through and enjoy the show sometimes? Or do you just stop watching? Who knows? Okay. So their chat goes, there's a reason why 7 Deadly Sins is not part of the anime starter pack. You're supposed to start them off with something more mild like Death Note. I am not sure. Let me see here. The chat here thinks it's 7 Deadly Sins, but I don't know why, right? Cartoons and anime are not the same. I mean, you know, the way I know he had her watch 7 Deadly Sins. I also hate this anime for the reason. I've only seen season 1 and I don't remember it, to be honest. I didn't care about it enough, right? You know, but it's like, this one says, I swear I need these men to understand that if you want to get your girl into anime, you got to start at the shows and books she already likes and find one similar. Like there's so many good anime out there. You know? Oh, that's funny. My YouTube chat says my sister guessed 7 Deadly Sins as well. Yeah, 7 Deadly Sins, it seems to be the big guess. But I don't remember it enough to know. That's why I didn't think about it, okay? Hold on, let me tell Discord. This anime, I'm so mad. I'm so angry at the fan service, bro. It's so stupid. Like, why? I don't want to see. And even if I was like, you know, some anime, some of the girls are like pretty sexualized, but I think even the way they sexualize the girls could be acceptable to girls, like could be acceptable to us. You know what I mean? Like, in a way that doesn't feel like patriarchy or misogyny necessarily. But no, some animes, I'm like, this is unacceptable. And I hate that. Because why are you going to put this in middle of a good story? I mean, heck, even growing up watching Sailor Moon, right? Darien is out of high school. Sailor Moon is in high school. You know? So it's like, this whole thing, right? And I get it. Like, we have to deconstruct. It's all very gross. I mean, they say Oda used to get criticized by the studio for not drawing beautiful women. So he had to learn how to draw like the sexy version of the characters we know now. And that was because like the studio was like, the fans are not going to watch this show. And it sucks because the story is so good. Like One Piece is so good. But it's true, at the beginning of One Piece, Nami and Robin, they were flat-chested, nothing was exaggerated. And then after he got told that, it was like, it went crazy. It went crazy, bro. And I do think, again, there are mostly the characters in One Piece wouldn't be that big of a deal, but it's the camera angles, it's the zoom-ins. It's that kind of stuff that I'm like, why do I need to zoom in on her crotch right now? Like, why is that so important? But that's what it is, right? So anyways, when we like have these conversations, I think it's so interesting when people introduce people in their life to things they love. But I do think like your lack of self-awareness of how people are going to receive it is a problem. Like the fact that her boyfriend's like, I don't see a problem with this. Do you really not see a problem with this? Because as a very big fan of anime, my partner and I always call out the problematic stuff in our anime. We're like, holy fuck, look at that, look at that, look at that. Like, do you really not see a problem with it? Are you saying there's not enough of a problem to stop watching it? Because if he doesn't see any problem with anime, super red flag, right? That doesn't make any sense. But also, this is why a lot of normies think anime is just porn, because like they're not showing them like these classic animes or these great like storylines or these great like, I mean, show her a Miyazaki film for fuck's sake. You know what I mean? Start her off easy. You know? And so I think that's a big part of it as well. And by the way, there are so many good animes written by women. There are so many good animes written by women. And I'm sure he likes them. There are a lot of really great animes written by women. You know what I mean? Show those ones. Anyways, I just thought I would share that because I know how much we love anime here in this bubble and how much we know that you got to appeal to the audience. There's so many different animes. Guys, there's so many bad animes. Just in general, bad animation, bad storyline, bad voice acting. There's so many good ones. There's high production ones. There's popular ones. Like, what's the one that got rated like best anime of all time? The one that just came out, Leveling Up, Solo Leveling. I watched season 1. It was fine. But you all hype that up way too much. I'm sorry. Like with Peace and Love, the hype was crazy. It was okay. Okay? It was fine. But the characters were not interesting. I did not care what happened to them. And there's no way I bothered to watch season 2. Okay? But other animes, it's the opposite where I'm like, okay, maybe like the animation could be a little better or things could be a little smoother, but like the storyline, the characters, I want to know what happens next. Everyone watches anime for different reasons, but like, you know, so I actually, as much as I want to defend anime, actually think this guy might be a red flag. All of that to say, I love anime, but I think this guy might be a red flag. I think she's right to probably be suspicious because, you know, once you get that suspicion that you're looking at the guy you're with and you're like, are you okay with this fantasy in any capacity? Like, I think she's right to maybe break up with him, you know? I think so. Because you know, if you find nothing wrong with it, then it's like, okay, well, there's definitely something wrong with it, you know? Ooh. Oh, it's a firework. Oh, I thought I was dying. I always think it's gunshots, but that doesn't happen in Croatia. It's a firework. It's New Year's. Oh my God. Woo. Okay, we're okay, girls. Sorry. I know you couldn't even hear that, but I heard it and it killed my heart just now. Okay, let's move on. Oh my God, I thought I almost died. I sweated. I just broke out in sweat, bro. I just literally broke out in sweat. It's only 7:30. But you know what's weird about Croatians? They're always popping off fireworks. Year around, somebody is throwing off a firecracker, a firework, something. I don't know what it is about. I think because everything's concrete, there's like no way the building's gonna go up in fire or something. But everyone's always doing it. And I just think it's so funny. Okay, now let's do this. Let's take a second break. We'll come back. We will bust through this video, which will be so fun, I am sure. So funny. Last week on chat, somebody brought up Not So Erudite, and she showed up in a Jubilee video. We're not going to watch the Jubilee video straight. I'm subscribed to Rationality Rules, and he's reviewing the Piers Morgan conversation with Kyla. He doesn't seem to know who Kyla is, which is so interesting. And he's like really like impressed with her debate skills. But remember that Kyla is still, you know, hanging out with the predators. She's still upholding the patriarchy. She's still engaging with all the shitty men. She didn't leave, you know, and I get it. We've all been there. But also just reminder that even though we might be watching her and everyone's like, whoa, she really like pwned Piers Morgan. It's not that big of a feat when you're still hanging out with Destiny. I said what I said. Okay, I'll be right back. All right. I'm going to pause music. I'm back. Hold on. Okay, I just want to say something. Guys. Listen. I haven't even posted. This video's gonna look. Is the world ready? Should I go back down to the basics? That's what I'm saying. Do I have to go back down to like... You know, we have to understand it. If Americans have a 7th grade reading comprehension, then, you know, and I understand that. But also, like, I just got a comment on my video that said, like, why are we interested in someone's teeth? This is so weird. Like, why are you even talking about this? How do you not see that? No, like, she cares about her teeth. So now we care about her teeth. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, I wouldn't even know about it, but she made it a thing. And then she made a prescription. I don't get it. This isn't me. You know what I mean? Like, I don't get it. That's why I think it's interesting when people say like in one breath, they'll be like, oh, everything we do is impacted by society and systems. And also like, why does this matter? What? Hello? But like, it's so interesting, like that, because people really just think like it's bullying. But bro, do I look like a fucking man making content about women and what they look like? You know what I mean? Like, do I look like a fucking, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, come on, girl. It's funny. This person said, I'm so confused. Why are we so interested in the hue of some random person's teeth and their reaction to it? The world is so interesting for this to have 5 minutes of a pointless discussion. That's like saying, why do we care about someone's hair? Do you know what I'm saying? Girls, I hear you, but do you hear yourselves? How in one breath do we say skin matters, hair matters, and then you don't think teeth matters? Of course you're not defined by your teeth, but why are you saying it doesn't matter? Then hair wouldn't matter, and skin wouldn't matter, and bodies wouldn't matter, and gender wouldn't matter. It's both things. Also, this plant-based drink is so good. You know, it could have been such a great opportunity for us to have such a good conversation, but everyone keeps getting bogged down in the, why are you commenting on her teeth? Anyways, okay. Let's watch this video. Let me up the speed. Do. Oop, hold on.
I think the left hate men. I mean,
just to pause you.
They do. Even movies like Barbie. I'm slightly left. I think masculinity has never changed. All that's changed is the interpretation of it.
In one breathtakingly confident sentence,
this is Rationality Rules. I don't know if you guys watch him, but I watch him on occasion.
Piers Morgan just defeated his own argument. He is trying to claim that masculinity is a fixed, eternal truth, while simultaneously admitting that our understanding of it changes completely depending on where we live. It is a moment of total philosophical incoherence. He's essentially saying the thing hasn't changed, only everything about how we practice the thing has changed.
The interpretation of it.
And this accidental self-own is just the crack in the dam.
Rationality Rules is kind of like Alex O'Connor in the Debate Bro bubble, but not Debate Bro. They're more atheist adjacent. So he's a little bit more serious about watching debates. He's a little bit more, he's not like the Destiny people like Kyla is. Like, I hardly doubt, in my opinion, that he would show up on a Jubilee video, but he still is in that sphere where like, there's some level of seriousness. Now, I think Alex O'Connor did show up on a Jubilee video, which again, engaging with Jubilee is like, you know, like in the format that they're doing it, like the 1 person versus 20. Anybody who shows up in there is a red flag to me personally, but...
What we're about to see is a man realizing that he cannot answer the question in front of him, leading to moments of deflection so clumsy they become accidental comedy.
What's that got to do with them being masculine?
Why hello, my fellow apes. I hope you are well. Today, we're breaking down Piers Morgan's appearance on Jubilee Surrounded, where he faced off against someone named Kyla.
And of course, you know, Kyla and I had a falling out years ago because she sided with Destiny and I moved away from the bubble. And I told her, you got to do what you got to do, girl. With peace and love, good luck. But she's like, you know, his friend and she wants to save him, even though he was recording people without consent and sharing that content with people. And he was facing a felony in Florida and all the other horrible things he's done. But here she is. So in one way, her career is looking great. This is a great thing for Kyla. In another way, it's just an indicator that she's still in the bubble. So it's kind of like, it's like weird. It's like you're happy for her. Her career's taking off. You're also sad for her because she's still in this bubble, you know?
The reason we're watching this isn't just because Piers gets frustrated. It's because Kyla traps him with a single devastating historical question regarding Spartans and Athenians. You're going to see Piers realize that if he answers her question honestly, his entire premise collapses. So instead, he uses every trick in the book to ensure that the conversation happens on his terms, not hers. Put simply, frame control. So we're going to track that one unanswered question throughout this exchange. We'll count the dodges, we'll analyze the escape tactics, and ultimately we'll see how Jubilee's own editors had to step in to expose him. It starts—
Wow, it's so weird how time goes by. I haven't seen Piers Morgan in a bit. He looks so significantly like older, but that's just the reality of like life is changing. We are becoming the new adults. Like, you know, Piers has been around for so long and always been Piers Morgan, but he is getting older. All these people are going to age out and then we're going to take over. And I think that's why young people are trying to make a name for themselves, especially and so aggressively through Piers Morgan. And I just think, you know, that's how it works, isn't it?
It's right here with the claim that builds the trap he's about to walk into.
Wait! Chet says Rationality Rules kind of got on my shit list after commenting on trans people in sports. Like I said, I don't watch him religiously. It's only on occasion. I don't know anything about that. Oh no, is he one of those like keep trans people out of sports thing? Oh, gross.
Surrounded claim is that masculinity has never been toxic.
So there's the claim on the table. Piers Morgan, a man who's made a career out of being the loudest person in the room, steps into the circle to defend a claim that is absolute, provocative, and, as we're about to see, intellectually impossible to defend. Unless you cheat, of course. Masculinity has never been toxic, he says. Not rarely, not often misunderstood, but never. It is a universal negative claim. And
Chet says Piers Morgan is a conservative. No, he definitely is a conservative, but he's always been the liberal. That's the problem. A lot of guys who are liberal are now conservative. Like Dawkins was liberal, Hitchens was liberal, but they're really just conservatives. And that's why you have to keep deconstructing it. But like Piers was always for entertainment first and foremost, you know?
Anyone who's ever taken a Philosophy 101 class knows that universal negatives are incredibly difficult to maintain because all it takes is a single contrary example to shatter the entire structure. Now, before we get to the mechanics of how he defends this, or rather—
Wait, there was a big breakup and scandal with the Texas atheist community, the community of Matt Dillahunty. I know Matt Dillahunty's work, of course. Was it over the trans stuff or was it over something else? Matt Dillahunty is also somebody that I on occasion kind of check in with, but really stay away from. I'm not really, the atheist bubble, the boy bubble, atheist bubble is kind of like snooze fest to me a little bit, but yet I do find myself just checking in like, how's it going, boys? How we doing over here? And then I kind of check out again.
How he avoids defending it, we need to appreciate the setting. This is Jubilee Surrounded. It is a—
You said yes on the trans stuff. Was Matt Dillahunty pro-trans? Because I thought Matt was pro-trans.
Gladiator bit. The format itself favors the aggressor. It favors the person who can dominate the conversation and hold control, simply because one side will always get voted out. This is where nuance goes to die. But every once in a while, someone genuinely brilliant steps into the ring. Enter Kyla.
One second. How do you do? I'm Piers.
So I guess where I want to kind of start is talking about masculinity. So I view this, do you think that this is like socially emergent, I imagine, to some degree?
Right out of the gate, Kyla is trying to establish a shared reality. If Piers admits that masculinity is socially emergent, meaning that it's constructed by society, shaped by culture, and changes over time, then his claim that it has never been toxic becomes impossible to defend. If society builds masculinity, and societies have built terrible things, slavery, fascism, segregation, then it stands to reason that a society could build a toxic version of masculinity. But if he grants this premise, the game is over before it begins. So, how does he answer the question?
Pause. Chad says, I think so, yes, but he disinvited Rationality Rules, I think, and it sparked a whole victimization. What the hell? You know what? It's the era, as we move into 2026, of really knowing what bubble you want to be with and who you want to associate with. And it's so difficult because these debates happen because we're on opposite ends. But if we are debating a Piers Morgan, we're also uplifting and platforming him, which is why I don't like the debate bubble, because it forces you to also platform. Like, that's why I'm annoyed with Hassan, which I'm always annoyed with Hassan, to be fair, when he was like, oh my God, Charlie Kirk died, and I was going to debate him in 2 weeks. Why were you going to debate Charlie Kirk and platform him? It doesn't help you. It's okay to react to his stuff and disagree with his points, but collabing with Charlie Kirk and putting your name next to his, like, in that way, does not help anyone but you reach more clout, which I know Hassan wants because he wants more conservative men to see him so they can become liberal. But like with peace and love, I feel like people do not know conservatives. No conservative man in my life will ever be convinced by Hassan Piker. Never. There's not one. I can't even imagine a conservative man in my life being convinced by Hassan Piker with peace and love. Okay, no offense. So like you're not going for conservatives. You're going for like liberals, maybe like men who have already like left religion. You're not going for like MAGA people. And Charlie Kirk appeals mostly to MAGA people, ultimately. So it's like, I don't know, bro. You do you, though.
Does he engage with the concept of social emergence?
Do you think that this is like socially emergent, I imagine, to some degree?
Well, I think the truth about the whole toxic debate about masculinity is it's a completely new phenomenon. Before, about 30 years ago, nobody ever used that phrase. It's only really in the last 10 years it's suddenly been amplified and used for absolutely everything.
Notice how he doesn't even glance at the question. He treats it like something foul, catches a whiff and bins it immediately. Instead, he pivots to a meta-commentary about the phrase toxic masculinity. This is the first trick of frame control. Ignore the concept, attack the terminology.
It's a completely new phenomenon.
And in doing so, Piers commits a category error. He's confusing the linguistic category with real-world existence, suggesting that because...
Pause. Chat says it seems like people only change from personal experience. If by personal experience we mean an embodied personal experience that forces you to have a philosophical deconstruction, yes. Because a lot of people said to me over the years, I can't believe your parents are still homophobic when they have 3 gay kids. And it's because, like, it's not personal enough, but it's also not embodied enough. Or the fact that so many people in my family are definitely bisexual, but they are not bisexual anymore because they found Jesus. And it's like, yeah, your personal experience isn't enough, right? Because you would think like, oh, Blair White is trans, she's having a personal experience, but it's not the right one. You have to have an embodied philosophical experience that radically changes and bubble pops you into a different way of viewing reality, so you can have a different relationship with life. And that is really, really hard. Like, that is so hard to do, right?
The label is new, the phenomenon must also be new. Honestly, it's like arguing that gravity didn't exist before Newton named it. But Piers is just warming up, because he now launches into his...
Pause, that's very important. It's like saying gravity didn't exist until Newton named it. Exactly. That's why I say men do not invent shit. That's why I'm saying stop saying you invented it. You discovered it, you came upon it, but everything exists. It's not you. It's a combination of things. It's like we want to take credit for things that, like, it's not about us. It's not about our ego. And that's why, like, discovering things, racing to the moon, all of these things we're doing for ego should have been done for the sake of curiosity and knowledge. But it's always a dick contest, isn't it? Not to be crude, but you know what I mean?
Favorite tactic, the Gish Gallop. Named after the creationist Dwayne Gish, this involves drowning your opponent in a torrent of weak arguments and half-truths.
Pause. Since this is related, Chet said, Brit, will you make a video on Sneeko? What are your thoughts on him recently? Have not checked in with him. I have no idea what he's doing. I did check in on Kyla's channel this morning to see what she's up to, and she apparently had a conversation with him a month ago. I did not watch it. Look, it's over. They're done. Any chance that these people reform or become better is like so low. The probability is so low. And so, like, do I think it's possible for them to change? Yes. But it is so significantly low that it's just not interesting to me. And so though I check in with a lot of people, I have not checked in with that community because I'm just like, it's not going to happen. You know, I think these people there's no incentive, you know, for them to change. So I just don't keep up with them, to be honest. The most updates I get are when my algorithm randomly shares it or when my Discord shares stuff. But yeah, I'm not going to hold my breath for these people, you know?
Overwhelming their cognitive load. It exploits Brandolini's law. The energy required to refute bullshit is an order of magnitude greater than the energy required to...
Not to mention that the fact that I'm even talking about Kyla now means I might get harassed for the next 2 weeks. If I made a video about Sneeko, I'm just going to get harassed. If I make a video about Destiny, I'm just going to get harassed. Because that's the only way these people function in this space. That's why I'm saying, like, I'm willing to watch this through another YouTuber And I think it's interesting that Kyla's career went this direction, but I'm not surprised. But like these communities are just not safe to even talk about casually, right? Like they literally weaponize their audiences against you. So fingers crossed, hopefully this doesn't bring me too much harassment, but I'm mentally prepared for it.
Producer, throw enough mud at the wall and your opponent spends all their time cleaning up instead of making their own point.
It's only really in the last 10 years it's suddenly been amplified and used for absolutely everything. But I thought it might be useful to just start with something that Chris Williamson, you may know him, great guy, and he came on my show recently. And he said that all the following things have been blamed on toxic masculinity.
Okay, before we let him roll, just look at his source. He cites Chris Williamson, a podcaster and former reality TV star, as his primary reference. No offense to Chris, but this is a comically obvious appeal to false authority. In a debate about sociology and history, citing Chris Williamson is the intellectual equivalent of citing Joe Rogan to disprove evolution.
What?
If evolution is real, and if there is this constant, I don't know.
It is absurd on its face.
Why would you reference Chris Williamson? That's so random. The YouTuber? Am I stupid? Wait.
Is real, and
is the intellectual false authority as his primary reference.
Yeah.
No offense to
What? Why would you reference Chris?
But citing Chris Williamson is the intellectual equivalent of citing Joe Rogan to disprove evolution.
if evolution is real, and if there is this constant, I don't know.
Wait. I have a theory about this. Boys reference each other to give each other more validity. That's what it is. Oh, my friend is valid. My friend is valid. Guys, that's what was happening here with me. This is why I think it's interesting. This is why group dynamics are dangerous. Okay, with no judgment, when you reference each other, you build credibility from one another. And that's why I erased myself from these communities, because I realized like there was no way for me to collab with them without it sounding like I was giving them some sense of like validity. Like you must remember, right? You remember when Papa Gut and ABBA and all these people were lecturing me for being nice to Sneeko? And then I was like, oh, do you not want me to be nice to misogynistic men? Like bad men? They're like, no. And I was like, okay, bye-bye to all of you. Papa Gut is a Zionist. ABBA kept batting for Destiny even after I DM'd him. Destiny was being a predator. Like he already like harassed me publicly and did what he did to me, right? So like the irony is all these men who are lecturing me about being nicer to a boy 10 years younger than all of them, 10 years younger than all of them, thought they were safe. And that was the problem. All of these men who think they're one of the good ones have no idea how much women especially are trained to give them another chance to redeem themselves. And that's why I say like moving forward, absolutely not, which is very hard, by the way, because it's most people. Most people are like, they're really going through it. So you got to figure it out. But that's why like people being like, oh my God, Kyla's such a good debater. These comments are crazy for Kyla. That's great and everything. But be careful about, be careful. And same thing with all those people that left my channel when I was collabing with Destiny. Good for you. Do that. Every time I collab with somebody that you're like, Brittany, do that. If I ever collab with another person that's like a bad person, you should unfollow me. And I should learn that lesson, or I should learn to defend it if I think it's a good reason. But I should not be platforming bad people. And I should do my due diligence before doing it. Just now, right now, I'm doubting myself with even showing you Rationality Rules because I didn't know his trans stance. So let's not watch this as a fan. I'm going to unsubscribe. Let's just watch this in general now. But that even makes me hesitate. Like, fuck. And I can't know everything about everybody, but that's like so annoying to me.
Absurd on its face. But Piers uses this authority to unleash a deluge of nonsense.
Chris Williamson, you may know him, great guy, and he came on my show recently. And he said that all the following things have been blamed on toxic masculinity in the media in the last year and a half. Gang violence, climate change, the financial crisis, Brexit, the election of Donald Trump, not wearing a face mask.
Would you prefer us just to blame men in general? At least with toxic masculinity, we're putting the onus on the system at hand that is ruining masculinity for men to be had in a healthy way. Toxic masculinity isn't even a judgment on men as a gender.
Eating meat, physical fitness, fast food, capitalism, communism, hip-hop, smelling of Axe body spray, being stoic, risk-taking, religion, but also secularism and atheism, playing board games, being interested in cars, and saying hello or have a nice day.
Do I need to point out the obvious? No one thinks that saying hello or using deodorant is toxic. If anything, deodorant tends to deal with a lot of toxic smells. But I digress.
Ugh. Brother, ugh.
And of course, the list contains logical contradictions: religious and atheistic, capitalist and communist. This would discredit any serious argument.
Let's go back to that.
Religious and
Question: what is truth? Atheist philosophers, Christian philosophers, winky Jesus face.
atheistic, capitalist,
Capitalist versus communism, police, nightstick on minority, people's police, nightstick on people's minority.
and communist. This would discredit any serious argument immediately, but that's the point. This isn't a real list, it's a prop.
Chat said Erudite's fashion is interesting. Trad wife meets goth. Okay, again, Kyla's very beautiful. We're not like coming for the way she looks, but Kyla and Nick, last time I checked into their relationship a long time ago, they are still Christian. They are actually goth punk. And she is always talking about like her husband, her husband, her husband. So remember that. Remember that. That she left the church because her brother is gay, but she's still, last time I checked in a couple years ago, identified as some level of Christian. Remember when she and I would collab, I asked her about her Christianity.
Piers isn't trying to prove anything. He's trying to make the entire topic look ridiculous. What we're seeing here is an appeal to ridicule via a straw man. He's using Chris's misrepresentation to make the argument easier to attack, and presenting it as so absurd, it's not worth serious consideration. Remember, this is his response to Kyla's question about whether masculinity is socially emergent.
Do you think that this is like socially emergent, I imagine, to some degree?
He never answered it. Instead, he forced her into new terrain entirely. On the topic of framing, this one stumped me. Trump says Venezuelan airspace should be closed. Now, depending on the outlet, this story...
Oh, it's ground news. I was like, what is this? What a weird transition. Man, this ground news ad, bro. It's always ground news, you know? Whatever. Chat said that he might have made an updated stance to his trans commentary. Okay, we'll just have to keep note of it, I guess.
Is framed in completely different ways. On the left, there's a tendency to immediately question the legitimacy of the operation. And on the right, the tendency is to simply state what Trump has done, with no further context. And I couldn't find a single headline that mentioned the legality of the declaration.
Don't you need to uphold the Constitution of the United States as president?
I don't know. So if you only read right-leaning sources, you might not realize that this move is illegal. This level of insight is only possible thanks to Ground News. They're a website and app designed to make reading the news easier and more data-driven. Every day, they pull in thousands of articles from all over the world and organize them by story, with each one including visual breakdowns of political bias, reliability, and ownership to give you a clearer sense of how the news is being framed. Returning to this story, Ground News offers more than just headline comparisons. Right away, you can see that it's being covered by over 700 outlets, with the political balance almost perfect. 31% left, 31% right. Yet the framing is completely different. They even show, bullet by bullet, how left-leaning and right-leaning outlets are presenting the event. And above each headline, you can see the same insights for every specific outlet. That is what makes Ground News essential. It doesn't just tell you what happened, it shows you the different ways that outlets try to shape your view of it. And honestly, those factuality flags alone are indispensable. Right now, you can get 40% off their Vantage plan at ground.news/rationality, or by scanning the QR code on screen. Your subscription supports this channel and helps you spot the spin. Thanks.
And saying hello or have a nice day. So I have already committed at least one crime because I've already said hello to you.
That's true.
My point being,
I'm actually really offended by that too.
Kyla laughs. She has to. If she responds by pointing out the dishonest framing, she looks humorless. She becomes the triggered leftist that Piers' narrative requires. So she plays along.
Watch out there. Kyla and Destiny made sure that they're not crazy leftists. They're liberals. So you better watch out calling her a leftist. See, this is why the framing on Jubilee is so annoying to a lot of us, because these are the same people who build platforms going, I'm not a crazy leftist. We're not the crazy left. We're liberals. We're Zionists. So then it's a conversation about, what do you mean when you say leftist?
I'm actually really offended by that too.
It's a smart de-escalation, but it also gives Piers the time to cement his straw man.
I'm actually really offended by that too.
Sorry?
I said I'm actually very offended by that too.
No, the thing is, I think the point I would make is, I think in a time when young men in particular, I've got 3 sons from 32 to 24, I think we've got to a weird place where they feel like they are the most downtrodden, picked upon people in society.
Having ridiculed the opposing view, Piers now claims the moral high ground. He is the defender of the weak. This is crucial because he has now established the filter through which everything Kyla says will be interpreted. If she critiques masculinity from this point forward, she's attacking downtrodden young men.
I think we've got to a weird place where they feel like they are the most downtrodden.
Well, don't worry. With Kyla's work being what it was last time I checked in, I keep saying that because who knows, maybe the girl changed, you know? Somebody update me. Did she change? I doubt it. She will throw women under the bus for your sons, Piers. Don't worry. I'm making a joke, but that's what happens. In these bubbles, the only way for women to survive is to throw other women under the bus and to make enemies out of other women. Remember, the men are already doing it to themselves, and women are always the main target, but men are doing it to themselves, you know?
Picked upon people in society, with good reason in many cases. And a lot of it is down to this, where they don't know what masculinity is. My argument is, I don't think it's ever been toxic. What's happened is you have men behaving badly, but you also have women behaving badly, and no one calls that toxic femininity.
Bro,
I actually do call it toxic femininity. I think when you look at, I do.
Kyla lands a small but significant hit. Pierce's attempt to use whataboutism, what about women behaving badly, assumes that Kyla will defend women or deny the existence of female toxicity. The obvious implication is that a double standard exists, and if Kyla accepts this frame, it will mark her as a hypocrite. But she sidesteps the trap entirely.
I actually do call it toxic femininity. I think when you look at...
You can hear Pierce's response. He wasn't expecting consistency. He was expecting an ideal.
But that's okay. Remember when Destiny talked to Jordan Peterson? That was the same thing, where Peterson came out really blazing with Destiny, and then Destiny was like kind of playing ball. And then Peterson's like, oh, you're not the leftist I thought you were. Because they're not leftists. They're liberals. Hello? Destiny and Kyla would 100% go on Joe Rogan if he called. I, on principle, cannot go on Joe Rogan. That's the difference. I, on principle, cannot show up to Joe Rogan's podcast. But they would eat that up. They'd be like, this is my opportunity. Which is why if Hassan ever goes on that podcast, but he already does, right? He went on Theo Von's. You know Hassan would go on Joe Rogan's. And I'm saying, no, that is not your job. You're not a politician. Though Kamala Harris should have gone on Joe Rogan because she's going to be the president. You don't need to be on Joe Rogan. You're a YouTuber. That's the dilemma. Are you a YouTuber? Or are you a public speaker and a politician and an activist, right? Because if you're just going on Joe Rogan, like, what is this for? And come on, what is this really for?
Now, notice what Kyla does with this momentary opening. She tries to get back to the foundation.
When you look at, when you look at like gender studies and philosophy on this, right? We use this term called masculinities and femininities because we understand that like the samurai era of masculinity looks very different than maybe the knights of the round table and whatnot.
This is brilliant. She's introducing the concept of masculinities, plural. Why is this so important? Well, if there is only one masculinity, then it is a monolith, an objective standard you measure a person against to decide if they're man enough.
We use this term called masculinities and femininities.
But if there are masculinities, plural, then it becomes a menu, a collection of behaviors exhibited by different cultures that we can examine and choose from. The samurai code of honor? Interesting. Victorian emotional repression? Maybe less healthy. And by comparing samurai to knights of the round table, she is choosing examples that are historically undeniable and politically neutral. Well, at least today.
The samurai era of masculinity looks very different than maybe the knights of the round table and whatnot. So we understand that masculinity has somewhat morphed and shifted. And in every form of these masculinities or femininities, there are unhealthy elements to each of them. Could you grant me that?
Could you grant me that, she pleads. It's a humble request for a tiny patch of common ground.
Please, sir, will you grant me that? I'm just a silly little woman. Please, sir. Please.
She is asking, can we agree that things change and sometimes have bad parts? If Piers is honestly tracking the argument, he'd say, sure, some elements can be negative. Cultures are different. But Piers isn't here to engage. He's here to disgrace the woke.
Weak, whiny, woke wastrels.
Granting her premise, even a single historical fact, would mean conceding that her argument has merit. He'd lose control of the frame.
And in every form of these masculinities or femininities, there are unhealthy elements to each of them. Could you grant me that?
Well, it depends what you mean. I mean, what do you think masculinity is?
Again, he refuses to answer directly, instead deflecting with a question of his own. Suddenly, Kyla is the one on trial. She has to present a definition for his approval.
What do you think masculinity is?
This is yet another move to control the frame. You see, the person asking questions runs the interview. The person answering is the subject. Piers is an interviewer by trade. He knows that if he stops asking questions, he loses power. So he doesn't answer her. He demands a definition, one that he'll reject before she's even finished.
What do you think masculinity is?
In our society, I think masculinity...
No, not in your society. Just generally, what is it?
Stop. Rewind.
In our society, I think masculinity...
No, not in your society. Just generally, what is it?
This is really quite insidious. Piers demands that Kyla define masculinity, and she begins exactly as she should, defining it as something relative to society.
In our society...
This is, for what it's worth, the nuanced academic way to define a social construct.
To be fair, Kyla is educated. That's a reminder of how she even got into this space, right? She showed up and said, hey, I'm educated. I have a degree in this. I've done addiction counseling. I am appealing to authority in a sense, not literally, but in a sense. Have me on your shows, right? And then she uses her work to this is why she, she specializes in boys. She wants to invest in boys. She wants to intervene. And that's great. Except I do think men suffering from deep levels of misogyny just like are never going to listen to a woman. I just don't think it's going to happen. And I think like, unless she's intervening with elementary level students, it's not going to matter. And that's why she's holding her breath so hard for these men, which by the way, I was happy to do that when I first met them. Like, you know, I really liked these people when I first met them until I got to know them more. And that's the point. Liking people when you first get to know them, guys, is not the problem. It's what do you do after you get to know them more? And it's like, how much do you have to get to know them before you're like, okay, good luck. You know, I'm not going to, and that's what it is. It's never wrong to like somebody when you first meet them at a D&D event or first see them at the club or first engage with them at work. It's just like, and that's why it's so, you know, kind of like philosophically evil to like almost keep things from people as you get to know them. You can go 5 years without knowing who your friends are because you guys never have conversations, right? It's just like, bro.
You define it by its context. But Piers blocks this immediately. He rejects the very premise of her definition before she can even finish the sentence.
Which, like, it's so funny because ultimately I think like her and Piers are more aligned than not aligned. Or maybe not now. Piers is such a, you know, who's a contrarian? Piers Morgan. That's why Piers is so annoying. He's a contrarian.
No, not in your society, just generally.
He wants her to define it just generally. Appreciate how rigged this is. Piers insists that she define masculinity as a universal eternal constant, the very thing she is arguing it isn't. So, put bluntly, Piers is insisting that she adopt his worldview in order to even speak with him. He is the bouncer off the club of this conversation, and he's telling her that she can't come in wearing those shoes.
No, not in your society, just generally. What is it?
Yeah, in North America, we would broadly view it as like...
You can't just say North America. Masculinity is a thing. It's not like territory specific. It has become that way with the toxic element. But actual masculinity, when it was first devised as a word, it's not an American thing, it's a global thing.
There it is, the platonic ideal, the divine form. Piers believes that there is a pure, global, actual masculinity that exists outside of time and space, floating in the ether, untouched by history or culture. But really? I mean, being a man in 13th century Tsushima involved different expectations than being a man in a Nordic raiding party, or a monk in 12th century Tibet, or a tech.
You see how they're saying man and masculinity? And I would say like, why does masculinity mean man? But that's like not this conversation. This conversation is not even thinking about women when they're thinking about masculinity, even though all of us are masculine and feminine in different ways. So that's the other part of it that needs to be deconstructed. Like masculinity is not owned by men. Men do not own masculinity.
CEO in modern America.
I suffer from toxic masculinity. My partner is always like, Brittany, toxic masculinity. I'm like, fuck. Like I also suffer from toxic masculinity. Now, to be fair, maybe gender fluidity, other things play a role in that. But like, yeah.
Look, to claim otherwise is to deny the entire history of...
And what I mean I suffer from, I mean, I've been deconstructing it for a long time, but it was really bad at one point. You know what I mean?
Human civilization. You have to be profoundly ignorant. But Piers says it with so much confidence.
It's not an American thing, it's a global thing.
Okay then, Piers has blocked her definition, rejected her context, and retreated to a mystical claim of global masculinity. Kyla realizes that he simply won't let her use a definition that isn't his. So she shifts tactics. If he won't accept a definition, maybe he'll accept a history lesson.
Ooh, Discourse said, is masculinity only a construct or does it exist outside of constructs? Now, this can be debated. I personally find it's both. Like everything else, it's both. Race only exists in a construct and yet it exists outside of a construct in a sense, but everything is perceived through our brains, which creates constructs. So like, even the fact that we exist is like a construct of existence. Does anything exist outside of perception? And well, you know, that's the question. Like, what does it mean for something to be real? What does it mean for something to exist? Right? Like, you know, a construct is more like a limited or a perimeter-based name around a thing. But like, I think everything sort of is and isn't. And that's the fluidity of life in general that is very hard for people, you know? Very hard even for my brain sometimes, and definitely hard for my brain in the past, right? So that's why I'm trying to be more transparent with what I really think. Like this idea of ugly and beautiful. I know people aren't really ugly, and yet I know what it is to be ugly. And I know what it's like to feel ugly. And I know what it's like to, you know, and I think like it's a disconnect. A part of it is like we're using limited language to express something that's so like deeply felt, which is why you can watch films that are silent, films with no dialogue, and get exactly the meaning, because our emotions, our emoting is so like real that we can process what's happening. It's like, that's how beautiful human beings are. Like you don't even have to have words and you'd be like, I know what's happening. I don't even need language, but the language is in our body. It's in our expression. So like, even what is language? You know, that whole debate that is, oh my God, forever going to happen, is listening to an audiobook reading. It's like, well, obviously by definition, it is not reading. And obviously by another definition, it is certainly consuming a book, which we would just shorthand as reading a book. And yes, I agree that when I read books, it's the difference between being in the driver's seat and being in the passenger seat when I listen to audiobooks. And yes, I do learn more, comprehend information better, my vocabulary is better, my memory is better. Everything about my life is better when I'm physically reading books versus audiobooks. And yet, I think it's just as good of an experience, or at least not enough. You don't have to compare them, is what I'm saying, to be the passenger listening to someone reading you the book, right? Or just listening to an audiobook. Like, you know, it's the difference between your partner reading a book out loud for you, you know, you listening to it. Like, I would say my partner read me the book. So yeah, I didn't read it, but my partner read it, so I've read it. But it's like, what you're really asking when people say, did you read the book? They're saying, do you know the context of the book so we can talk about it? And the answer is yes, if I've listened to the audiobook. But there's like always this debate forever and ever that will happen. You know, what does reading really mean? And I'm like, you guys are having like totally different conversations.
Not an American thing, it's a global thing.
Do you think that Athenian masculinity and Spartan masculinity were the same in the Greeks?
That right there is the silver bullet, the perfect question to puncture Piers' fragile understanding of masculinity. It's concrete. It's not about feelings or society generally, but two specific groups of people. It's historical, relying on records rather than speculation. And everyone, and I mean everyone, even people who only know history from the movie 300, knows the answer. The Spartans were militaristic, austere, communal, and obsessed with physical prowess. The Athenians were democratic, philosophical, artistic, and mercantile. Their versions of how to be a man were radically famous.
And both were gay. So what does that tell you? Men are gay.
Different. They fought wars over these differences. Intentionally or not, Kyla has led Piers straight into a double bind. Piers has two options. He can admit that they were different, which forces him to admit that masculinity is socially constructed and collapses his never toxic claim, or he can claim that they were the same, which would be historically illiterate.
Hold on. Chat said it's ableist to claim reading audiobooks doesn't count as reading, period. Yeah, but not to be autistic. It is literally not what reading is. You know what I mean? So like, it is funny enough, like, I think like almost just like a stupid conversation because no one's being honest about things. There's a literalness to reading that exists. Like, I am telling you, it's an action. So I saw a girl say, I read 100 books this year, and people are like, it doesn't count, it's fiction. Guys, with peace and love, I'm so sick of these. Like, you decide what rule you want to keep, but like, reading is reading, but not everything is reading. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you know, Chet says a blind person can read still. It's called Braille. No, stop. You're doing it. You're all doing it right now. You're not hearing what I'm saying. There's a difference between a literal action of a word associated in a bubble and you using language in a way that conveys what I know what you mean. And I'm saying we're all getting stuck in the fact that this word doesn't mean this thing. What's the difference from a hit and a slap? Do you know the differences between somebody hitting you and someone slapping you? It's different. Even though you would say it's the same, it's literally different. But that's the difference. And I'm saying it's not much of a difference, but if you're going to be very pedantic, there is a difference. Yes, okay? And I'm saying we should be acknowledging it's both things. It's not one or the other. It's dependent on the bubble. It's dependent on the perspective. Because you limit yourself when you say things like, because you're not allowing for the details of it to all come together and for the experiences to be validated. Because you're not allowing a chance of saying how you read something can change things. I just told you, studies have been coming out. You are literally you're benefiting more from reading a book visually than not reading a book visually. You literally benefit more. Or at least, definitely I do, but from what I've heard from the internet, at least, it seems to be true that for a lot of people, it's very important. When you talk about Alzheimer's, when you talk about mental health, when you talk about brain fog, it seems to make a big difference. And I'm not saying you are less because you're doing a different method. I'm saying the methods offer different perks and benefits. One is not better than the other unless you are looking for a particular outcome. Okay? So everybody is different. And then you take into consideration how you learn. Are you visual? Are you ADHD? Are you dyslexic? You know what I mean? Like, again, the reason you see TikToks of people trying to reset their attention span by reading a book is because it is like a different skill. It is a different relationship reading a book than listening to a pod where you're working out at the same time. Okay? So again, no judgment, but I understand why you think it's coming from judgment. But there is some like data, like when I think about how to avoid Alzheimer's and can we reduce it, and why is Alzheimer's found in so many AFAB people, I'm trying to like see what the science tells me is the possibility. And if they're like read books, I'm reading some fucking books. If they're like it's the work of actually like reading and comprehending, I'm gonna read some books. You know what I mean? That's it. But I'm not saying you're worse because you read audiobooks. I love it. I listen to audiobooks. Love it. Love blind people reading Braille. Love all of that. But they're different methods. Like, how do you grow glutes? Well, there's like 5 different exercises you can do, and each exercise offers a different relationship with growing your glutes. Right?
And make him look foolish. So what does he do?
Do you think that Athenian masculinity and Spartan masculinity were the same in the Greeks?
I think masculinity has never changed. All that's changed is the interpretation of it.
That's right. He chose to be historically illiterate and to look foolish. Piers is trying to separate the essence of masculinity from the practice of masculinity. He's saying that the thing itself is eternal, like gravity. But here's the thing. Gravity doesn't change based on interpretation. Gravity pulls you down whether you're a Spartan or an Athenian.
I think masculinity has never changed. All that's changed is the interpretation of it.
And what he hasn't realized is that by pointing to changing interpretations, he's inadvertently accepted Kyler's claim. You see, if the interpretation of masculinity changes such that cultures conceptualize it differently, to the point where one group writes poetry and debates philosophy while another throws babies off cliffs and forbids money, then functionally, they are multiple masculinities. Call them interpretations if you like. Call them cultural expressions. The label doesn't matter. The point stands. Masculinity is not a single fixed universal practice. It varies. Hilariously, then, Piers thinks he's contradicting Kyler, but logically, he is agreeing with her in substance. All he's really done is reject her vocabulary. And notice, Piers still hasn't answered the question about Sparta, because he knows, on some level, that he's standing on a trapdoor. That's why he's sprinting away from this philosophical failure into the warm embrace of victimhood.
I think masculinity has never changed. All that's changed is the interpretation of it. And what I can't abide is this modern phenomenon that everything about masculinity, everything about being a man, which I am currently identifying as, everything about me is supposedly toxic.
This is a defensive flair. Piers is making it personal, playing the victim and daring Kyler to attack him. I am a man. Are you calling me toxic? It forces Kyler to stop her intellectual advance to reassure him.
Oh my God. He needs her to reassure him, guys.
To switch from professor to therapist.
Everything about me is supposedly toxic.
So I would reject the idea that everything that masculinity is toxic. I think that there can be bad elements of anything.
And there it is. Piers has succeeded in controlling the frame
Damn,
again. Kyler
bro.
clarifies her position.
Because they're not really like, I mean, ultimately they're not going to disagree in the way that they think. But it's like, it is kind of funny. But Piers is so bad faith.
Rejecting the woe is me straw man that he's built. But notice what's happened in the momentum. The pressure is off Piers entirely. Instead of pinning him on history and interpretation, she's now having to explain that she doesn't hate men, which is exactly the angle that Piers latches onto to avoid returning to where he's weakest.
I would reject the idea that everything that masculinity is toxic. I think that there can be bad elements of anything.
What do you like about men?
Just look at how far we've drifted.
Man, what do you like about men? It's so good. It's so bad.
The claim from Piers is that masculinity has never been toxic.
Masculinity has never been toxic.
The question that Kyler placed on the table is whether the masculinities of Sparta and Athens are the same.
Do you think that Athenian masculinity and Spartan masculinity were the same in the Greeks?
But
tell me, Piers, what do you like about men? Say it slowly in like a whisper voice too. Go ahead. Do you like their muscles, their brain? Do you like the way they look in those kilts? I really like those kilts. Ethan knows. Ethan's the epitome of manliness. He would not Hassan Piker. I don't like men who look like Hassan. Too girly, if you ask me.
Somehow, the current topic that he's wandered off to is, Kyler, tell me nice things about men.
What do you like about men?
This is a red herring, introducing irrelevant information to distract from the argument at hand. What Kyler likes about men, quite obviously, has zero relevance to whether masculinity is socially constructed or whether it can be toxic. But Kyler is gracious. She decides to play ball. And honestly, she plays it beautifully.
What do you like about men?
What do I like about them? Lots of things. I think that like the idea of protectionism is good. I think the willingness to kind of like self-sacrifice is very tied to the version of masculinity we have. I think that that's a very good thing. I think the like desire to provide is also a really good thing.
She lists the hits.
I think that that's a very good thing. I think the like desire to provide is also a really good.
Gross. The desire to provide. I hate provider language. I hate it. It's so gross.
She lists the hits: protection, self-sacrifice, desire to provide.
Oh, brother.
This is a crucial moment for those watching. Peers, and indeed most conservatives, often paint a picture of the left as a group of blue-haired harpies who want to castrate all men.
Just a reminder, Kyla is not a progressive. So she's not going to be debating from that perspective. She is not a progressive. So do not think of her that way, right? She is not a progressive.
And banish them to an island. Kyla just shattered that caricature. She is sitting there identifying as a leftist, praising the virtues of traditional masculinity. With her short list, this undercuts the idea that all masculinity is toxic. In theory, this should allow the discussion to return to whether certain elements are toxic. But Piers has other plans.
I think the like desire to provide.
Hold on, Chatter. I'm not mad. You said I made my comment in good faith, so it's kind of crazy. You have to get mad about it. Just saying some people, audiobooks are the only way we consume books. That's why I say ableist. I'm not mad. I'm autistic. If you're talking to me, I'm not mad. I'm autistic. I'm literally not even angry. I really enjoy this conversation. It's one of my favorite conversations to have. I'm just autistic. That's just what I sound like. That's it. That's literally what it is. People always think I'm angry. I'm literally so happy right now. I'm literally just so happy. If I was angry, I would tell you. I'm not. I'm just autistic. I know. I've dealt with this my whole life. I promise you I'm not angry.
Is also a really good thing, and stand up for like principles and strength. I think all of these things are wonderful things. Well, the issue.
You like men to be hunters, providers, protectors?
I don't really care about them being hunters.
Really? Well, how are they going to get all these things to help you and protect you?
In this economy, I'd prefer them just to be like physically capable.
He's trying to box her in. What's that? You like men being providers? Then you must accept the hunter-killer archetype. It's a false dichotomy, presenting only two options when more exist. The problem for Piers is that we don't live in hunter-gatherer societies anymore, do we? I mean, I don't know if anyone's actually told Piers, but it's been a few thousand years. Kyla doesn't take the bait.
And I hear you, Chad. I hear you. You said, dang, I'm autistic, or dog, I'm autistic too. I just thought you were being dismissive. I'm not, I don't mean to sound dismissive either. I'm not. I just think like, for me, the greatest part of existence is seeing all the thousands of ways we can have relationships with language and the way we so intuitively limit ourselves. We just so easily limit ourselves. Is audiobook reading? Don't you see the trap in that question? It's a trap question. It's a trick question. It's not a real question. It makes you defensive. You end up battling things. You feel bad. You call out ableism. But it's a really good question if you ask it in a different way. Is there a functional difference? Is there an experience difference between reading something by holding a book and spelling paper and listening to it in your ears or when you're in the shower? I mean, everything is different. The texture is different. The smells are different. The physical sensations are different. The way your brain processes it is different. The memories you build in doing this activity are different. Everything we do is different. If reading was the same, then I could say I Braille and reading, how are they different? Obviously, they're different. Even reading Braille, that's so fucking cool, but it's a different experience. Otherwise, you're co-opting an experience and saying, oh, I know what that's like. I don't know what that's like. I have no idea what it's like to read Braille. Sounds cool, though. But do you see when you say, like, it's the same, it doesn't make sense? It can't be the same. Now, when you say, is it the same for a certain functionality, we can have that conversation, but it depends on what your goal is when having this experience. That's all I mean. It's just like I just don't want to limit the experience because it feels so obvious to me that like every single thing gives you a different relationship. You know, I learned this about working out. Gym life is so interesting now that I'm getting back into it, especially. There are so many workouts for the same muscle group. So everyone always says like, oh, I don't like working out because I don't like doing Bulgarian squats. Cool. There are like 7 other workouts you can do other than Bulgarian squats. But if you're not doing Bulgarian squats, you do not understand it. Because girl, let me just tell you. Okay? So you can't go around telling people like, oh, I do squats, so I understand Bulgarian. No. No. You understand one variation of a squat. You know? And I'm just saying like, you can get your glutes big on so many different variations of exercise, but every single one is a different experience. And we should choose the one that benefits us the most and gets us what we need the most. And other people shouldn't use it to feel superior to you. I'm better than you. I read fiction books. I'm better than you. I read fantasy. I'm better than you. I do XYZ. It's not about being superior, but see how this conversation always turns into that? Do you read books or do you listen to audiobooks? It's like, girl, stop. Don't ask me a stupid question. Because now I know you're just making it into a competition. Because like, there's no reason for this judgment, right? So then it puts us on the defense, so we can't even have the real conversation. The real conversation is, do you see any benefits to audiobook versus reading a book, like paper book? Actually, I do. Thank you so much for asking. It seems for me, I do see a greater benefit, but for convenience sake, it honestly is really nice to listen to audiobooks. That's all I was saying.
Instead, she drags the definition of provider out of the Stone Age and into the modern economy.
In this economy, I'd prefer them just to be like fiscally capable.
With time on the clock running down, Kyla does something that most people can't. When you've been dragged through 3 different tangents, it's easy to forget where you started, lost in the weeds of irrelevant questions and pity appeals. But Kyla has clearly recognized the weakness. She drags him back to the issue that he never answered.
In this economy, I'd prefer them just to be like fiscally capable. Let's go back to the Athenians. Let's go back to Athenians and Spartans.
Yes, Kyla, this is how you fight frame control. You politely, relentlessly return to the scene of the crime.
Let's go back to Athenians and Spartans, though, right? If you want to say masculinity has always been the same, well, the issue is history would disagree with you, right? In Athens, for example, it was completely normal for you to participate in civility and talk and do philosophy, but Spartan men, for example, wouldn't even touch coins, right? They viewed it as a very different thing.
She lays it out crystal clear. In Athens, philosophy, civility, and discourse were manly. In Sparta, touching money was unmanly. Both societies considered these the height of masculinity in their respective contexts. This demonstrates, undeniably, that masculinity is varied across time and space. Piers has nowhere to go. The logic is airtight. The history is sound. So, what does he say? Does he concede? Does he say, fair point, there are variations?
But Spartan men, for example, wouldn't even touch coins, right? They viewed it as a very different thing.
What's that got to do with them being masculine?
This is the moment the NPC glitches, using the wrong dialogue line. Kyla just explained, in specific detail, how these societies defined masculinity differently. She's just explained exactly what it has to do with being masculine. And Piers asks, what?
Purposely misunderstanding people? Wait, Chad said insert TikToker from earlier about contrarians and competitive people, and insert TikToker from earlier about people who purposely misunderstand you. Piers Morgan, debate bro bubbles. These purposely, what do you mean by that? What do you mean by that?
What does that have to do with masculinity?
What's that got to do with them being masculine?
It's like a chef explaining how flour and water make dough, and then Piers charges in and says, what does that have to do with bread? I think the chef would have the right to say, what are you?
An idiot sandwich.
By asking, what does that have to do with it, Piers attempts to sever the logical link that Kyla just built. He's back.
By the way, as much as we love those cultural moments on TV, the food industry is incredibly misogynistic and incredibly abusive. Even Gordon Ramsay's mentor, who made him cry infamously, they're all very abusive. So as much as we like to laugh at the idiot sandwich memes, just for the record, that should never happen at your place of employment or in a competition or in any capacity. Thank you.
Banking on his confidence to overwhelm her logic, hoping that the audience...
Also, I just found out they had a Croatian MasterChef, and I'm going to start watching it. They don't have the subtitles from what I saw, but I should just start watching it, learn my Croatian that way.
Won't stop to notice that he's asking a nonsense question. Kyla, though, doesn't blink. She doesn't throw up her hands in exasperation. She assumes, perhaps naively, that he genuinely doesn't understand. So she explains it again, and she brings reinforcements.
What's that got to do with them being masculine?
Well, because the version of masculinity that they had viewed certain things like commerce as feminine. If you go to samurais, they viewed poetry as masculine. Whereas if you go to like Victorian era, poetry is often associated with femininity.
Actually, that's true that Ramsay is nicer outside of America, and all of them are. All the master chefs are so much better outside of America. Guys, it's us. America is a problem. We are so violent. We are so angry. We're so mean. We're so mean. The contestants are so mean to each other. That's why I don't like watching American Master Chef. They're so mean to each other. I'm like, oh my God, it's us, bro. It's us.
Won't touch the Spartans and Athenians. Maybe he'll engage with the samurai and the Victorians. She's stacking the evidence. For the samurai, poetry was masculine, part of the warrior culture. For the Victorians, poetry was effeminate, associated with sensitivity.
See, when men do hair, it's masculine. When women do hair, it's feminine. Guys, it's either or, both, none. For me, masculine and feminine are vibes. Aesthetics, vibes. Again, it depends on the way we're viewing it, of course. It's either Again, are we doing mask aesthetic, mask energy, femme energy? Are we doing the aesthetic, like, oh, you look mask, but you're actually femme? Or actually, are you femme energy with a femme presentation? Like, it's all dependent. It's just all dependent on how you have a relationship with these things. And I think that's what people keep missing too. Like, and it depends on the bubble. It depends on the culture. It shifts and changes. But obviously, again, and I know people have a problem with this because they're like, you want to like deconstruct yourself into nothingness, right? That's like the goal for some people. And I think the most you can deconstruct yourself into is like, well, you can't deconstruct yourself out of your brain, but you can deconstruct yourself through meditation into sort of like a part of like a tree or a leaf. But see how a tree and a leaf are still a tree and a leaf? You know, and that's why I think it's kind of interesting. But again, I think there's like, this is such a layered conversation. Who knows where anyone is at in the conversation? I mean, there are people who still can't understand gayness. You know what I mean? So who knows who's where, you know? But yeah, it's so interesting, huh? All of this.
Distinct from the stiff upper lip that it demanded of men. Same activity, writing poems, but opposite gender associations. These are yet more examples that masculinity is socially constructed. She's proving it over and over again, bludgeoning him with history. But Piers remains as dense as Victorian hardtack.
Whereas if you go to like Victorian
Oh
era,
my God, is it just on me right now? Jesus, fuck me. Sorry.
Poetry is often
masculinity is socially constructed. She's proving it over and over again, bludgeoning him with history. But Piers remains as dense as Victorian hardtack.
Whereas if you go to like Victorian era, poetry is often associated with femininity.
But what does any of that got to do with toxic masculinity?
Piers must be feigning stupidity at this point. It's too obvious to be anything else. He is losing on history. He is losing on logic. So he abandons the battlefield entirely. But the answer to his question is simple. Kyla is building a syllogism. Masculinity is constructed by society, as proven by Sparta and the samurai. If society constructs it, society can construct healthy versions or unhealthy versions. Therefore, some versions, like Victorian repression, can be...
Hold on, chat. I don't mean to be like so anal about language. You said deconstruct gender outside out of the binary. I have a relationship with gender that's wholesome and true and real. Have a relationship with life that's wholesome and true and real. Have a relationship with everything that is joyful and beautiful. Deconstruct to learn more, not to destroy or take away. And this is always the conversation. Like, if we deconstruct gender, does that mean I'm not a boy? No. You can be a boy who's deconstructed. You can also be a very typical and masculine man and have it be valid. Jean pants, boots, shit on your shoes, and a cowboy hat. It's just, how did you arrive there? Right? Like, we're not trying to, and I think that's maybe what you meant, but I'm not sure. But like, we're not trying to run away from ourselves. We're trying to run towards ourselves. We're trying to run closer to ourselves. You know, the world has taught us our whole life to run away from ourselves. And I'm saying we should run closer to ourselves and our real self, not the self that feels like it has to change to fit into this like description of what it is good to be, you know? Like, you know, under the construct of Christianity, it's like, oh, I was a bisexual, but, you know, I found the Lord and I'm no longer bisexual. Okay, that feels like running away from yourself than more towards yourself. You know what I mean? Like, all things are valid as long as it's more towards yourself instead of away from yourself. More towards yourself. And then we'll talk about what is real or what isn't real. Realness is a construct as well. The word real is a very convoluted, very layered word, which is why these debates are so funny. Piers is making the argument that masculinity was never toxic, but we would say, in what reality is that ever true? Like, even the word real is doing so much heavy lifting when we're having these conversations, which is why when you start to like, I'm trying to understand personally what is actually real, but even I know that construct needs to be deconstructed without losing our minds, without like becoming crazy, without like believing things that aren't true. How do I know this is real, and what does real even mean? What does it even mean? And can it be real in different layers? Like, my partner is the most amazing person I've ever met, and they're just some guy. My partner is the most amazing person I met, and they're my soulmate, and it's magical, and the universe brought us together. And she's just a girl I met on Discord. Relax. Like, yes, you are like the best person I've ever met. I love you more than I love everyone else. Also, chill. I have a family. It's like, these things are all true. It's the idea that one is true, and one is always true, and nothing else is true. All things are true at once. You know, it's like, and that's what people get down to, you know, I think it becomes like this story we have to tell ourselves to feel like we found it. We finally found it, the real truth. Maybe.
Unhealthy or toxic. She needs to establish the premises to support her conclusion, but Piers keeps demanding that she skip straight to the end so that he can yell at her about hating men. He's trying to burn the bridge while she's still crossing it.
But what does any of that got to do with toxic masculinity?
Because if we look at masculinity, we have to acknowledge that it is emergent out of a society that we are participating in. When I said, well, in North America, you rejected that, and I go, well, that's the foundational piece of this.
Kyla calls him out. This is a key moment. She explicitly names his evasion. She says, I tried to tell you it was North American. You rejected that. So I had to go to history to prove to you that culture matters.
Hang on, you got to say North America.
She's exposing the mechanism, pulling back the curtains, and showing the audience the gears of the conversation. Essentially, she's only having to go this slow because Piers refused to accept the obvious.
Well, that's the foundational piece of this. What we're talking about, toxic masculinity, is essentially a North American version of masculinity that we seem to not like.
She lands the plane. The toxic stuff isn't all masculinity. It's a specific, local, cultural version that isn't working for us anymore. Piers needs an out. He needs a way to escape this relentless logic. And he finds it in the most reliable escape hatch of the 21st century. The culture war.
Is essentially a North American version of masculinity that we seem to not like.
Well, no, it's not. It's a symptom of, and forgive my phraseology here, but it's a symptom of weak, whiny, woke wastrels who've decided they're going to revise what masculinity is.
Weak, whiny, woke wastrels. Alliteration, insult, buzzwords. We've left.
You think you practice that in front of the mirror? Like, you know how people do speech practices before they go on stage? Do you think you practice that in front of the mirror?
Realm of debate, and we've entered his safe space of talk show theatre. Piers realizes that he can't argue about samurai. He can't argue about Spartans. So he attacks a phantom. He conjures up an image of a weak, whiny wastrel, someone pathetic, someone annoying, someone the audience is primed to despise. He frames the critique of masculinity not as a historical analysis, but as a conspiracy by weak people to drag strong people down.
Weak, whiny, woke wastrels who've decided they're going to revise what masculinity is.
I think it's a generational trauma.
Hang on, I'll give you a chance to respond. And they're going to make all men feel terrible. They're going to make men hate themselves. They're going to make everybody else hate men. And at that point, I'm like, what are you doing here? Why would women, for example, want their men to be weak, whiny, woke wastrels?
This is a straw man again.
Oh,
Kyla just told him
brother.
that she likes protection, strength, and provision. She explicitly stated she values those things. And Piers looks her in the eyes and says, why do you want men to be weak?
Why would women, for example, want their men to be weak, whiny, woke wastrels?
Piers is arguing with a goat.
Actually, do you guys know this TikTok trend that keeps happening where I'm not a fan of it, though there's a little chuckle that happens. It's not a safe chuckle in this space where a girl will tell a story about the way her man acted feminine. I don't know. Forgive me. That's not the way I would read the story myself, but that's the way the audience hears it. And then in the caption, they'll show like a man dressed as Cinderella coming down the stairs. And they're like, this your man? Do you guys know this bubble? And like, you know, I love a good petty joke, but ultimately, like, you know, showing your man like with his nails done or grabbing his purse as if to say like a man can't be feminine is like not interesting to me. You know what I mean? And look, I've always brought home boys that all my brothers were like, dude, you just like the girly boys, don't you? And I'm like, I do. And like, I don't even date high femme men, but I do date men that typically are seen as more like feminine generally than like not. Like if you had to play the game of, you know, regular conservative masculinity and like blah, blah, blah. But then even with that said, compared to like a femboy, I'm not dating that much of a femboy. You know what I'm saying? Because a femboy is like, I mean, to be fair, a femboy is a trope, but it's like when we have these conversations, I don't know, it just feels like this isn't the direction I want to go in. And look, there's like a lot of TikToks that are going viral right now about a lot of women being homophobic and people saying like, hey, stop. Oh my God, these fireworks are crazy. Happy New Year. But like, I don't want to play into that either. But I think it's interesting, like the way to have, this is why I say don't talk to Piers Morgan. Don't talk to these people because they make you say things you might not even mean. Not that I don't think Kylie means it, but they would make you say things you don't even mean. And that's just to get them, just to agree with them. And then they'll go, see, you agreed with me. So I win. And it's like so frustrating. That's why I don't think like these things are good. I just don't think this series Jubilee does is good. I don't think people should do it. And I think it feels clout chasey to do it personally. I know it's good for your job. I do. I recognize that, which is why I say, guys, I leave money on the table all the time. You know, a lot of people get DMs. I remember Cat Black saying this too. She got an email from Jubilee, and Jubilee's like, and she was like, no, I'm not going to do your show, bro. Because I know you just want me to come on this show and talk about being a trans woman, and you just want to use me as like clickbait. I'm not going to do it. And that's the difference. The difference between the people who say yes to Jubilee and the people who don't say yes. And remember that. Remember how many of us are leaving money on the table, opportunities on the table, because we're like, absolutely not. I know what this is. I will not be a part of this. And just remember which people, boys, who often will be more than willing to engage in this bubble, and or girls who are still deconstructing.
He is arguing with a Twitter thread that he read 3 years ago. He is not arguing with the person in front of him. He never was. But Kyla refuses to get baited into an insult match. She does something empathetic. She brings up trauma.
Why would women, for example, want their men to be weak, whiny, woke wastrels?
Well, I think the issue that you're neglecting here is the high levels of intergenerational trauma amongst men. I mean, if we go back to World War II, it's followed by the Vietnam War, right? We see men dying by the thousands, and then they come back and they have PTSD, and then they go off again and die by the thousands. And so when we look at like the lack of masculinity and masculine role models, we have to understand this through a lens of understanding that like men have been like scooped out and killed over and over, and then when they come back, they're destroyed. And there isn't really an answer for men.
This is an excellent insight. She is arguing that what we call toxic often stems from unaddressed trauma. Men were sent into the meat grinders of the 20th century, came back broken, and were told to suck it up. This was the principle.
Whoa, what a picture.
Into the meat grinders of the 20th century, came back broken.
Damn, bro. Stress is a killer. I don't know how to like make it clear to everybody. And this is why, guys, I'm so sorry. Going back to everything we talked about today, and today was such a good stream, everything we've talked about is this. The way you look, the way your house is, the way you feel about yourself. Stress is literally killing you. Sleeping, paying bills, having children. I don't know how to make it more clear. As much as you think it's not connected, it is. So yes, and this is why One Piece is so good. You don't want to be a celestial dragon. You feel me? You don't want to be the elites who are like, oh, I enslave the peasants. You don't want to be celestial dragons. But you also don't want to be out here in the gutter, okay? You deserve more than the gutter. You just don't want to be these losers up here either, because they think they're better than you, but they're losers, and you know it. You know these rich losers are losers, but that doesn't matter. Stress is killing you. And that's the point. I feel like, Tucker Carlson said this. He said, you have to convince the peasants that they don't want to be in the castle with you. But I think the new trick is to convince you that you don't deserve basic fucking rights, basic fucking living, that you don't deserve good teeth or good hair or good skin. And not at the point of overconsumption and buying everything Sephora has to offer you, but just at the point of not, stressing yourself out to such a point where it shows on your literal face. You know what I mean? Like, girl, okay? I feel like gotta find a happy place, guys.
And were told to suck it up. This was the principle of Victorian Stoicism, the stiff upper lip, and they passed that hardness down to their sons. Kyla is expressing deep sympathy for men. She is framing men as victims of history, not villains.
And then when they come back, they're destroyed. And there isn't really an answer for men. I agree that there's a systemic lacking of answer on the left for men in a lot of ways.
She hands him an olive branch. It is a moment of vulnerability, a moment of rapport. And Piers takes that branch and snaps it over his knee.
There's a systemic lacking of answer on the left for men in a lot of ways. The issue is that we can't address the problem.
Piers ignores the history of war. He ignores the trauma. He ignores the nuance. He latches onto the word left and unloads his real thesis. It is a breathtaking rejection of the complexity she just offered. She talks about Vietnam veterans with PTSD. He responds with, your side hates guys. Kyla tries to stop him. She sees where this is going. She sees the bad faith train leaving the station. She tries to pull...
Oh, Chad said this is the video I had seen that made me ask about her being a grifter. Oh, I don't think Kyla is a grifter. I think she thinks this is the only way to make her career work, because in that bubble, this is what they do. I don't think Kyla is a grifter yet. I think the problem, again, I know this sounds a little weird, but she's not a capitalist, Kyla, as far as I know. Right? You said even her aesthetics signal something weird. I mean, her aesthetics just signal Christian girly who never got to dress cute growing up, so she's doing it now in her 30s. She grew up really Christian. You know what I mean? She's just like, she looks like most of us did after we came out of religion, even though she's still kind of in it. She's like dressing like herself now. She dyed her hair black. She got piercings. She like looks cute with collars. She's been doing her makeup different. She wears cute dresses now instead of like trying to look professional. She like actually like enjoys her life. Now, I'm not saying this to defend Kyla. I'm saying, like, in my opinion, feels pretty basically like classic move. Now I'm waiting for her to get past this and keep going. Cause like she already came out of like, but see, the thing is like, I don't know, again, I don't check in with her like that, but you know, Chet said, I'm pretty sure she said she's a pro-capitalist liberal. Oh, she might be actually, that might be right. She doesn't feel like, okay, let me say it this way. Ethan isn't a grifter. Ethan Klein is not a grifter. He's worse than not a grifter. He believes what he says. Sometimes we think if you really believe what you say, you're a better person, but I don't think so. It's almost better to be a grifter because a grifter you can convince to go in a different direction with the right paycheck. At least you can make a deal with a grifter. Ethan and I think Kyla actually believe themselves, which is a little bit more embarrassing. To be honest, it's like a little bit more embarrassing. I was like, damn, this isn't even a grift. This is real for you? Like, you're in it. You know, you're in it. But then there's a compassion there because like, oh, damn, you like really believe this. And then it's a whole thing. It's like a whole back and forth of like, and by really believe this, I don't mean that they really believe, you know how conservatives say we care about children, but then they'll throw children under the bus? They don't really believe children matter. They really believe you're wrong, though. And they really believe they're right. And that's what they really believe. They really believe you're wrong and they're right. And that's sad. That's the part that's like, damn.
The emergency brake. But Piers has a...
But Piers gives grifter. Piers gives no genuine, authentic perspective because he's always been a contrarian. He's always been a debater. He's always gone towards the paycheck.
Full head of steam.
I think the left hate men. I mean,
Just to pause you.
They do. Even movies like Barbie.
We've gone from the Battle of Thermopylae and the Samurai Bushido to the Barbie movie.
You guys ever think about dying?
This is a red herring deployed once more.
Wait, Discord said she doesn't feel insincere. She doesn't feel insincere for her perspective. She feels like Kyla's always masking. Remember, her dad is autistic and I think her brother might be autistic. Because when we talked, she's like, you remind me of my father who's autistic. And I'm like, I think Kyla's neurodivergent, right? So if Kyla's neurodivergent, and she actually is neurodivergent, she has a TBI, okay? So if she's a neurodivergent and she's masking in public because she knows she's debating these boys, then what you might be reading is like the persona she puts on to get through these debates. But the real Kyla, like the authentic Kyla, can't show up on Jubilee, guys. They would destroy her. So she's built this persona over time, this like the way to be to get to this point, which is a level of success, by the way. There's some props you have to give her to being able to survive this far along because it's really hard in this bubble. But I do think she genuinely believes, at least from the talks we had in private especially, she seemed to express to me like a genuine belief that like her calling is to like help boys. And that's just not my calling. I don't believe in it. I don't believe in that idea. But, you know, you do you. If this is what you think is right, like it's your journey.
We are now debating the criticism of a movie about a plastic doll. The distance between this topic and the one point that Kyla has been making, that masculinity is different across cultures, it can only be measured in light years.
They do. Even movies like Barbie.
I'm left.
Okay, here's a little secret for you. I'm slightly left. I'm an old-fashioned liberal.
Do you hate men?
A perfect checkmate. The logic has him trapped because the claims are already at odds with themselves. If the left hate men,
I think the left hate men.
And if Piers claims he is left,
I'm slightly left,
then Piers must hate men. It's beautifully simple.
Do you hate men?
Piers realizes that he stepped in it, so he just babbles through, reclaiming his title as a liberal to distance himself from the woke, effectively playing a shell game with his own political identity.
I'm an old-fashioned liberal.
Do you hate men?
I'm not a... You see, they all think probably I'm a right-wing headbanger. I'm not. I'm an old-fashioned liberal. I believe in...
Well, but old-fashioned liberals are conservatives now.
Liberalism. And I believe there's nothing wrong with being feminine or masculine. I hate the way that masculinity has been tarred with this brush of everything about it is toxic.
No one cares, Piers. Anyway.
Oh, no. Nobody cares.
Anyway, Kyla has another card to play. She wants to talk about Stoicism, specifically the difference between the philosophical school and the damaging emotional repression often confused with it.
I hate the way that masculinity has been tarred with this brush of everything about it is toxic.
I agree. But the issue is that you can't throw the baby out with the bathwater. You have to look at things like Victorian Stoicism and recognize how that has harmed young men. Because
Stoicism? Don't be ridiculous.
Hold on.
Piers is shocked that anyone could criticize the noble virtue of Stoicism, but Kyla was and remains precise.
Stoicism? Don't be ridiculous.
Hold on, Victorian Stoicism, not Greek, not Greco-Stoicism.
She makes the distinction. Greek Stoicism, like that of Marcus Aurelius and Seneca, is about emotional regulation and logic. Victorian Stoicism is about suppression and silence. They are different. Piers ignores her distinction and conflates them.
Victorian Stoicism, not Greek, not Greco-Stoicism.
Stoicism generally is a good trait.
I love Stoicism, Hellenistic Stoicism, not Greek.
Piers is still trying to muddy the waters, even as she seeks
It's
to.
just because he doesn't know anything she's saying. Like, she's talking and Piers is like, fuck, I don't even know what that means. Right? Are we under the impression that Piers Morgan understands anything she's saying? There's no way.
Clarify. And then he reaches for his trump card, a piece of paper, the undeniable proof.
I love Stoicism, Hellenistic Stoicism, not Greek.
Well, let me read you something. You've raised Stoicism. The American Psychological Association released a set of guidelines to help psychologists work with men and boys, in which it stated that male masculine traits like stoicism, competitiveness, achievement, eschewal of the appearance of weakness, adventure, and risk should all be discarded.
Piers reads the list with sneering contempt. He presents the APA, the leading body of psychology in the US, as declaring war on adventure and achievement. He is framing it as an attack on excellence itself. But here is where the editors of Jubilee step in. While Piers is reading his sanitized, cherry-picked version of the text, a graphic appears on screen. A fact check. Let's read it. Traditional masculinity, such as emotional stoicism, homophobia, not showing vulnerability, self-reliance, and competitiveness, might deter them from forming close relationships with male peers. Quite the difference, huh? The APA doesn't warn against stoicism generally. It warns against emotional stoicism, along with homophobia, suppressing vulnerability, and hypercompetitiveness. Piers translates this as achievement and adventure. How is attacking gay people an adventure?
Achievement, adventure, and risk should all be discarded.
Piers is lying. He is looking at a document that says suppressing vulnerability is bad for mental health and telling the audience confidently that they want to ban adventure. It is the clearest evidence yet.
Ooh, have you noticed that's the new talking point? That's the Scott Galloway. Adventure, go make mistakes, go out there. Listen, I watch anime. I like adventure. I've solo traveled. I like adventure. I've done a lot of things in my life. I like adventure. But let me tell you this, the way you adventure matters. The way you seek excitement matters. The way you seek freedom matters. And that's what's interesting is like, do you have the discernment to know? Do you understand like how to harm or reduce while you're seeking this? Because like I said, like I've done plenty of things in my life that I am not proud of, things that I'm like, why did I do that? And a big part of it is like, I didn't have the wisdom or discernment, and I've gained that wisdom and discernment, the caveat, to figure it out and to get better. And I'll continue doing that, but they're not doing that work while they're adventuring. They're just adventuring. And now they're 45 and 50. And they're like, why aren't people interested in me? Why am I single at 40? Why are there no women who want to be with me? And by the way, it's not like women from a progressive perspective are even as a whole, even that dateable. That's why queer women are still struggling to date. Because if you're queer and deconstructed, it's not like you have more women to date. Most women are still upholding patriarchy. Most women are still deconstructing. Most women at most are hanging out with girls, still centering men. So it's not like you have more options. If you're lucky, you can find somebody. And that's why you have to accept and make sure that your life and your sense of meaning is first and foremost about your relationship with self. And then your relationship with others, and then maybe your relationship in a partnership, right? And so, yeah, I do think there's like something like that happening where adventure is good, but there's no wisdom to discern the good kinds of adventure. And then even the kinds of adventure that could be good for you, you don't have a healthy relationship with it. Like, you can take it back to when Sneeko was trying to do his open relationship thing and he was trying to like do his threesomes. Could have been a great adventure, but instead it turned into something toxic because he wasn't doing it for the right reasons. You can have healthy threesomes or you can have unhealthy threesomes. But it's not the threesome, but there's so many people that are like porn is bad, masturbating is bad, threesomes, nudist parades, gay parades, all bad. But yet it's so weird that for these guys who want their open relationships and a lot of women to fuck, will also say that pride parades are too sexual. It's like, girl, again, it's about deconstructing. And yes, one pride parade is not like another. So it always started off as a protest. And remember, it will always be a protest. Remember that pride is not simply a parade. It is a protest.
That he is not engaging with the actual arguments. In fact, he came prepared not to engage with them. He is engaging with a fantasy version of them that is easier to defeat. Kyla sees the misrepresentation. She opens her mouth to correct him. And then...
Adventure and risk should all be discarded. Now, I would categorize all of those things as the very best of being a real man. Why would you want them discarded?
I don't want most of those things. Let's talk about stoicism.
The buzzer sounds. The crowd has voted.
Damn.
Kyla is out, which sucks. She was winning on substance. She was crushing him. She navigated his Gish gallop. She exposed the contradictions. She kept returning to the unanswerable question. She showed empathy. She made smart concessions, and she was voted out. But that's
I do think she looks really fabulous with this black hair.
the format of Surrounded. Everyone wants their turn, understandably so. And Kyla's time ran out just as she was about to land yet another blow. It's not enough though. She has done such a good job that Piers still needs to control the frame. He needs to deliver one final insult.
I don't want most of those things. Let's talk about stoicism.
I think we agree with each other. I think you agree with me too much. Anyway, it's lovely to meet you. Thank you.
It may not look like it on the surface, but I assure you, this is a patronizing pat on the head. Nice try, but I win.
I think you agree with me too much.
They do not agree. Kyla believes that masculinity is socially constructed,
We understand that masculinity has somewhat morphed and shifted.
while Piers believes that it's eternal.
I think masculinity has never changed.
She believes that Victorian Stoicism is harmful,
You have to look at things like Victorian Stoicism and recognize how that has harmed young men.
while he thinks that it's ridiculous to criticize it.
Stoicism? Don't be ridiculous.
Hold on.
She believes that history shows variation.
The samurai era of masculinity looks very different than maybe the knights of the round table and whatnot.
While he believes that history shows a single global thing.
Actual masculinity, when it was first devised as a word, it's not an American thing, it's a global thing.
He is saying, see, you couldn't disprove me. You basically came over to my side. But this is rewriting the history of the conversation that we just watched. It's frame control. Piers never answered the Sparta question once. He dodged it at the beginning, he dodged it in the middle, and he drowned it out at the end. And that is the lesson of frame control. You don't have to be right. You don't have to make sense. You don't even have to be coherent.
Exactly. What do I always say? All of civilization got this far in our development with very little facts, with very little knowledge. And that's what's amazing about being, that's what maybe, I think that's what's the irony of it is so many of us doubt ourselves as being good enough, a good enough person to be a YouTuber, a good enough person to be a teacher, a good enough person. And then there's some guy over there who's like, I could do that. And then he just does it. And now he's famous and rich. And you're like, you don't have to know much. You just have to be the right kind of something. And all of a sudden, boom. And that's kind of the point of it, which is so interesting.
Just need to ensure that the question that would destroy you is never, ever answered.
Do you think that Athenian masculinity and Spartan masculinity were the same in the Greeks?
And that unanswered question is still hanging in the air, haunting the studio. So, shall we? Did Spartan and Athenian masculinity look the same? Did samurai and Victorian masculinity look the same? No. No, they didn't. And because they didn't, Piers Morgan is wrong. And deep down, in the quiet moments when the applause dies down, I think he knows it.
I think the left hate men. I mean,
just to pause you.
They do. Even movies like Barbie. I'm slightly left.
Anyhow, as always, thank you kindly for the view.
Okay, so if you go to the comments section of this video, Kyla says, that was me. Glad you enjoyed it and saw the error he made. Was sad to get voted off before he clarified what form of stoicism he meant. He would have dodged. Okay, so now she's building network. Now she's saying, hey, I'm here. I saw your video. Now I'm a person. Kyla is professionally, trajectory-wise, doing very well. Ethically, morally, questionable, and honestly very unwell, I think, given she's still associating with all of these Sneakos and Destinies and all of the witch, all of the Stitch, all of the, you know what I'm saying? So it's kind of one of those things where from a career perspective, it's like, cool, dude, good for you and all that. But also, this was Rationality Rules, caveat. I haven't watched all of his stuff, but I've been watching him for years off and on. Apparently he might have some questionable opinions about trans people. We'll try to look for updates on our own, but I'll also link his channel in case you want to check him out for whatever reason. Yeah, interesting. I will say, I don't envy anyone's position in this bubble. I think it's really good to review, and I think it's really important for us to have the conversation through this lens. But I think it's really important we also don't collab on these channels personally. I'm not completely, writing off somebody who does, but I do think I look at people with a raised eyebrow who decide to engage in Jubilee in this format. The Jubilee videos that are 6 gay guys and 1 straight guy, I don't care. Those are cute. But this particular Jubilee format, I think is really, really bad. I just think it's not harm reduction. I think it's really, really bad. I don't think it's good. I think it's important we talk about it though. We talk about it. You know, like but I think it's important that we also don't. And there's a difference. Like I know, because some of the theories in progressive circles are, should we even talk about these people? The truth is, it doesn't matter. They're going to get famous and rich without you. They don't need you to talk about them to get rich and famous, because the fact is like they're already doing it. Their fans are already making them go viral. Guys, remember? The difference between progressives and conservatives and liberals is, and this is not like a call to action, but I will tell you, the difference is that Andrew Tate, Aiden Ross, all these people, they beg and encourage their audience to make clips of them. And then their audience does most of the legwork for them. Their audience is the one clipping things and sending it to people. Most progressive audiences are never thinking about doing that. So every time somebody's like, why don't progressives, why aren't they more popular? We don't evoke our audience. We don't usually say, guys, please go make clips, go send them to your friends. But they will. And then they do. And then they do. And that's the point. So us talking about them is never going to be the reason they're popular, but us platforming them will be the reason they get validation. So don't platform them. It is a form of validation. I see that now as somebody who used to formally platform some of these people. I won't do that anymore, but I will still talk about them because somebody's got to. You know, we can't just ignore it like our parents did. And then these parents aren't intervening in their kids' lives. And they think, well, I don't have to talk to my sons about Andrew Tate because like, that's not, you know, that's silly, but you have to talk to your kids about Andrew Tate. You know, you have to. Okay, girls, we did it. That was our New Year's Eve stream. I hope you have a good New Year's. Please stay safe. Please hug your loved ones. Be good to yourself. Get a DD if you need one. Have an emergency number, you know, do whatever you got to do to be safe. Enjoy the fireworks if that's what you're going to enjoy today. It's 9 p.m. in Croatia, so we're going to enjoy the fireworks for sure. We're going to watch anime and watch the fireworks. Croatia goes crazy. They love their fireworks, so I'm excited. It's a really good show. I'm excited. Yeah. I really appreciate you being here and being here for 2025. I will not be here for tomorrow. So the 1st, I will not be here. I'll be back the 2nd though. So Friday, okay? No stream tomorrow, but I'll be back Friday. Happy New Year. It really means everything that you've been here. It really does. All right. See you 2026. Bye. Bye, everyone. Bye-bye.